electric, we're kinetic, no beginning, no ending, now the voltage overload. Electric fever, feel the spark, bodies glowing in the dark, turn it up, don't ever leave, we're alive in the machine. Electric fever, burn it bright, we are lightning in the night, no retreat, no in between, we're alive in the machine. Alive, alive, alive.
Wake up tired of breathing air, like it owes me something fair. The room is loud, but I feel none. Just shadows where the light once was. Hands in pockets, eyes on the floor, counting cracks along the door. Every word I almost say falls apart and fade away. I keep my thoughts beneath my skin, but nobody can let them in. I'm a flicker in the quiet, burning low and barely there. Every face around me smiling, but no one knows I'm disappearing. I'm a whisper in the static, drowning in a crowded room. If I fade into the silence, would anybody notice soon? Built a wall, oh calm, wore it like a lucky charm, but it's heavier each day, and I'm too tired to push away. These echoes don't belong to me, but they won't let me be. I'm a flicker in the quiet, burning low and barely there. Every face around me smiling, but no one knows I'm disappearing. I'm a whisper in the static.
Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Welcome back, my beautiful Tater Nation. Of course, with me, your host, the Potato. Let me get my music off here. All right, guys. Let me get into my intro, of course. Hello, my Tater Nation. Welcome back. It's Thursday, and you know what that means. It's time for Tater Talks Thursdays, where the takes are hot, the mics are on, and the potatoes are fully baked. This is the round table. This is the open panel. This is where bold ideas meet real conversations. No scripts, other than this one, of course. No safe little sound bites. No flakes. Just organically grown conversations served fresh. And you know us potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes. We like watching all of those interesting things that humans do up top. And of course, tonight we're going to be diving into those big questions, those sharp disagreements, and maybe even a little bit of uncomfortable truths. But we do it with logic, respect, and the willingness to actually listen. So pull up a chair, check your ego at the door, and let's dig in. Because, of course, this is Tater Talks Thursdays. And before we begin, this program contains open dialogue and unscripted commentary. Guests speak for themselves. Their opinions are solely their own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the host of this channel. Conversations may include strong language, controversial perspectives, or emotionally charged positions. The purpose of this format is dialogue, not endorsement. We expect all participants to follow platform terms of service and community guidelines. Personal attacks, threats, or calls for harm will result in removal. And of course, viewer discretion is advised with the possibility of harsh languages. All right, let me get back up to the top of my chat here. So it did look like, I believe, Apprentice was first. Thank you very much for getting this chat started hours before it started. So I wasn't able to highlight that one. And I believe Just Me was the second one in, and followed by Leia, sorry. Thank you very much for the engagement, guys. Appreciate you being here. We got Homestead. Thank you very much for being here and being in the Discord waiting for me to get there. If you're willing to be part of the panel, please join the Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, it's in the description below. Once you join the Discord, you're going to head over to the Tater Talks vetting room. Dave is in there, and he'll ask you a few questions. Just make sure that I'm covered and you're not coming on to take my stream down. If you'd like to join, please feel free to. I welcome anybody that wants to discuss their opinions. Klondike, Elmo, I appreciate you being here. If I need, I appreciate you saying that you can join, but I don't necessarily expect you to be here. But of course, you're always welcome. Everyone is always welcome. TNT, thank you very much for being here, man. And his words of love, of course, as always. I appreciate you being here. Let's see. Is that everybody new? Nope. I got Dim Tooley. Well. Welcome into the chat. Appreciate the engagement. Barn Diesel, of course, as always. Appreciate you being here. Howdy, all. I'll be in and out, getting the kiddos settled. And after they go to bed, I've got a sick cow to deal with. Oh, boy. I'll be listening for sure, though. I appreciate the listen. That's all that matters to me, the listen and the like. If you haven't liked that stream, please like the stream. I appreciate it. It will help me out a great deal. Dave, I appreciate you being in the chat as well as in the vetting room. And again, giving the shout out to my mods whenever I can. They help me out a great deal there. Looks like we got another person in the... A couple people just jumped in. Sweet. Let's see... Okay, so let me see here. Yeah, I can hear you guys. You're all right. They can't hear you though, so hold on for just a sec, guys. All right, let's see. Potato of Life. Well, thank you very much for the engagement, buddy. Why did I get kicked out of the Discord? It's not because they're snowflakes, man. We don't worship. We don't worship other gods, man. I'm sorry to tell you that. Blood Logos, thank you very much for being here and the engagement. All right. Deafen them for a second so I don't hear them. And let's see. We've got a few new people. I appreciate the engagement, guys. It's moving pretty good today. Thank you very much. Holy cow. Okay, so TVT, thank you very much for the engagement and being here. Trey Solor, of course, as always, I appreciate you listening in, and you're welcome to join if you end up getting there. But lurking, appreciate you being here either way. Let's see. Sisterin Lickle Lioness. He's not a troll, just a deranged Danish man who thinks he's God, but truly, he's just a schizo. He also threatened to acid attack a Danish politician. Yeah. And they're okay. Appreciate the engagement and the feedback. Potato of Life, you're welcome to stay around, buddy, but we don't deal with that in my Discord. I'm sorry to tell you. Okay, so let's see. Anybody else new? Thank you very much for the engagement, guys. Never Lucky Rubber Nicky, thank you very much as always for being here. Appreciate the engagement. All right. So it does look like we have a few people in the panel room ready for me to top over there. So yes, lost to Avarice. I see in the panel room as well as the engagement in the chat is much appreciated. All right. Keep spurging out and you can get kicked, I guess. We don't mind that, I guess. We do appreciate the engagement and the people watching, but We don't handle some things. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and hop over there. Make sure that they're ready for this. Let's see. All right, guys. I'm gonna hop over here in just a second. You ready? All right. I'll hop over there in just a second. All right, and here we go. Okay.
Where are we hopping? What are we hopping to?
I'm just hopping over
We're about to be on live, yo.
We're about to. Oh, I'm going live.
We're live.
We're going live.
Thank you very much for being here, guys, and being in the panel. So anybody else that would like to join the panel, again, you have to go through the vetting room to get to the panel. You can't skip the vetting room. The panel room is just not available.
I skipped the vetting room. I went straight into the room.
Yeah, that's because
I skipped.
That's because you've been here before, and so I allowed you to stay in the room.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just used to skipping the lines. That's all. I usually buy Fast Pass.
Fair enough. Let's see. We got a newcomer in the chat real quick. So Tactical Squint, lying. You forgot about 100,000 hours of evidence. Okay. It looks like they might be talking in the chat. So I'll just holler him out as I see him. Poison Insect 7970. Thank you very much for the engagement. And not Crystal Station, as always, appreciate your help with my channel. All right. With that being said, we'll go ahead and get into the panel itself. Do the people on the panel know the prompts? Let me get them pulled up and I can read them
earlier, but I'm cooking dinner, so
Right.
Sure. So they are in the side chat if you would like to pull them up to reference back to. I will read them as soon as I get them pulled up, but just so you know, you have them accessible there. Oh, nice.
That's a
Hey,
good place.
sweet. Okay, so let me get back in there. Sorry. All right, so the first one that I had, and these don't have to go in order. These are just things that I've written down over the week to have discussions about. The first one is Disney adults. All right. When is it too old for children's activities, or is it ever? Do adults use Disney to try to live vicariously? Food assistance. What kind of, so number 2, sorry, I'll try to keep them in line here. Number 2 is food assistance. What kind of foods should be allowed for SNAP or food stamps? Third is, what does addictive mean, and what can and can't cause addiction? Fourth is body positivity a plus or a negative in society? Next one is honest question. This isn't necessarily posed to the panel, more as the chat as well, but does the fat community really want to be called fat over the term overweight or obese? So for the longest time, I thought it was overweight or obese. I restricted myself from saying the word fat for the longest time until I watched the Jubilee episode the other day. So that was interesting. So I'm curious on people's takes on that.
Wait, are you saying that we're not allowed to call people fat?
That's what they're saying. Yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Okay. That's weird.
No, wait, no, they're supposed to be calling them fat. They want to be called fat.
We call fatties fatty.
Fatties.
Or
anyway.
massively, or trucks.
Fair enough. Anyway, so the next one is how detrimental is it to skip steps in development? How detrimental to a child for them to be expected to walk before they crawl, or manage a team before they learn the processes of the team itself? Next one is, how do we figure out that we have become complacent and comfortable if we're the ones that are in the complacency and comfortably blinded by it? And the last one that I have, and again, these don't have to go in order, and we can do other things as well if we want to, but what could the idea of renting a human mean for future of market, especially free market? Okay, so with that being said, is there anywhere that we want to start the panel? Anybody's takes on that? No? Okay.
Pick one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll pick one. That's fine. I just want to give you guys an option. So I would like to kind of start with, how detrimental is it to skip steps in development? How detrimental to a child for them to be expected to walk or even have the opportunity to walk? So, for example, I've been told about a story that someone pulled themselves up by their crib basically and forced themselves to walk before they were able to crawl. And that may have had some detrimental effects in their learning abilities. So I'm curious on your guys' take on that.
Well, they say walkers do this, right? They say that walkers are supposedly from like used to be they were very popular to they're losing popularity because supposedly they can hurt the baby's legs and feet. This is new.
Okay.
So I could see that.
Okay.
Because they can kind of push themselves around when they can't walk yet. You know what I mean? Like they can get in a walker at just a couple months old and they can't even really bear their own weight, yet they can move their little legs around.
Okay.
You know?
That's fair. Anything else on that? So
I don't really have anything. All my kids were pretty on point of when they were supposed to walk and crawl and all that.
well, sure, yeah, and that's good. That's good. But the question is, do you see it being a problem?
See what being a problem? Sorry, I think I spaced out.
You're all right, buddy. So what it is it how detrimental is it going to be for essentially what I'm getting at is all of these kids that are coming out of high school and going into management positions, right? That's what I'm kind of getting at, but it starts from a development age of walking before you crawl. So how detrimental is it that we've found that it to be to walk before you can crawl? With that being the case, is it detrimental for these people to be getting into management positions? And what could be the ultimate aftermath of that?
Well, I think that getting into management positions was what started, like us caring more about middle management than the lower management is what led to the crisis we're in right now, right? We used to have an abundance of industrial workers, skilled tradesmen, and craftsmen, and now we're now we're trying to say that middle management is where the salary's at, it's where the money's at, it's where the stability's at, where we have all this middle management to oversee things that no one's actually doing any of the labor down below, right? That's the problem, right? The problem is that we hire too much middle management and too little lower management because of the idea that that's a better paycheck. I think that we need to get out of the idea that management or some kind of management of authority has this massive pay increase of this idea. The difference between a manager at McDonald's and the worker, the burger flipper in the back, opposed to the person that's working minimum wage, is actually not very different. Maybe just like $2 to $3 extra an hour. Right. But that's the idea. They're saying that these are the managers that are making hundreds of more when it's the district managers, right, that are making hundreds of thousands more. So I think this the entry of wanting to be a smaller manager, making your way into a bigger management into that guise. Sorry, this is taking long. I'll land it really soon here.
Appreciate it.
Getting it longer into that guise of making more money being a bigger manager than the smaller manager and making management basically its own role of lower class jobs. And that's the problem.
Sure.
Right.
I had another thought.
Sure. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. When you were mentioning halting development or before developing earlier, however you want to say it. My very first thought, and I thought you meant like actual children, toddlers, etc. But my very first thought when you said that was like puberty blockers for these quote unquote trans kids, right? That was my very first thought is like, here we are getting all this new information. Tavistock has shut down because they proposed that they would have all this information, that it would help these children. And yet, when they had an independent organization go through and actually look at the data, people were dropping off after 6 months or less. Once they started the puberty inhibitors, the puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones were like shortly following. So it was definitely a pipeline instead of this quote unquote pause button. They keep pushing, and if you halt your puberty, tons of consequences, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure, makes sense. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at as well, right? I'm not necessarily calling out any individual group. This is like you're kind of getting at, right? This is across the spectrum. Everybody's suffering from this kind of thing. We're letting people go beyond development before they're ready to be beyond development. Anybody else real quick before I... Okay. I want to welcome in the new person in the panel. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so if you'd like to introduce yourself, and just make sure that your settings are good so we can hear you and everything like that. Patchy, I think.
It's Tacky. It's not Crystal.
Perfect. Okay, Tacky, appreciate you being here. And any engagement that I can get from you. Do you have anything to say before I move on? Not necessarily.
I would like to say, you all are the light.
Well, Christ is the light, but I appreciate
Yes.
I appreciate that a great deal. But
Yeah, you definitely don't want to say I'm the light, man.
No,
I'm
yeah,
like the
absolutely
worst epitome of that right there.
I will always give credit where credit is due, and Christ is always the credit that I will give due. But I appreciate you saying that because I want to be the breath of fresh air like I'm hearing in the chat. And thank you very much for the engagement in the chat and saying that. And as well.
Oh, that's Dion. Yeah, Dion's pretty cool.
Yeah, heck yeah. I appreciate you guys. Elmo, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, Taki, that is well appreciated because I think Tater's trying to spread the word. So
Yes, I shared the stream. Dim, if you could share it, if everyone could share it and help Tater get the message to everyone.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
I'm trying.
I will always try to do my best for everyone and by everyone. Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough drop there, but we'll see if we can keep going here. So I appreciate everybody being on the panel. Anything else on the subject that you guys have? Okay.
Which
Not really.
subject is this?
What's that, buddy?
Which subject?
So this is how detrimental is it to skip steps in a development process? How detrimental to a child to walk before they can crawl, and then getting at how detrimental is it to the workforce if people are being thrown into management positions before they really understand the team itself.
Oh, well, that just sounds like the norm, but
I can say a lot,
That's
but I'm
fair.
going to leave it alone.
Fair. That's fair. I don't blame you. So like Layla was mentioning, if we're pushing people to not be able to develop properly in their hormones as well as their mental state, right? We all see the detriment that we've been seeing from people walking before they crawl. Again, the walkers is a decent example. Maybe that is some of our issue these days, where people aren't able to comprehend and fully learn, right? People blame games and movies and music. How much is it that? How much of it is being pushed past development, right? So it's really hard.
Tater, how old are you?
Me? I'm 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 40.
Okay, I'm 55.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I'm technically Gen X. We grew up no supervision. There were warning labels on stuff. It was suggestions to us. We didn't have parents going over us saying, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. No, we just learned. The problem, I really think we need a year or two where we take off warning labels and let Darwin figure it out.
Yeah, I can't necessarily disagree with that one.
Well, if you really think it's a good idea to take a shower with a hair dryer, you probably shouldn't have kids.
Fair point.
If you're specifically wanting to speak on the trans issue, I've done quite a bit of research on it, so I could speak more into that if you'd like, or if you're just kind of steering the conversation generally, I'm happy not to as well.
If you have something to say, you're by all means, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, I didn't want to,
No, you're good. You're good. Like I said, this is an open panel. I like to stay somewhat on topic, but we can meander and move as the conversation flows. So I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just be careful versus sitting here.
Right.
Yeah, I think I was telling
Appreciate you,
Tater,
Tyler.
about Perplexity.
Really
this
appreciate
app
the
that I
engagement,
found.
buddy.
It's like an AI app, and I was doing some research on there. And of course, always check the sources, yada yada. We all know this, right? I don't just believe the AI swap. But I was actually just researching this the other day because I'm planning on doing a video on it at some point soon. And the whole Tavistock thing, if you will, was actually quite a bit more scandalous, if you will, than we were all kind of let in on, at least in the American public. Apparently, this is like well known in England, but not here. So I found it kind of interesting. And for those who may not know, there was Tavistock was a gender clinic that's in England, and the NHS health services had come in and wanted them to be reviewed by somebody independent to make sure everything's above board. I mean, this is new science after all, right? And so they had this thing called the CAS review, and it just found all this crazy information about, and it's Tavistock specifically was working with children, so it was under 18 strictly, and their main finding was in fact that it was not a safe or viable long-term option, quote unquote, as in transitioning children, which I found really interesting because I certainly don't recall seeing that as a headline anywhere, right? And you feel like it would.
Right.
And pardon me. But yeah, it just it absolutely shocked me to dig into this and find out more about it, because I feel like this is one of those things like Margaret Sanger is to Morsham, right? Is like the people on the left don't want to talk about it because they know it makes them look terrible and whatnot. And right. So, like I said, I just found a lot of it really, really interesting. Apparently, their review. I was looking at some of my little notes here. The review concluded the service, aka transitioning people as children, left young people at considerable risk of poor mental health because of broader issues like autism, trauma, or other psychiatric problems. Highlighted very weak or scarce and inconclusive evidence. Staff reported feeling pressured to adopt an unquestioning affirmative approach, which, are we shocked? No.
Right.
Well,
so anyway,
there's this wonderful book called Cult Feminism by Rachel Wilson that covers everything that you're stating.
It covers the cast review and Tavistock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I mean, I have her audiobook, and I've been getting into it. I must admit, I agree with a lot of people that the voice is a little off-putting, but I've been getting it. I just haven't made it there yet.
This is why a lot of us are waiting for the voice of Andrew Wilson to voice the book, right? Before we get it in our audio, right? We're just reading it page by page with the smell of fresh parchment, right?
Right. Yeah, if you guys don't know in the chat, we're talking about Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson. I'm pretty sure that's the book we're referring to, right?
Correct. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's the only one she's written right now.
I'm pretty sure that was the only one she'd written. But if you haven't read it, if you don't know about it, please, for the love of everything good, go check it out. It outlines feminism in ways that people don't understand. Abe Dinktus says, I read it and I'm going to do a full
wave or third wave.
I'm sorry, Elmo. What was that, buddy?
Is it first wave feminism, second wave, or third wave?
That she writes about?
All the waves.
So she writes about the origins of it. She doesn't write about the waves.
We're doing the plug, I'll just, here you go. You guys go. I'll even turn my camera on and give you guys, there's the Occult Feminism history of women's liberation by Rachel Wilson. Wonderful black book. I happen to get a signed copy for my wife. Awesome. You can do that too. So
yes, I highly recommend it. That's awesome.
I'd rather cook my wife.
Yeah, I didn't
buy her a book.
Fair.
I didn't know that Rachel wrote it.
What was that now?
Sorry, I didn't know that Rachel had written about that in the book, although I'm not surprised. And I must say it ties into feminism quite a bit, because the one thing that's always shocked me about the feminists
Welcome.
standing up
I
for
appreciate the engagement.
these
The origin of
trans,
feminism
quote
is
unquote,
Eve eating
women
the apple.
is the fact that here feminism has supposedly, for the past several waves, decades, been fighting for women's quote unquote liberation, for safe spaces, etc., all this equality, egalitarianism, and yet here we have men coming into our spaces, making us unsafe, making us, you know, trying to push us out of our own spaces, trying to co-opt all of our language. I mean, when you hear things like when I was trying
Welcome, Wick.
to nurse my children and I was a new mother, and you know the nurses or the lactation consultants would literally call me like a birthing person. Like,
Right.
it's just so insane to me, right? And like, how is it the feminists that are the proponent of this? Like, I thought you stood up for women, and you know, now just because this dude puts on a dress and a little bit of eyeliner, perhaps a wig, if they even try that hard, let's just be real, then now they're one of the girls too. Like, it's just crazy to
Hold
me.
on.
And then,
These aren't men, right? Like, let's be real here, right? These are extremely disturbed human beings that you're talking about, right? Let's
sure,
be
men.
very oh no, right? Men requires a certain standard to be a man. These are still boys, right? They
Oh,
haven't grown up to be
boys,
men.
male.
Male. Either way, they're male
They're
still.
male,
Yeah.
right? They're not men. They're male. I'll grant that they're male, but they're not men, right? Real men have
Okay.
standards. We have values. We have a hierarchy. We have like a system on how we evaluate other men, right? And I don't even put those people on that hierarchy.
Sure. Yeah, I have no quibbles about man versus male because, I mean, I agree. I feel like it makes you much less of a man if you put on a dress and act like a woman. So there's also that. And I do agree with people like Andrew, people who have, you know, Blair White and Buck Angel, who have been coming out for years, even are trans themselves, and say, look, a lot of these people are sick, you know, demented gynophiliacs who just get excited over dressing like women, and the shock on people's faces and the horror it brings to people. It's not that they actually want to be women. They just don't have the wherewithal or knowledge to even know what it is, or they're too ashamed to admit that's what it is. Which
Right.
to me kind of seems like it would be less shameful than admitting you were actually trans. But maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. People accept all the kinks these days. Apparently every kink is acceptable, so I don't know.
And that's just it. That's the problem. We've gotten to the point where we can't hurt their psyche, right? It started with leave no kid left behind or whatever, and now everybody just gets pushed ahead instead of actually learning anything. And then it became everybody gets a participation trophy. What was that, Leah?
No, I just said right. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, you're good. You're good. I just want to make sure I'm not cutting you off, right? But it all kind of stemmed from that. So again, going back to that, how detrimental is it to not allow people to fully develop before pushing that next stage of their life?
And with men, or sorry, with males in particular, it's actually, with both, it's bad, especially for like sexual function. You basically will never have another, I don't know if I can say the O word on YouTube, pleasant experience during a sexual encounter, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And you also can't even have some of the necessary surgery to have the gaping wound that you would like to name a woman's flower, if you will. I'm trying to be very respectful of your channel because I know this topic is already very touchy.
That's fair.
So,
yeah. I appreciate the respect.
Leah.
Yeah.
Would you agree it almost became a oppression Olympics where
sure.
I'm gay.
I will never
Well, it's not
demand
good
anyone
enough to be
praise
gay
me
now.
ever.
Now it's I gotta be trans. Oh, I'm black. I'm this. I'm that. Everything became a thing at a certain point where
Not a cult.
it wasn't just okay to be you.
But
you had to be
a
something
Tater
else.
Nation.
Oh, absolutely. It's the quote unquote intersectionality, right? And it's crazy because when we look at the numbers, the raw data, who do we see, especially as young people that are claiming to be trans
Welcome.
these days?
Thank you for the
The
engagement.
vast majority, and this is historically
Graphic.
the
Appreciate you
opposite
guys.
of what it used to be.
Moonshine.
It's
Appreciate
young
you.
women trying to become quote unquote boys, right? And the vast majority is also white. And so what does that tell us? Like, I feel like for me personally, not only are they easily brainwashed and indoctrinated, but it also tells me these people are looking around at people, perhaps in their own lives or on social media, who play these victim Olympics. And in the comments, or people give them a hug in person or whatever it may be, they get this sympathy from others. It's like, oh, you poor thing.
Right.
And there we look at a young person, male or female, that's white, which is, you know, according to these types of people, the worst thing you can be in society, right? And they say, how could I make myself a victim? And how can I get the attention?
Right.
Well, yeah, you look at Hollywood right now. How many female actors do not have a
God is good. Thank you
6
for
or
that.
7-year-old
Moonshine,
gay
appreciate that.
trans son?
God is good.
Oh, yeah.
It's
And no
ridiculous.
husband.
It's beyond reasonable. Like, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. This was not an issue. It didn't happen.
Oh, 100%.
Thank you very much.
Not at scale.
Quiz did?
And that's
Sorry if I
people like
mispronounced
Buck Angel who are older. He calls himself Trampaw. I don't know if y'all know who he is, but he's funny. And usually I don't even do the whole pronoun thing, but I'll call him he. It's anyway. But I think he's hilarious. And one of the big things he talks about is how it was his generation who marched for rights, and not just trans rights, because that wasn't even a thing back then, right? But like gay rights, gay liberation, pride, but before it had ball gags and half naked people, and people just wanted basic rights, right? And he's like, what the hell's happened? We just wanted to be able to not be discriminated against if we bought a house, like.
Right.
We just wanted to not get kicked out of, you know, a place of employment or a gym because we were gay. Like, that's it. That's all we wanted. And now all these crazy people are taking what we started and trying to turn it into, like, crossing that line of we want our rights into imposing on other people.
Welcome. Appreciate the
and
engagement.
And that's, I feel the
Haas,
same way.
I'll just
I
call you
have
Haas.
friends who are gay. Plenty. I have a few friends who are trans. It's not that I hate them. You know, I try to show them God's
Appreciate
love.
the engagement, guys.
Whatever I feel personally, they know that. I don't ever lie to them, but whatever. Aside from that, they're also not the type of people who would ever intentionally make someone uncomfortable.
Hey, Jesse,
pitch a
good to
fit
see you.
about being quote unquote misgendered, etc. They're just people trying to live their lives. That's it. They're not going above and beyond to mess with others and make their life more difficult.
See,
So, yeah.
in my generation, we just didn't care. You do you. Leave the kids alone. You do
Right.
you. It's all good.
I don't see it on my screen, so I can't highlight it, but thank you very much, Voice.
My wife,
think Voice.
before I married her, she introduced
So you're
me
here
to
for
her
Tacky.
one friend.
Thank you very much for the engagement.
And afterwards, I talked to him. No worries. Got along. By the way, he's gay. Right?
Right.
No shit.
Right.
I think the glitter on his face gave it away.
Right.
But I didn't care. I'm going to treat him as a human. Like, I'm going to treat him the same as I would anybody else.
Exactly. Right. We never had an issue. It wasn't that we have an issue with them. You can do whatever you'd like to do. That is your free will that God has given us all. We will never tell you that you can't, but we tell you that it's not good, that you don't want to be doing it for your own sake. Right. But when we started getting it pushed onto our kids, that's when
that's the problem.
Exactly.
When you push it onto the kids, that's where I step up and say no.
Right. And I really hate this whole argument of like, well, it's so-and-so's child. It's not your business. It's the same argument people make
Thank
about
you very much for the
abortion,
engagement.
right? And they say
And I'll
it's
tell
her
her
body,
again,
her
thank her,
choice.
because
Except like,
this is awesome,
when are
guys.
we going to
Thank you very
stop
much.
with this individualistic idea of me? This selfish, self-centered, entitled,
Thank you very much for
spoiled
the engagement.
attitude that
No
it seems
votes.
almost all
I'm
of
sorry,
at
I'm
least
bad
the
at
left, and
names.
even some of the middle and right have adopted, where it's what we want and what is convenient for us,
Moon,
and maybe
appreciate
start
the
to think about
engagement.
things like, oh, I don't know, our abysmal birth rate. Like, we can't even replace ourselves at this point because we've had, almost 70 million abortions since Roe versus Wade. Like, a third of Gen Z,
Yeah.
or not Gen Z, Gen X,
Gen X,
isn't here because of some abortion. Like, that's insane if you really think about it. And it's like, now you tell me that we're not allowed to worry about the children that you guys are screwing up forever, sexually, emotionally, spiritually. Like, nobody ever talks about that spiritual aspect either. It's like, we're not allowed to be worried about our future because that's what these children are.
Right.
Our future.
Exactly.
Leah, may I say 2 points on that?
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The reason the black population in America is at 13% is because of my second point, Margaret Sanger. What's her name?
You're right.
Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. She pushed eugenics.
Yep.
Democrat, very much Democrat idea is racial stuff.
Not just racial either.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Not just racial. Is what
I
she
just
said.
said, yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Delmo.
I
But
didn't.
no, it wasn't just racial. A lot of people think that she was just a racist, which is true. She actually inspired Smittler, right? Without the Smith, she inspired him.
Right.
A lot of people don't know that. I have a really interesting video on it, but she was doing the whole eugenics thing before he even got into it. And she believed not only in the racial thing, but she didn't believe that people who were mentally handicapped or physically disabled, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, should be able to reproduce. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, go yeah. No, definitely. God, she was all that. She was. Honestly, I think she might have been one of the most evil people on the earth, even more than Hitler. Because Hitler got his ideas from her.
Right. That's pretty crazy to think about it.
But if you think about it, when her idea was the 1%. If you had 1% of a different race in you, you were not pure. And Germany turned around and took that, and they were like, yeah, we can't work that. No, we got to raise that up a little bit.
Right.
Do you remember any of that, or Leah?
Leah, dude. You still with us, Leah? All right. You have anything else to say there?
Okay, but no, but the Germans actually talked about, like, with the
I'm so sorry.
You're all right. You're all right.
I'm sorry. What did you ask me? I had to help my son with something.
Oh, no worries. Kids are the most important thing. Never apologize for that. But no, I think she was the most evil person
do anything
in the world.
I just
even beyond
ask
Hitler,
that you think for yourselves. That's all I do.
The Germans took that and they were like, no, there's no way we can do 1% for nationality because it would exclude too many people.
What? I'm missing something, guys.
And they
imagine that, a man having logic. What?
Never mind. I'll just let Leah go.
You're no, she wasn't talking.
No, you're good.
She was agreeing with you, Elmo. She wasn't making that was an agreement of you.
Yeah, she was the most evil person in the world. Like,
exactly.
Well, it's kind of between her and what's the guy's name that started Marxism?
I'm lost too, Abe. Are you talking about the panel or
no? Gentili? Is that it?
wasn't he a bum? Like he just like sleeping on other people's couches and shit like that. Came up with some idea that people thought, "Oh, this sounds good," but humans
Oh,
are
Karl
not
Marx.
able to.
Karl Marx. That's why it's Marxism. Now I feel
Right.
silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, between those two, they have to be the most evil people in the world.
That's fair. All right. So we have a newcomer into the panel. Alter, appreciate you being here. Do you have anything to say on the detrimental? We'll go back to the prompt.
I'm not sure what the prompt is right now.
Just read it real quick back to you so that if you have anything to say on it. How detrimental is it to skip steps in development? So how detrimental is it for a kid to walk before they can crawl? Thus meaning how detrimental is it for management to be management before a team member?
I don't know if I have anything to add to that.
All right. No worries. No worries. We can move on to another
Can I
prompt.
say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Elmo.
Alter, I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, well, I appreciate him being here too. I greatly appreciate the back and forth that we will possibly get with differing opinions. And so if you're in the chat, I do have more people in my chat than I normally do. So if you're in the chat and you don't know, this is an open panel. This is free for anyone to join. You just do have to go through the vetting process with Dave to make sure that the questions are asked and you understand that you're going to be on live and things like that. But please feel free to join the panel if you'd like to. If not, please like the stream, share it if you'd be so kind. And real quick, I'd love to give a shout out to Tacky because she said that she's driving and so she hasn't been able to chat. But everybody in the chat seems to be, well, not everybody. Sorry guys, because you're loyal to me. I don't want to credit where credit's due, but there's a lot of people in the chat for Tacky, so I want to give her the credit where that's due as well. Getting back to the discussion, does anybody have any more on that development? We can move on to another topic.
We're good.
Okay, so let's move on to we've kind of talked about food assistance before. We'll talk about Disney adults. When is it too old for children's activities? Finally. Well, you could have said something. I'd have let you have it.
I wait very patiently.
Yeah, you did. I want to thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, listen, beside what people, despite what people think of me, I always respect the host. All right.
Yes, you do.
So,
yes,
you're doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah.
We're happy you're here.
Look, I'm happy to be here. Look, hi, I'm Avarice. No.
We all like Avarice.
No, I'll answer your question. All right. When is it too soon, or when is it too? When do you give up Disney or being a Disney adult? The answer is when you become an adult.
Okay. And what do you consider an adult?
Yeah, when you decide that it's time to go and get your big boy boots and go to high school and integrate with the rest of the people of society, that's when you give up your Disney ways. Now, you can watch Disney and enjoy it, but if you're walking around in a Disney princess outfit and it's not Halloween and you don't have a child and it's not dressed as a sexy princess, yeah, you're weird and crazy.
Fair.
I'm going to say when you hit puberty.
Okay. Anybody else on that?
Go
ahead, Elmo.
I have a question on this.
Sure.
Like, I've been to the Disney parks, took my children. Is that odd?
No. We're talking. So,
listen, again, you could take your kid. Yeah, again, you could take your kid to the Disney park. That's what we're saying. Like, that's not a Disney parent, right? That's like bringing your kid to enjoyment, right? Like if I want to bring my kid to the Great Wolf Lodge and run around with some wands and go Expelliarmus and act like I'm Harry Potter for one night, that's completely fine.
Oh, that's the thing that tripped me up.
Here's the thing, is most of them don't even have kids.
Right.
Yeah, again, and if you're going without a kid, you're a fucking weirdo. You better be a daycare employee watching some children. All right, that's all it is, right?
That's the thing that tripped me up, though. When I last went, I went with my sister-in-law. She has Down syndrome.
Okay.
And we got her that little wand that does his stuff, you know.
Again, talking about a special needs individual and conflating that to
But
an
I
adult is.
but I seen adults there in costume doing this stuff, acting like they were wizards and stuff like that. And it was like, yeah, that's weird. Let's
That's
get
called
away from that
delusional.
guy.
Yeah, that's called a delusional leftist.
I do too,
Those
Twiz.
are the ones we're talking
Until
about, Elmo,
Disney got
is the
them.
ones that are grown adults paying their bills, have a mortgage, car insurance, and they don't have anybody else helping them, and they're running around with the Disney ears, no kids,
Here,
200 pounds overweight.
No. So I'll even
Those.
take it. I'll take it a step further. I don't even have a problem with like, let's say you're a fan and a new movie comes out like Star Wars, like the guy says, and you're out in line for Star Wars, or you do a LARP once a month where you go out there and you fight with lightsabers and beat the shit out of each other. I'm completely fine with all of those scenarios. At least you're beating the shit out of each other, right? The problem is when you're if you're dressed up like a princess and you're a man, first off, that's wrong. All right.
Yeah,
Men don't dress
I
up like
definitely
women.
agree with that. I definitely
Two.
agree with that.
Number two, if you're the guy that runs around with the Mickey Mouse hat that's designed for children and you're eating a snow cone and you have a fast pass lift with no children, you're also the problem. All right. Like, there's no reason to be at a Disneyland outside of a family event where you're meeting with family or an organized event or outside of any of that. Right.
Right.
So,
and
or a special
agree with that.
situation.
I can agree with you
that's fair.
on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we want to make sure we're being clear. This is for adults that have no kids with them. This is for Disney adults, right? Alter, it looks like you might have something to say. I'll give you the floor.
Yeah. So I personally I don't really like Disney adults.
Okay.
And that's mainly because I just don't like Disney as a company.
equally based.
Yeah.
And therefore I just think it's just like you know.
Fair.
However, I think the idea of like being in a fandom as an adult is, I think, like completely fine. I really don't care if you like princesses, if you dress up as princesses, if you're a guy dressing up as princesses. I don't care if you like Star Wars and like cosplay and laugh.
Let me give some pushback on that.
Yeah, sure.
I like Gundams, right?
Yeah.
And I love Gundam, right? Gundam is like one of my favorite shows, specifically Iron-Blooded Orphans, right?
Mhm.
Now, if I made a Gundam model and had it on my shelf, that would be okay, right? We agree?
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be a little weird if I made like a Gundam suit and I started walking around the grocery store getting my groceries with it?
I mean, I think that'd be cool as fuck.
Wouldn't it be a little weird? Like every day I had to leave in my Gundam suit?
I mean,
Yes,
if you lived in it every day in, day out, and that made you happy, then like by all means go for it. You're a fucking free adult, you know?
Lost?
Hmm?
Is your name Lost? Okay.
It's Avarice.
Avarice, yeah.
I could see at a cosplay.
Thank you very much for the engagement in the
Like
sub.
if you
Thank
went to a
very much.
cosplay and dress as a
Again,
Gundam.
I
Mark?
agreed. I agreed that if you were at an event where it's once a month, like
don't think your name's
LARPing, and
Mark,
you're out
though, is
beating
it?
the shit out of each other.
Welcome.
Yes, my problem is with the Disney people that wear the villainous t-shirts, the Frozen. I saw a dude wearing an Elsa t-shirt. A dude wearing an Elsa t-shirt on a Wednesday. All right, those
Let's
people need to be punched in the
go.
nose.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fine. Like, as I said, I don't like that because I don't like Disney. But like, they can do what they want to do.
So Lost. Is there also a problem with World War II reenactments?
Is there any problem with what?
Civil War reenactments.
No, absolutely not. I didn't say there was
Okay.
any problem with LARPing enactments.
Yes.
I said once a month if you decide to get together. And again, the Bravo Division 351 from Washington State, best Civil War up there. Those Confederates, hands down to them, great guys, but they only get together once a month. They're not weird, right? It's a weekend a month. And they go out
they don't walk around.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
know.
they go
Hopefully
out.
you guys know too.
They go out to some field
Wild.
out in the middle of nowhere. They rent the area most of the time, and it's a weekend event where people actually watch, and there's actually spectators. That's completely different than I'm going to the grocery store dressed up as the Black Knight.
I 100% agree with you then.
I think like most people in that bracket of fandoms and stuff like that don't like cosplay 24/7 like that. I know that some like to walk around the
Welcome
house
and thank you for the engagement.
and stuff like
Whoa.
that.
Shared with
But
from
like
Dim.
again,
so I
if it's
appreciate the engagement.
only like
And
the
Dim, thank you very much
frequency
for
that they do
sharing.
it in that's the problem,
You
then
missed
like
Idaho, huh?
I don't
You
really
missed you in
see
Idaho?
that.
Well, no, it's
Interesting.
it's not just the frequency, it's the obsession, right? So it's the difference of obsession, right? There's a difference between being able to it's about control.
Clear
When you're doing
used
it
to,
once a
right?
weekend,
Not
right? You
anymore.
can control the
No one needs to know where you are.
your self-indulgence, right? Men specifically ought to be able, I think, to control their urges, right? That's something we learn as we move into adulthood. If you're not able to control your urges, no offense, you're just as good as a grapist because you can't control being able to grape. Same idea. A Disney person not being able to control his indulgences, and he has to participate in this thing every day or he has a breakdown.
It's the power
That's
of
kind
the
of similar
potato.
to like a grapist acting upon
Not
grape,
really, though.
isn't it?
I think the idea of like controlling urges is like valid, but I think that it really depends on like what the urge is. Like I think there are a lot of urges that people partake
Exactly,
in
Leia.
that
Go for your kids, not yourself.
that aren't actually like bad for them, and so society doesn't necessarily like shame them for it.
Sure. So
Isn't
should
that
we
a slippery
and
slope?
let's talk about people that's not bad for them, right? They don't think it's bad. Let's talk about the people of Papua New Guinea, the cum warriors.
Thank
of
you
Papua
for
New
being
Guinea.
here, Leia. Again,
The
anybody's
kids think
welcome
it's
to
amazing
join.
because they get to be an
Really
adult
appreciate
once they're done.
anybody's
And then
perspective.
the adults like to come on the
Thank you for
children
that, Leia. I also
because
like the
that's
stream,
the rite
guys.
of passage and they
You
think
haven't
it's
yet.
good. Should we allow that to happen? It doesn't hurt anybody.
I'm not
Welcome
sure
in.
like what that is, but the way you
High
described it, that
pockets?
just sounds like like
all right.
pedophilia.
This is an
again,
actual tribe of people. It
Tacky
doesn't hurt
being
anybody.
for the win, man.
The kids want it, and the adults want to do it. So should we just let it happen, even though it doesn't hurt anybody?
I think it does hurt people.
Okay, how does it hurt them?
I don't think children should be exposed to that.
I'm not sure where we're timing people out, but Dave
that's
is
their
my
tribe.
mod. Tacky's not a mod, just so you guys
Well,
know.
I think in a
She is
civilized
awesome.
society we
I'm
wouldn't allow such a
definitely not dogging.
But why do we allow it then? Why haven't we gone
But I
over
think
there
it was
and done
Dave,
something
maybe.
about it then?
But I'm a potato guy, so
They're over there in Papua New Guinea right now. You can look this up. You can go ahead and Google it.
fair enough.
Let me see.
Again for the win.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's
Come Warriors
just
of
such
Papua
a
New Guinea.
slippery slope. It's such a slippery slope when you start with something small and you don't restrict yourself or give yourself boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like there's kind of a fine line when it comes to like
Okay,
imposing things on
the line?
tradition. And the line is blurry. Like I'll give it that. Like for example, if there was a tribe that is like cannibalistic, right? I obviously don't think we should like.
But they don't think it's wrong. Why should we embed ourselves on their ideas over there?
Well, then it depends on like to
What?
what extent we should.
Welcome in. Appreciate the engagement.
But they
Lo-
don't
no
think it's wrong.
list.
To us stopping them, that
Um,
is wrong. You understand that? If we
Yeah, it
stop
sounds like a
them,
lot of people are
we
getting
are the
from
people
there.
doing the bad thing.
Welcome everybody. You
Yeah.
won't deal with that with me.
So why don't we just go and stop this? It actually happens right now. Right now, there are 13-year-old children being cum blasted by adults over in Papua New Guinea. Why are we not stopping that? If it's not about the degeneracy.
Give me a moment. I'm reading about the
Sure.
thing.
So we're still on the Disney adults, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk to you guys real quick to keep you interested while they do their thing. I might have to do that, I guess. Came in kind of spurging a little bit in the chat.
Just kind of
today,
waiting on a
too,
nice
so-
response here.
Yeah, I'm just talking my chat while he's doing that. So that
Yeah, I mean,
How's chat? How are those donos coming? Get those donos in, chat. He's
That-
giving you quality entertainment.
Thanks for that.
yeah, so I think when it comes to like tribes and stuff like that, there is like a level of like nuance where it's like, okay, how much like
If you
should
can,
we like
please, by all means,
intervene,
I will
right?
Well,
do my
should we?
best to show them.
There's a tribe up in Alaska
better way.
called the Aleut, where I'm from, and I had to
If-
crawl
if
through
they'll
100
come.
naked men. Should we?
appreciate all you guys,
remove that
for sure.
as well?
I mean, that's the thing, and like I don't have a particularly strong opinion about it, because it's
Dang,
like
my chat's not
like,
showing me.
how much
Special Agent Whiskers. Thank you very much for the
do we
engagement.
even impose, right?
Not
Like
sure why
do
I'm
we
not seeing
impose
everything. Hmm.
like if we abolish hunting, right? Do we impose that on them because we deem
Well, how
hunting
do
to
we
be immoral, right?
Well, we don't deem hunting to be immoral, right? We look at as.
I mean, some people
I
do.
look-
Give me
so-
cancer,
I mean,
huh?
how
Alright.
we wouldn't be able to survive, right? That's about survival, right? We've been hunting since the dawn of time. We've been not.
Well,
we
no,
haven't been.
we farm. That's our main method of survival currently.
Oh, farming came before hunting.
No, hunting was before farming, but then
So
we invented
So my statement to
farming and
hunting, we've been hunting before the dawn of time. That still stands then.
Right, but like
Okay.
there's a
We
difference
haven't been-
between
we-
hunting
we-
for
hold on, just so-
necessity and hunting for fun, right?
I don't know anybody that hunts. Sorry, I don't.
Like
Hunt
like
for
like
fun, I
my
don't
dog
think- I
doesn't
don't think
need
we
to hunt.
I don't think we ought to be hunting for fun. You're right. We should be hunting for food. What's that have to do? I mean, I think we should stop hunting for fun. Yes.
Right.
So what's that have to do with
So-
hunting? We're still gonna hunt.
I mean, yeah, but we don't need to.
Yes, we do. We need protein. We can't live off farms.
Welcome in.
We
I
can.
disagree. I
Zenith-
actually think
I'm
Sorry
glad.
if I
I'm glad you
mispronounce it.
disagree. So
We're
tell
not
that to the
blood sport,
Aleut
we're just a
people
discussion.
that need
We're a
to
little
live
bit
off
different.
caribou and whale, or else their body would actually be
no lost.
like would be
lost,
decrepit.
Lost. Lost. I'm
so-
saying hunting is fun.
No, I get that it's fun, but hunting is
it's-
also needed. We need the protein in hunting.
Yes.
We need food.
Yes, I agree. Hunting is fun. It's the hunt of the chase type of thing. It's in our DNA.
So
Okay, but like,
Again, this doesn't. Again, let's just wrap this back to Disney.
Okay.
Because we're kind of moving off the ball here.
thank,
Yeah.
So
thank
to
you, Avers.
Disney,
Thank you.
Disney adults, right? Why ought we not stop them from being delusional adults, just like the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea?
I mean, what
Because
makes them
Disney makes money
delusional,
off
though?
them. Disney makes money off them.
I don't see what makes them like delusional adults, though.
How
Like,
is it not
even if
running
that-
around? How is it not running around thinking in the Disney adults that think that they can convert between being men and women, cutting their dicks off?
TNT, if you're still around, I'm
you know,
sorry,
just
buddy.
getting into
I'm just trying to
transgender
let them
people,
flow
that's
a little
that's
bit
a
because
different
this
that's
thing.
conversation.
primarily the Disney people, is it not?
I
This is
do
where
want to
it's
try to keep
primarily the
it
Disney.
somewhat
this
there,
is where
but
all these people stem from. All
What?
these crazy delusional people stem from the Disney households. The people that
Living
still
in
think there's
fantasy.
living in fantasy land because they can't cope with reality. And that's what I'm trying to say, that it's good when you can take doses of fantasy and control it in micro doses. But I play
Thanks,
Rust
buddy.
for a living.
Appreciate
right?
that.
But when I'm done with Rust, I
Right.
leave Rust. I'm not like
Just trying to
stuck
let
in
the
Rust going,
conversation flow.
I can't not live without playing
Thank you very
Rust.
much,
If
Marte.
Rust somehow
Appreciate the
ends
engagement, buddy.
tomorrow, yeah, it's going to suck. My job ends. I'm going to have to come up with a new job, but I'm not going to die and like lose my delusional self because I can't play Rust, right? These
Fair enough.
Disney people will lose it
That's
if
fair.
you do something. Lose it. And it's time and time
Hope
again.
I'm not
You see
mispronouncing it,
And
buddy.
if you say that it's not, then let's just bring up TikTok and watch 25% of their population just losing it in Disneyland.
Right. Yeah, Twizzed. We hunt for survival, but we also hunt for sport.
I don't understand how they wouldn't be able to survive without it, or how they would like have a meltdown over it. I don't.
I mean,
What
okay,
do
well, have
mean
you
by
tried
that?
taking it away? They act like children. That's the right reason, because they haven't grown to be an adult or men. So they revert to their childlike state, which is what they are, growing children, and they throw temper tantrums because they're not getting what they want. We like to call this in the triangle, or what we like to call it in a Jungian idea, is the high
Thank
chair
you, Marte.
tyrant.
Appreciate
Have you
the
heard
like,
of the high
buddy.
chair tyrant?
If you haven't liked the stream, please
No.
like the stream.
So this is a psychological ideology of how one was born. You have the neglected child in the high chair tyrant, right? And what we would call this is the high chair tyrant, throwing a temper tantrum because they're not getting what they want.
Okay, what do you mean by not getting what they want?
Good example, like let's say someone takes away their privilege, or they do something, or if they take their Disney movie away, or they didn't get what they want, they're in the middle of a Walmart breaking down on their back like a turtle, flailing around in a Disney t-shirt and Mickey Mouse ears. Those kinds of people.
Like
they didn't
spoiled
get
rich kids.
Like they didn't get the Disney Lego set. It was sold out because they didn't arrive on time and they missed out. And they're a 40-year-old man crying that they didn't get the Disney Lego set from Walmart.
I think that is more of an issue with how they've been raised than
Which is in Disney households. What are you talking about? If you're not, they're indoctrinated to needing this stuff, to wanting this stuff, to wanting this commerce, to this here is more important. Like going to go get my wand from Harry Potter or my lightsaber is more important than reading scripture from the Bible. That's how they look at this.
I think if you were raised in like a very privileged household, then yeah, I can see how people would turn out like that.
And
I
that's
agree with
how
that.
Disney adults turn out, or is it not?
I mean, sure. I mean,
sure. Yes. So that's why Disney adults bad.
I don't know exactly like what percentage of like Disney adults fall under that category.
If we just promoted men to not be Disney adults and just to cope and get over an Adler ideology of just get over and of their problems and not have to sit on fantasy land and be able to meet their problems head on, then we wouldn't have these Disney adults. We wouldn't have people just thinking that they could live in fantasy land and get away with acts of kindness and charitable and simp behavior, simping for the princess.
Get them out
movies
and touch
that
the grass.
make men less of now than they've ever been.
I think you can,
more about corporations shape their identity and manufacture their belonging, and they grab these people emotionally from their childhood, and maybe by accepting their behavior, you're not just consuming entertainment, you're allowing it to shape everybody.
Right.
I
or
agree with
something like
that.
that. I mean, it is a tribe. It's a corporate tribe that's been created, and that is a human primitive thing. Tribalism is real. You know, you stuck with your tribe, and it's created belonging and a tribe for these people that have some type of issues.
Yep.
I think like the issue in this is more like systemic than like an individual on like an individual level, right? Like I think
But there are places where you can identify where it's coming from, and we can identify that people that or adults that primarily sit on Disney ideologies and like use that as their coping mechanism are problematic. And you can see this primarily through the numbers. They act up more than any other adults. If you took me at Spencer's and you took a Disney adult at Spencer's, and let's say we both grabbed the same t-shirt, they would throw an argument over me grabbing the t-shirt that they just grabbed. They'd be like,
Yeah, I would have
that
to
was
agree with
mine
that.
first. How
Twizzit,
dare
yeah.
you grab my t-shirt? And you're like, I didn't even
Without
see
the
you. I'm
indoctrination
sorry.
of them
They're
pushing
like,
it down their
these people,
throats.
then they'll go, well, you should have been noticing. These are the people that are overly euphoric, overly dramatic, and they will consistently be Karens and children as their adults.
right,
That's
like
not
I
just Disney.
understand.
Well, Disney is profit driven, and then people build their identity around it, and then it gives the corporation a psychological influence over them. So maybe it's the devil.
I do agree with that.
Because their sense of self is tied to Disney, to a brand, so their identity isn't theirs at this point once they become outraged that you grab the t-shirt they want.
Absolutely. And it becomes their whole lifestyle. Everything that they own has to be a Disney product or a certain Disney character. So everything she's saying, I completely back.
Yeah.
Look, I'll take it another step further. I love Tigger, right? I'm a big Tigger fan, right? Because he's the only one, right?
He's the only one.
But
That's
you
right.
don't see my house littered with Tiggers. Outside of me just now having a newborn baby that's 3 months old, and now I can put him in Tigger clothes. You know, outside of that, there's no Tigger in the house. I don't have Tigger on the wall. I have a fake Banksy picture with Mario on it, which was a Banksy, right? I have a Rust photo that was given to me from work, right? And then I have family pictures, right? You don't see fucking Kermit the Frog up there. You don't see my favorite character, which is Toad from Wind in the Willows. You don't see a Mr. Toad fucking posters all over my house going putt, 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 right? You don't see that, right? You see adult stuff. And then, like, if we want to have a conversation about Mr. Toad, I'm more than happy to have a conversation, but that doesn't stake my identity inside my household, nor does that stake my identity outside in my work, right? Nobody knows that I'm a Mr. Toad fan. Nobody's looking at me going, you know what, that average guy, he likes Mr. Toad. Just look at his fucking wall. He's got Mr. Toad everywhere. No, there is no Mr. Toad. The only reason why you guys know I like Mr. Toad, and this is probably the first time anybody even knows I like Mr. Toad, is I'm saying it now. That's it.
Hello.
Right?
I have no idea who Mr. Toad is.
Mr. Toad is fucking based. If you don't like Mr. Toad, you got to go rewatch Wind in the Willows.
It sounds like a tribal thing. Are you in some type of toad tribe?
Nope. Try it.
No, Mr. Toad is in a Disney show movie called Wind in the Willows. Is a claymation and cartoon.
Oh, claymation. Okay, never mind.
This is old. I'm 40 years old, all right?
If you put your son in Tigger clothing, right? That's part of it. It's an emotional attachment being developed before they even are able to have critical thinking.
Just because I have one Tigger outfit doesn't mean I don't also have an F1 outfit, a Crucible onesie, that was given to me by the Crucible. I don't have to put him in a Tigger outfit. I won't have a breakdown if my wife didn't come and put him in the Tigger outfit.
But I'm just saying they have formed some type of emotional attachment. And it could have been, I mean, I don't know if it was in their childhood. I think I misunderstood the point you were making there,
Listen,
though.
I made emotional attachment to something I had called a bird blanket growing up. All right. It was a very emotional moment. I actually still, till this day, think about that blanket and how I used to carry it around. It even had a green ink spot from when a Sharpie was on it and bled onto it. I remember it very well. Right. But I don't let my fact that I don't have this blanket shape my life going forward. Guess what? I don't have the blanket. I'm not going to be crying over my fact that I don't have my childhood blanket, bird blanket, that I know that is in my possession. I don't have it. Again, I have memories to it. I can hold it. I can reminisce to it, right? But I'm not going to let that bird blanket run my life. I'm not going to let that bird blanket be the identifying factor of my childhood response, right? I don't consistently sit here and make my decisions because I feel sad about my bird blanket.
But do you think they actually, it is about their childhood, or do you think that's just been a story created for them?
No, it
Like,
is their so it is their child.
or
They just happen
is
growing
their
up.
identity as an adult? But like, do you think all of them had this? It happened in their childhood. I think some are just arrested development, probably.
No, it starts in childhood. So that's where it goes. The development begins there. That's the indoctrination, right? That's where you go, okay, then the parents reinforce, they go, hey, this is all good, all positive. Everybody gets a trophy. Everybody gets Disney. Everybody's Disney princess. Everybody gets to sing the songs. Everybody sings in the car. Everybody's all happy. But the real reality is that they're not teaching the kids to actually cope with reality. They're not teaching the kids. All they're doing is teaching kids that everything ends with a happy ending.
Alsto, thank you very much for the engagement. Not
autism?
sure if I recognize you.
No, I think
pro
that
Spud, not Tater.
That's a completely different situation.
It's all the same thing,
Not
isn't
the way
it?
that we see it today.
Oh, I'm just saying. I know a lot of autists. So, I mean, how do you think Disney's any different? Do you think it's different than the Pokemon fandoms, or the any other fandoms? Or you? I think I'm missing what started this.
I do believe that there is a difference between Pokemon and Disney, because Disney still enacts ideals of like feminism and things like that, opposed to Pokemon, which is Japanese, which is strong male dominant roles, strong cohesion. I mean, again, Pokemon, there was a little bit of a fad, but it's nowhere near the size or level that Disney is, right?
Okay.
Pokemon is like little kids playing games, and then some of the adults playing Pokemon Go on their spare time. But I'm not running into Pro Tater or any other Pokemon fan that's an adult going, bro, I'm wearing my "Gotta Catch 'Em All" Pikachu T-shirt. I haven't personally, outside of a Comic Con, seen a grown ass man wearing a "Gotta Catch 'Em All" T-shirt that doesn't have a child.
Okay, we're not in the same servers apparently, but okay, I'm starting. Okay, I'm just trying to. I didn't understand what like the main core argument was.
I play Rust for a living, right? So I'm in pretty left-leaning gaming servers. So, I've seen some pretty crazies.
Left-leaning. Oh, okay.
All right. First off,
he also
I have seen
right too.
a whole bunch of adults running around with the Pokemon Go, trying to catch Pokemon that weren't there.
Well, actually, they were there digitally in their phone.
Okay,
they're playing a game. It's just playing a game. It's just dudes playing a video game. It's just dudes playing a video game.
They're running across the streets trying to catch something that is.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Second off, what the heck is Rust?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
It's a video game.
Don't ask. Don't ask.
Again, Pokemon Go is just another video game. It's just a game where men interact, talk to each other. A lot of these guys playing Pokemon Go, yeah, while they're playing, they could be wearing an Articuno T-shirt or Team Mystic shirt or whatever their team may be, because men like to be competitive, right? I don't see these exact men when they go home. They're not than donning a Pikachu outfit and playing fucking furry out in the backyard.
So,
right?
Curious how we got to this topic from the Disney adults at this point in time, because we're still trying to talk about that, weren't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was talking about child adults, right? Disney
That's
adults.
fair. That's fair. I just want to make sure we're staying somewhat on top of it. There's been a couple people in the chat saying we're getting off topic, and so I just want to make sure.
I agree. I'm just trying to stick to the Disney adults and how they're crazy. But everyone wants to try to.
What is the topic? What was the topic? I was driving.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So the prompt started with Disney adults. When is it too old for children activity? And then do adults using Disney try to live vicariously through that?
And okay, and he's okay. I feel like his debate is based in feminism, like the feminism behind everything. Is that correct?
That's part of it. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, I can attack the feminism part if you want to. I could attack the delusional end of it. I mean, whatever angle you want to go at.
I'm just trying to understand. Okay, see, I didn't realize that because I used to have a different understanding of feminism than I do today. So, okay, I get your point now. If you're, I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from because I missed a whole lot of.
So part of it, there's a few topics, but the main parts will be the indoctrination of feminism and the culture ideology. Another would be indoctrination of men-child or childlike adults. They don't really push on to let you really cope with a reality scenario. All the scenarios are fantasy scenarios where they all end in happy endings. This isn't the case in reality. And they usually spend a lot of their time indoctrinating under what we call a Jungian indoctrination, or what we call Carl Jung. What they do is they call when they make these movies, they do what they call the path of the warrior, and that is a very destructive path. Men ought to be, my personal preference is men ought to be prescribing to Adler, not Jung. And that's why I think that Disney adults are just completely messed up. Because there's no they have no knowledge of Adler. If I ask any man between the age of 21 to 40 who Adler is, and most of them can't even tell me who he is.
I don't know who Jung is either.
Thank you for saying that.
You see the problem with our
Crystal
society?
Station. I'm just trying to change the scene. I understand this isn't the funnest stuff, but
do you know who Carl Jung
I do
is?
appreciate the engagement whenever I can get it, the views.
Carl Jung.
It does look like we just got a raid from Cool
Freud?
Vic, and I want to give that shout out. Thank you very much for that
Carl
raid,
Jung,
Cool.
Freud,
If you have
Carl
not
Jung
checked
is
out
Freud's
Cool, please
protege.
check him out.
Psychology.
He is a good
psychology,
dude.
Yeah.
Yes,
what else
thank
we're
you
talking
very
about?
much for the engagement, guys. Thank you, and welcome in, Raiders.
I'm talking about the
Crazy Manual. Thank you very much. Appreciate seeing you, Joseph.
But you,
Kyle.
Man, I think, like I said
Hailstorm?
before, I grew up in the 70s.
Ken, I don't think I've seen you before. Appreciate you being here. Gorilla Biscuits.
You just get over it.
Welcome back,
that's
buddy.
called Adler.
Glad to see you.
You just get over it.
Scott, appreciate the engagement.
It's just,
Paul, thank you very much.
Life moves on. It's
so Disney, what they do is they try to indoctrinate specifically men.
I'm done.
This is my biggest problem with them outside of feminism to the female, is that they indoctrinate men to lean towards Jungian ideology instead of Adler ideology. And I will always subscribe men to read and to follow Adler. Always.
Right.
I would subscribe men to read Orson Welles.
Again, thank you very much, Vic.
Novels.
If I can hold you guys here, please stay around. Please like the stream. If there's something I can do for you, please let me know.
People to read. I get it.
Scott, thank you very much again for the engagement.
Orson Welles.
Yes,
Orson Welles was actually pretty much a prophet.
Let's go.
Because he said this shit would happen.
Pumpkin, thank you very much for the engagement, buddy. Good to see you.
You think about Orson Welles, like 1984. This is the stuff we're going through, where the government is controlling. And instead of the government controlling, they're using these proxies like Disney and stuff like that to control people.
Again, these are that's the propaganda, right? Disney is being used to make
Thank you
adult
for
men
that. I
children,
appreciate that
right?
feedback.
It's not to aim at the women, right? The women, it already tells the women that they can be strong, single women already, and get over
Peach,
whatever they need
it's
to
good
do.
to see ya.
Disney has
Haven't seen
shown
you in a bit.
nowadays in the new
Good to have you.
modernity that women are the strong ones, and what it shows is men being weak, and we have bad. We either have
Thank you
It's
for
been
that.
Hollywood since the
evil
60s or
yeah, got
70s.
it. And Disney's been around since the 60s or 70s. It's taking time for it to get to where it's at. At the end of the day, the whole indoctrination and the way of the world warrior, even since Star Wars, even Lucas, is a Jungian ideology, and it's the way we ought not be for men. Men ought to be subscribing to Adler.
The Adler, I'm not sure about. I gotta look it up.
That is,
Sorry, but
what's that, buddy?
it's been. Adler, go ahead. Adler, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're all right, man. Go ahead, Tacky.
Adler was like more about real connection versus like a contribution to society. Like Disney, the Disney adults and the whole fandom, it mimics belonging, but it's actually just consumer based, symbol based. It's not
people other than young.
basing any contribution. It's a substitute tribe, basically. Well, he said he didn't understand the Adler thing.
No, I was talking to Tactical Squint in chat.
Oh.
He says, has I read anyone other than Young?
So my goal is to
but
be
Young
just
is
simple.
the ideology
Just
of
a
which
potato,
movies
guys.
derive
Trying
their
to see
ethos
what's going
from.
on in the world.
So if we're going to be talking about where the propaganda machine starts, then I'm going to talk about where it starts. Right? I mean, what else? What do you want me to talk? Well, who else should I be talking about? Should I be talking about Freud? Should I be talking about what Adler actually wrote? What do you want me to be talking
That's
about,
fair,
Tactical
Peach.
Squint?
Appreciate you being here, though. Appreciate you.
What other person should I be reading about in this form of psychology? Because if you don't have another name, then shut the fuck up.
It actually starts with Karl Marx because it is the destruction of the family
Hey,
unit.
Pharmacat, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. It's been a bit. Thank you very much for the engagement.
These people were before Marx. Marx takes ideology.
Thanks, Pumpkin.
Marx is
worked pretty hard on it.
system,
I appreciate that, buddy.
System, right? This isn't psychology with Marx. So I'm talking.
I don't know if I said hi. I think I might have
play.
highlighted you, but
no,
thank
that's
you
not
very
where
much.
it came into play, right? It came into play
Sir
with
Missile.
originally it came into play with Freud, right? And even before that with Aristotle and things like that. These statements that we're all making to then say it came from Marxism, that's false, right? Because that Marxism grabs these ideas from the philosophers. So you have to go to the psychologists and the philosophers and go from where they go and see where they derived it and where they come up with the propaganda machine. And this specific propaganda machine that is Disney derives specifically from Jung. And if you can't see that, let's go look at the Path of the Warrior. Let's go talk to George Lucas, who specifically said that he made Star Wars based off of Jung's Way of the Warrior, the Circle.
Getting a little passionate, are you, Avarice?
I mean, this is even passionate. I mean, I'm not even ramped up.
I know.
You could use Karl Marx in it, though. He warned about capitalism.
Started.
Right.
Well, let's wrap it back to the people who idolize cartoon characters instead.
That's fair.
And
Yeah.
that's what we're trying to say. So what it goes down to is what Young would say is that you go back and you idolize these people and you tell them, you try to look at the good things that these people have and the traits, and you try to put your traits onto their traits so that you could be as good as these people. And what Adler says is, fuck these people. Just move on. Live your life.
But Karl Marx was capitalism will commodify everything, including your identity, your
You
culture.
realize I am a
Disney
capitalist,
sells
right?
that.
You realize I am a capitalist, right?
But that is part of it. If you're
So
linking
am I Marxist?
Disney as the corporate,
Hey,
your
Tara,
debate
good
is
to
all
see you,
over
buddy.
the place, and it's hard to follow. You're very confusing.
I don't even know anymore.
I'm not debating. I'm discussing.
It's been a good conversation, I
I'm
think.
Well, you're
trying to
kind
hear
of
you.
I don't
yelling. You're
know.
kind of shouting.
Because I yell. I that's my style of person, right? You can't
But
just like
you
tone
want other
police my-
people's opinions and for them
He
to
is-
join
he is
in, but
passionate guy.
you just
I
get
am too,
angry
though.
at them and come off very aggressive.
I'm not angry. I'm not pro Tater. Can you tell them I'm not angry? Tell them that this is not me angry at
Yeah,
all.
he's actually being really mellow.
Yeah,
And I
you're like,
want to thank
But
thank
you
him
can't
for
have
the
a
restraint.
discussion with someone who only has one side. You're not willing to take in information and exchange information. It's this is why you're wrong. This is why I'm right.
Again, I've taken in what you've said. It's just I just disagreed and moved on. The way I talk is you can't just say the way I talk and try to tone police it, right? Everyone in the chat can tell you that I'm not even angry right now. I've yet to even use the word bitch, and that's my typical word. I've been very nice. I didn't call a single bitch a bitch yet. Be in respect for Tater, right? So I'm
I
being
appreciate that.
super calm on panel.
We love that you are being respectful. We really do. We're
Yes,
just
very
not
much.
used to it
He's being
because
passive
we're a lot.
aggressive, and like,
I'm
what's the
just
point of
being
being on this panel if everything like he's right and you're wrong, and you're not allowed to
Look, here it goes.
discuss?
And it's because I am right and you are wrong.
Lost,
That's
Well-
the difference.
lost, that was funny as shit. That was funny as shit.
Okay,
what
I
you
think
said.
we're about to have a problem, and it's a problem you don't want.
Okay,
So I'm
let's
gonna
have a
leave.
problem.
I'm gonna
Good,
leave
I'm
this
good to have a
panel.
problem.
I'm gonna
I'm
leave
good
this
for a
panel.
problem.
I'm gonna leave this panel.
Well, you want to have a problem? Let's have a problem.
Tack.
I love
No,
chaos.
I'm gonna leave this
No, no,
panel.
no,
Avarice.
no, we don't.
I'm gonna
want
leave this
that here.
panel,
Guys,
and I
She's
should
the one that said it.
probably
She's the one
leave
that
your
said it.
all right,
closure.
everybody, just take a step back for a second. Avarice,
You
we
are
do have
just
to have
like
some
Kitty
kind of open.
Styles. You are angry. He's angry. You're angry. Like you should go join the false
I'm
prophet.
so angry.
And
I'm
can we
so
let
angry.
Alder talk? Can we let Alder talk for a second?
So real quick before anybody else goes, Avarice, we do need to have an open mind so that people will join the panel and stay on the panel. Tacky, I do apologize for the feeling of attack that you felt. That's
Oh
not
no, I didn't feel attacked. I'm just
that's
speaking
fair.
up for the voiceless in here.
Right,
That
right.
sound intimidated
right.
because
that's,
I am a soldier,
no,
a
and
Christian soldier.
I
Oh,
agree
yeah,
with
you're a
that.
Christian soldier, all right.
Rest, be
Get
sweet.
down
Oh,
there,
this is
devil.
so crazy, dude.
I am very angry. I'm very angry.
You said you're projecting. You saying that I'm angry. I'm not even angry, bro. I'm
No,
not even angry.
no, I'm just. I feel like I needed to protect the guy you were yelling at. Okay, it's just how I am.
And,
I feel like he was being mean to me.
that's understandable.
I
Um,
don't get offended. I don't care that much to get offended. But I would like to hear Alter's take on it.
I was gonna say,
If
please
he's
let
still
Alter
around.
speak now.
Yeah, okay. That was a lot. I think if we could just like bring it back to like the topic, right? Because there's kind of
Thanks for the
three
engagement,
components
Kennedy. Welcome in.
to this like the topic that we're on.
I'd hate to do that, but I don't
So
know.
the first one is like adults who are spoiled, right? Who like typically come from like richer families, right? Very privileged lives, and stuff like that. And
He was.
I think it's very possible that there are more of those adults in like the Disney like fandom, right, than others, because I've like been exposed to that too, right? I don't think every single Disney adult is one of those people, because I have met a few, right, who are very like obsessed with Disney, collect everything, right? But they're not like spoiled, right? They're not gonna like cry because they don't got the latest thing or whatever, right? So that's that problem. Then there's the problem that someone brought up, which is Disney's like weaponization of like people who are super into
I appreciate
their
that
fandom,
homestead.
right? Like the Disney
that's
whales,
the thing, guys.
right?
I'm trying to move the conversation,
which is a very real
forward,
thing, right? And it is
not to become an echo chamber.
in
That's all.
Disney's interest to kind of like promote the more extreme and the more like
It is.
damaging lifestyle where you you consume everything Disney, only Disney, right? And you're like completely obsessed with it, right? And that kind of leads into consumerism, which is like a bigger topic, but kind of still a part of this. And then there is the third topic, which is like, men being into princesses, right? And all that stuff, and like the feminism and whatever. And I think as far as that goes, I don't think that's like a real issue at all. But yeah, so I think if we're gonna keep talking about it, we should talk about like specifically like one of those three, right? And just kind of stay on that, because otherwise it gets a bit confusing.
Well, I didn't realize I wasn't muted, and there's like this heating unit back here real loud, so my bad. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay,
Oh, that's
Tacky. We understand. It happens. But I appreciate you saying that. Again, so just to be clear, I like all differing views, right? And where I understand where Tacky's coming from, Avarice, he wasn't yelling. He just gets I get real passionate too. Like if I get into an actual conversation, I've been kind of just letting you guys have the floor, and I like that. But I want you to understand that I will get passionate at times too, and I don't want you guys to think that Avarice is being a dick about it. This community, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys being here, but this community is very heavily influenced by the same people, by the same group of people. So they all have the similar concepts and the similar ideas and similar points, right? Alter's really the only one here. Yeah, Alter's really the only one here that differs on points. And I want to make sure that he understands how much I appreciate him being here. So I do appreciate anybody standing up for him, but also understand that we're not trying to be heated here, right? And again, I know Avarice. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Alter and I even had an issue, right? I don't even think he tried to tone police, right? I'm sitting here on the perspective of I'm not yelling. I'm not being aggressive, despite that fact. If you guys really do think that I am, you guys need to go and watch Normal America with Rob Noor once. This is my normal behavior. That's the show I'm on. You're more than happy to go and see how I normally interact. When I say that I am chilled down and dialed down to 10%, I mean I am at 10%, and you do not want me to get to 100. And I'm being as nice as I can be.
James 1:19:20.
Thank you, Dave.
Why are you so mean, Avarice?
I know, dude.
Why are you
right?
so
They
mean?
don't even know Emmett. Like they think it's like I'm being so mean today.
Is it ever?
Yeah, we can.
Avarice,
Do you have any
or is it
suggestions on
lost?
where we go?
Because I
It's
keep calling you
Avarice.
lost.
It's Avarice.
Okay. I want to call you by your proper name. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm not gonna look at again. I don't care what I understand if you're calling me lost. I know you're talking to me. If you call me Avarice, I know you're talking to me. It's in my name. I'm not gonna try to tone police how you call me. Right? You're an adult. I know you can read, and you're doing the best you can there. And guess what? You're doing better than most, because mostly it's Avarice or Avarice. All right, because they can't say it.
Avarici.
Yeah,
Oh,
real
Avarici.
quick. Thank you for piping up, Emmett. I've been meaning to welcome in Emmett. Thank you for joining the panel. Let's move on to a different topic, guys. We've been talking about this for a good amount of time. Emmett, do you have anything to say or anywhere that you want to take it, since you're the newest one on the panel?
I was listening, and I was listening to a bunch of commies being angry about capital, which is kind of weird because their worldview is pretty much stated that the only thing that matters is the capital gains. Your material existence, how you live.
I do appreciate
if a
the
person
chat.
is,
I do. I don't want
spending
to
all
keep you
this
bored.
money because
So
it makes
please
him
pipe up
happy
when you're bored.
materially,
I will
I don't
move it on.
understand why it would even
Thank
be
you,
bad in
Kennedy.
their worldview. I think it would be perfectly understandable that they enjoy going to Disney and going to debt because their material existence is more important than even their future
James,
existence.
we'll just call it James.
Emmett, where
Appreciate
are you from?
the engagement.
I'm from Mexico.
Israel. He's Jewish.
That's
He's got
easy.
a big nose and a tiny hat.
That too. I
No,
just
it's
also
funny.
have a big
Yep.
nose and a tiny hat.
And his chair has
True
cat
enough.
ears. It's fantastic.
True.
I've never seen something so gay in my life.
Yeah, you
Is-
know, hey,
Girl, pick it up
I'm-
for
I-
me, so it's fine.
I'm sorry. I said hey. I should have said hey.
Hi.
Oh, I'm in the closet. Okay, doesn't matter.
Right. All right.
At the side, I don't mind.
Right. So,
I raised 3 kids. I did well by them. 3
Right.
boys. So none of them are going to be big on Disney. None of them are going to I remember at the time, my one kid was into Elmo. Part of the name.
Kennedy, I appreciate you saying that.
Got the
It's
doll
not
for
like I'm
us
going to take every suggestion.
because he had
Anybody
connections.
that's listening,
So
I do like
wasn't
suggestions,
standing
and
in
I did
line
want to
for
move it on.
18
It
hours
wasn't
to
just
try to
you,
get a
but I
freaking
want
doll.
to appreciate
I
you
wasn't
speaking
standing-
out when you needed to, when you wanted to.
I'm not going to do dumb stuff like
Mo
that.
Rebuttal, thank you
My
very
time
much
is
for
worth
joining
more.
me, man. Seeing you
But
around,
you have the
I wanted to get you to join me, so thank you. I hope to keep you
certain
around.
people that are so obsessed
Pro-choice,
with
okay,
stuff.
we can talk about that.
It drives them nuts.
But if you were
Sorry.
obsessed with it as a materialist, right? Because all of that exists is material anyway. If you're a materialist and all that exists is material, what would be the bad part of being obsessed with material stuff? Since you're a materialist, wouldn't in fact be the thing that you should be obsessed with?
My obsession is having a roof over my head, food in my belly, and everything paid for. That's my obsession. Everything after that is gravy.
Okay. That doesn't matter what kind of roof.
The roof I have is good.
No, yeah, I know, but arguments are not personalized, right? I'm not personalizing you in the argument.
I think it
'Cause
was you that was
Let me put it this way: you can be the
debating
exception
on
to
Abe's
everything.
channel the other night, wasn't it, Mo? You were
Generally
going up against
speaking,
not
a
so
man
whatever
shouldn't spend
was.
$1 billion
that
on
chick was-
Disney.
That was
And then
interesting. It was an
you
interesting
say,
debate.
well, but I am Elon Musk, and I just bought actions, and I
Hey,
spent
Bandit,
$1 billion
thank you very much
on
for the
Disney.
engagement, buddy.
It's like, okay, well, in your case
Of course it
specifically,
was.
I guess that doesn't apply.
Oh, thank you for
But
being here, man.
when we're talking about general
Are we still doing the
statements,
Disney thing, or are we still on the Disney thing, or
we're doing the material. I'm doing the
Yeah,
material
Kyle,
critique.
Exactly.
If
Okay.
you guys were
I'm
saying
not
that
materialistic at all.
but
I'm one
you're
of
a
those
Marxist,
people
no?
I'm sorry.
You're a Marxist, aren't you?
Yeah, not last time I checked. I'm more.
Okay.
I rather capitalist. Take everything.
Mhm.
How do I put I'm not a. Besides people I'm not really attached to anything. I like my little fridge. I like my house. But if excuse my language, shit hit the fan,
Huh?
that's all dispensable. Like I
Oh,
live in
Bandit,
Florida.
if you want to jump on,
Hurricane comes, takes
I
out
might
my
get some
house.
food, but I'll leave
As
the
long
stream
as
running,
everybody's
maybe.
safe,
Don't
good.
like doing that, but I've seen other streamers do that, so
I can
maybe I'll do that
rebuild.
because I'd like to have you.
I don't see how that's Marxist.
No, it isn't. Like that specifically is not Marxist.
Okay.
But I was talking to the
He
people
was
that
speaking.
were mentioning Marxism, and they were saying that as a like they were talking about Disney, and at the same time they were saying that they were Marxist. And the question is materialism. Like at that point, if you're a materialist, if you're a pure materialist, I don't understand what the problem is to be obsessed with a material thing.
I would,
Go ahead.
I would just like to. Who was I talking to earlier that I was attacking?
Avarice?
Is that who? Okay. It sounded like I was attacking you instead of the discussion, and I would like to hear their point without turning it into that. Like, I am interested in hearing their point, and I feel bad that I haven't heard them since. I did not mean that.
Oh, I'm not. There's nothing. I'm just being respectful of the conversation going on. I mean,
Okay.
again, I'm not mad or being quiet because of the situation. If you come to know me more,
Abe, I'm
literally
working
letting
on
Emmett
setting
run
up
his,
StreamYard right
line. I
now or
don't need
Streamlab
that
to get
before.
the
So it's
panel
all-
rather
we're all
than
good. We're
on
good.
Discord,
I
so
have
that
no- I'm
like
not
one on
angry
one.
at all.
Okay, I was interested in what you were saying.
Jen Doll,
Yeah, we can finish
thank
the
you very
line
much
too,
for
but
the
let's
engagement.
finish the
Appreciate you being
critique.
here. Hope to keep you around.
Yeah, but I mean, we're kind of done because he said he's not a Marxist. So I don't even know who was the person who was like, "Hey, I'm a Marxist," and it's like,
No, they were calling me a Marxist, kind of in a
oh,
way.
you're a Marxist.
No, I'm a capitalist. You know this.
I don't think
I was
anyone
not.
claimed to be a Marxist. I think they were bringing up like Marxism in and of itself. But I don't think anyone
That's what I was gonna say. That's exactly what was happening. Yeah. He wasn't saying he was one.
Oh, okay.
I never got the impression that you were a Marxist. No.
Trust me, I get a lot of things. I don't think anybody gets that I'm a
Thank you, Abe.
Marxist. I get
Appreciate that.
misogynist, asshole.
I think I might have it figured out. Is just making
aggressive
sure
in
that I'm doing
nature,
it.
you name it, dick.
So that everything
but, Marxist
streams
is
right.
one I haven't
think is
gotten
what it is.
before.
But I appreciate that. I might be in.
I've gotten
Yes.
My wife tells me.
I've for sure gotten womanizer.
Thank you, Tara. Appreciate you.
You used to hear what my wife calls me. You might need a new dictionary.
Look, my wife calls me king. That's it. All right. My wife calls me king.
Gang.
And that's it.
Do you call her queen?
No,
Why not?
because I call all women the same thing. I've just been very nice here.
That's a bit. You're like not engaging in the role play.
What do you mean? Not engaging in the role play? She likes.
Well,
She likes my. She likes my. What's that word? The demeanor of which I call her.
Right.
That's why I'm named the
Oh.
Winch.
So
The
she's like a
wench,
masochist.
yeah, exactly. Homestead Wench calls herself a wench.
Well, I mean, I did marry a hot emo 23-year-old, so yeah.
Right? Yeah, right.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Mo. I appreciate the sub. And if
It is
you
what
would
it
join
is.
sometime,
Not
I would
everybody's a
greatly
winner.
appreciate that.
You wanna
Any
change
differing
subjects
opinions
now?
or sharing
Yeah,
opinions?
unless
Appreciate
she
you,
wants
buddy.
to do her little critique that she has questions on. I'm here for the next topic.
Yeah, we can move on.
Flynn Ryder,
Good, I'm
appreciate the
moving on if
engagement.
we're
I don't
taking
see
a vote.
the highlight, so
What is the next topic,
appreciate it.
Tater?
I appreciate that, I guess. All right, so we have a few different topics that we can move into if we want to, or we can change subjects entirely. We've talked about the Disney adults. We've talked about the detrimental and development stages. How do we figure out that we have become complacent and comfortable if we're the ones that are complacent and comfortably blinded by it? Let's try that one.
That's a good question. Let me preface really quickly. Tacky, if you want to DM me and we can talk it through where you don't have to hear my level of tone. We can just like bring chatty to the table. You're more welcome to DM me. I'm more than happy to continue the line of questions through DMs and write that out. Now we continue to move on to complacency. I think that's a hard thing to look at. I think of it's funny we're talking about like Disney movies. I think about Wall-E and that complacency, right? Of those people on the spaceship,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And how they were just
Yeah.
that was the way of life, right? And I don't know. I don't know how that would be. I think at that time it would it would have to be in my opinion. Now this is all opinion based here. I can't even make a claim to this subscription. But in my opinion, it would be we would have to have no more religion at all across the board.
That's fair.
Because then there'd be
I
no moral
apologize.
morality.
This hasn't
for us
been
to actually fall back on.
one of the
for us
prompts
to
is
think that
usually
something is wrong,
Christian
right?
based, but
and we
I'll
would have to
maybe
be
try to find
just
one.
subjugated into idiocracy or dumbness. So in this scenario, basically our water would be spiked 24/7, right? And I don't know. I wouldn't know how we would get out of that. I wouldn't know how we would find a way out of complacency when you're in it. So
Fair.
I don't know if they would have to spike our water. I think that necessarily to save us from such a thing.
you're breaking up a little bit, Alter. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying that I don't think they would have to spike our water to do that, and I don't think that religion would like help us in that situation. I think like
I'm thinking
to
like
some extent,
by religion, Alter. I mean like sorry, let me rephrase that really quickly. By like
Yeah.
all kind of like moral ideology, right? Like religion is just kind of the one that's a fallback. But I mean like any kind of like commune ideology too, or like any kind of moral philosophy that we used to derive, right? Because we use, in my
yeah,
opinion, we derive our where we are to where we want to go based off of those guidelines currently in modernity.
yeah. I mean, I like in a situation like that would be changed to accommodate for that system's like existence, right?
I can understand
Like whether
that,
it is
Crystal,
like a
but,
religion or
tacky,
like an
but
ideology, like
still,
whatever. Like
I
it
understand
would
where you're coming
it
from for
would
sure.
exist
do.
to support whatever system
We all
like
need to have some
we were like
complacency or
operating
some
under.
understanding of each other.
Well, the
Even if it's
system
like
would exist, but we wouldn't know about the system, right? We would be ignorant and complacent, right? Like like a good example
Yeah,
would be
Pumpkinhead without
did
religion.
you watch
What
the
would we
Daniel
be, really?
Kakichu and Andrew Wilson debate?
no.
Okay, so I went up and personally asked Daniel Kakichu a question. I said, how would you make up for building these
Complacency
AI
kills.
infrastructures
The way out
if they
of
didn't have the
complacency
knowledge
is
to build them?
hardship.
Right? And they sat there and
Exactly, Abe.
said, well, we would be strapped up to the machine. We would be locked up into the machine. And that's kind of like the ideology behind it. If we're already complacent, we might as well just be in the pods of the matrix. That's the only way I can really see complacency, right? Is pretty much podded like in the military. I mean, not military, in the like in the Matrix.
I think that's like a very like literal way of looking at it, because like in my opinion we are kind of already in that today to some extent with stuff like content that we consume online, like
Exactly.
with,
faith without
you know,
works
like short
is
form
dead.
videos, like
We need to be
corrupting
doing
our
things,
attention
not
spans
just
and stuff
believe.
like that, and like our attention becoming like a commodity to be exploited and to be
Interesting.
farmed by
That's
corporations, you know.
But at the
And
same time,
a
it
lot of
comes
people
from
like
God.
don't see that because they are already complacent in the system that we're under.
No, I agree that there are people that are complacent. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, seeing my younger sister
Yeah,
grow up
exactly.
blue.
We're just
and
starch.
keep
We're
her
just a
nose in the phone,
starch.
and it's
That's
Thanksgiving,
all.
and all she's is on TikTok while we're at a Thanksgiving dinner. I completely agree. That detachment's gone.
Try to be.
What I'm saying is that though that there is still enough of us right now to not be complacent, right? Like look at me, for example, right? No one's going to say I'm a complacent person or I obey any of the rules, right? My wife is even afraid of me going out of the house because usually 99% of the time cops get called on me, right? 99% of the time a cop gets called on me no matter where I go. So this is it's I would say that there are people out there that don't live in complacency, and there's enough of them out there right now that doesn't actually make this place complacent, right?
Sure. So Abe puts in the chat, he says, complacency kills, and the way out of complacency is hardship. The only way to get out of complacency once you've realized that you're in complacency is to push yourself out of your comfort zone, out of that echo chamber, whatever the case is at the time. So how do we know that we're complacent if we're the ones who are complacent?
Tater.
Sure.
Isn't that basically strong men make good times make weak men?
Yeah, that would
Argument.
be an applicable term for the scenario here. But once we've gotten into that weak times, or easy times, how do we avoid going through the hardships if we can? Is there any way that we can wake up?
Can I speak to this?
Yes, please. Thank you for coming back.
Yes. Sorry, I was waiting
good.
for time to jump in, and then there's just a lot going on. But yeah, I think this is actually a really great question, and I think that you actually were mentioning a prompt about addiction as well. And funnily enough, I think this kind of, for me at least, ties into that whole idea because of my sobriety, my recovery. I work a program of rigorous honesty. Like I'm talking 99.999% honesty.
Sure.
And the people I surround myself with are brutally honest and about the really uncomfortable things that normally you're not even honest with, like your family or even possibly your spouse, about the stuff that you don't want to say to someone, but that they need to hear, right? And I feel like if you surround yourself, a lot of things in our life, if we could make our lives easier, we would ultimately boil down, in my personal opinion, to surround yourself with better people. It's just my own personal opinion. Have a better relationship with God, yes, do this, do that, but also who you surround yourself with ultimately has a huge impact on who you are. And especially if you're surrounding yourself with people who are either older and or wiser, have more experience, they've been around the block, and so they could easily recognize in you complacency or,
Thank
any
you for the
number
engagement.
of
34 support watcher. Appreciate that.
that you could be displaying that could lead you to a relapse or even just something as simple as a depressive period in your life. And they don't want to see that for you. So they'll say to you, hey, like, what's really going on around? I think a support system, basically, to boil it down, a support system.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Leah?
Go ahead.
I would like to congratulate you on
Thank you
are doing. I think that's awesome.
So
appreciate that. Almost 9 years going strong.
I sent you a DM with my thoughts, but that's okay.
So
me or
Tacky.
Yeah.
Oh, Leia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. We're down for that.
Everest, we don't want you to silence your voice at all. We're
It
just
was a joke. It was a joke.
That's a good one, Abe. Thank you for that. I'll actually pose that here real quick.
I literally DM'd her saying, "Can you sound any more Southern right now?" It was literally a joke.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez. All right, so
you're killing me here.
Abe asks in the chat, and it's actually a good question. He says, "What does everyone think complacency means?" I should have started with that. Anybody on that?
Sorry, I know I was just talking. Personally, I think complacency is the opposite of progress or the want to have progress. It's the losing of your will to get better, to improve, to travel, move on. And it's just kind of a disregard. It's not that you're miserable. It's not that you're happy. You just, blah.
Just just going through life just to
Right.
go through life.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the opposite of love. A lot of people think the opposite of love is hate. I don't. I think it's just complete disregard.
Disregard. Yeah, I was gonna say a neutral feeling, like where you just don't care.
Right. Right.
Okay. Anybody else have anything on that? Alter, do you want to?
On complacency?
Yeah. Alter, do you have any?
Go ahead,
anything on
Alder.
that?
I think complacency is kind of a weird thing, because I feel like complacency kind of exists on like a spectrum, on like the societal level, where like there are people who like are not very complacent, right, in society, right, relative to the average person. But then if you went back in time, those people would be considered more like complacent, right? For example, with the invention of new ways of communication, right, like movies, right, people were very like against that kind of progress, because they were like, oh well, now you don't need to read, right, you will become more complacent, you will lose a part of life, right, to some extent. And that kind of goes with like everything, like the Industrial Revolution, right, obviously made it a lot easier for people to live, and that comes with a certain level of like complacency, right? And so I think there's like a line where it's like, okay, is this like too far, or is this like actually to our benefit,
It depends on what you mean by complacent. That word can be used different ways. Like, I'm complacent having my children and my wife. I am not complacent with the current state of the world. It all depends on what you actually mean by it. Like, it can go either way.
So, I think it's proposed to alter. Abe asks, does being religious to him mean complacent? I'm assuming it's you, Alter. I'm not completely sure.
Being religious,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have to be complacent to some extent.
Okay.
But I just to reiterate, I don't think being complacent in and of itself is a automatic like bad thing. I think it can be very, very, very bad, but I don't think it's automatically bad, right? Like, for example, we have cars, which makes us complacent to that, instead of like, having to walk everywhere, where like people before us had to do that, right? We are more complacent in that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's like bad, that we should go back to like walking around everywhere.
Okay. Jared in the chat says complacency is a state of comfort where you are unwilling to change your current behavior or your status quo. With that being the definition, if you will, would that be religion?
To some extent, yeah.
How do you?
I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing.
Okay. So let's see. So how have you defined complacency? How do you see complacency?
I see it in the same definition that was given. I completely agree with that.
Because with religion, you're constantly striving for higher. You're constantly working to be better with religion. That's the point of religion. So what kind of religion?
Right, but
Maybe.
like the system of that you are a part of as a whole, right? Even if like within that system there are struggles, right? Like with the car comparison, right? Within driving a car there is like a struggle, right? Like there are challenges to do that.
Correct.
But you are still complacent in, oh well, I have a car, I don't have to walk, right? Stuff like that, right? And I think like in religion it's like, yeah, there are like struggles within it, but at the end of the day you
Hey,
have
Mrs.
like
D, thank you very much for the engagement.
in your mind you're
Appreciate
like,
you being
okay,
here. I know that you
after I
guys just
die,
got done. If you're
I'm
done,
gonna
I was
live
trying
my
to
life like as good as I
send
can,
people there, and
after
then
I
I went
die,
late.
I'm gonna
So
like hopefully go
thanks,
to
Mrs.
heaven
D.
and everything will be fine, right? And like there is like a comfort in that, and I think that's fine. But there is like a certain level of like complacency to it, like you are subscribing to that system, right?
But how do you see that as complacent, when complacent is basically, if you were to say, okay, I'm good with how I am, I will just stay this way, that's complacent. With religion, you've ascribed to want to be better. That's the whole point of religion. You're
I mean,
trying to be
people-
better. You're trying to do
but
better by your
want
people.
to be better without religion as well.
But do they? Because in a
Yeah.
whole, the society that we see now is degenerate. It's why I'm here, is to fight the degeneracy that we're seeing. That's not ideal. That's complacent. Where
I mean,
you
some
just
people have different ideas as to what like complacency or like what degeneracy is. And I think religion often like acts as like a fallback to be like, okay, well, we should keep to these old like traditional ideas, right? And anything outside of that, anything that moves society forward is like degenerate, right?
right.
And in that sense it's kind of like using it as a weapon, which is like where I have like a problem with religion in general.
But
But that's just
Alter, if I may ask a question.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
I'm
engagement,
watching
Crucible.
stuff in
Crusader. I appreciate
this
that.
world move progress backwards.
So,
Like-
Abe gives the actual complacency definition in the chat. And it says a calm sense of well-being and security, the quality or state of being satisfied, especially there. Yeah, okay, satisfied, especially satisfaction or self-satisfaction accompanied by unawareness of actual dangers or deficiencies. So, with that being the case, again, you're not unaware of the dangers as a religious person. You're in fact more aware. That's the whole point of religion, is to again show you the actual battle that we're fighting, because it's not flesh and blood. We're fighting a spiritual battle. We need God in our lives.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't it be complacent to deny the whole metaphysical realm and be like, well, all am I is this thing, and instead of understanding what is the principles and the ideas behind that have been set up by all
I
the
do too.
people
I love God as well.
before
Thank you for putting that
you
in
just
the chat.
deny them and be not like, yeah, I can just live on my own by myself, on my own ideas. Everything is relative to me.
Yeah, exactly, Farmer Cat. They don't have to.
Wouldn't that be the most
anymore.
complacent idea?
While you think about
Like I
that,
said-
make sure everybody out there to get the donos in. I haven't seen any. All right. There's a Patreon, the potato. There's a Cash App, the potato. And there's a Venmo, the potato.
Thank
all right.
you very
You're
much
putting
for
on
that.
quality entertainment for you guys out there. All right. Potato is not easy sitting behind moderating for the fucks like me. So go ahead and hit that like button. and send those donos in to the potato. Continue with the chlorophyll.
Thank you very much for that, Avarice. If the mods would be so kind to drop the links in the chat, if anybody would be so kind. I'm not expecting it. But go ahead and go back to the conversation.
But my thing is I always strive to be better. Get better than I was the day before. And I'm not even talking religiously. Just, I mean, part of my thing is religious because I am told to be better. At this rate, I am not going to see the pearly gates.
Why do you say that?
Because I am unworthy.
But why do you say that?
We all are unworthy.
So, yes.
There is none of us.
Well, yes, I agree with you. But through the Savior, through God, through Christ, you are saved. You, Elmo. Because if you've chosen to accept Him. Okay. I just want to make sure, like, you are worthy.
I know.
Because He's made you worthy.
Only through His name.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is all you have to do is accept Him as Christ, as your Savior, and do as He asks. Obviously, just faith without works is death. But if you truly are trying, and Elmo, what I've seen of you, buddy, you're worthy as much as anybody else in this life. But I just want to make sure, like, if you're really honestly thinking that you're not worthy of the gates, anyone is worthy of the gates. You just have to accept Him and do as He asks us to do. He's a great God. There's no, I understand there's vengefulness, of course, right? But
I agree.
Through Him, like you said, through Him is salvation, right? So, and if it wasn't you thinking that, I just want to make sure that anybody in the chat knows you are savable. No matter what you've done, just accept Him and turn away from the sins.
Yes.
Enough of my preaching for a second.
Yeah, but that's what I've been doing. Just getting away from certain stuff and, slowly but surely getting my way there. But, I always strive to be better than I was the day before. But with the complacent thing, I am complacent having my wife and children. I'm complacent in that way. Doesn't mean that we don't get better. How do I say this?
Are you complacent on your family? You're responsible for it. I don't understand what's the complacency on family.
Exactly, Dave. But anybody is
because He doesn't want it to
if
change.
they go through God's grace.
Because I'm happy with them. I love my kids. I love my wife.
Exactly, Papa Smurf. Don't wash and repeat. Wash and repent.
I'm not sure how.
Wash and go away from it.
Someone help me out here.
I think.
Yeah, it's you don't want them to change. You like how it is. You don't want it to change. When you're incomplacent, you want change and you want to strive for something more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I'm not leaving my wife. I'm not trying to get some other girl or something like that. I'm happy with my wife. So I'm technically complacent.
I don't see that as complacency. Like, when you're talking about complacency, wouldn't it be that you are missing something and you're trying to change towards something that's better? Or you're
Thank
not
you for that,
doing what
Farmer
you ought
Cat.
to
That's
be
actually
doing?
a very good point. Contentment is not complacency, nor is
I would say
comfort.
complacency would be I have a relationship with my wife, and I'm not instead of working on it to make it better because we have some kind of problem, I go on and find some chick. Let's call it a chick, and
Thank you, Papa Smurf.
do the wrong thing. I would see that as a complacent action.
Greatly appreciate that.
Because you could have done what you ought to be doing, which is actually work it out with your wife, and instead you're fucking around.
Me and my wife are good. Me and my
Is,
wife are good.
That's
now, Emmett,
No worries.
Emmett, is that a form of complacency or avoidance?
I would say
So
that it's both. You're
Okay,
you're yeah. I mean, instead of working
well, so
on the
are
thing that you
you?
should be doing, you're
s-
fucking up.
so
So what you're suggest. So let me just is complacency? Is it avoidance, or is there more to it then, or is avoidance complacency?
Like going instead of working on your family and having a good relationship with your wife, you go outside of your marriage. I don't know, I would say that as
But I'm not doing that. I am complacent with my wife. I'm love her. I'm happy with her. I thought that's what complacency was.
no, so and that's what I'm trying to kind of get in to talk about. So complacency is not contentment. Contentment is not complacency, nor is comfort. What you feel is contentment. What you feel is enjoyment or comfort. That's not complacency. You've reached the ability
Okay.
to be able to be content. That's a big difference.
That's where I was messing up. Then I am sorry.
You're good, and that's the whole point of these conversations, right? Is to help you understand what definitions we all need to agree upon, right? Just like we were talking about earlier, definitions matter, semantics matter, right? But we've gotten into this whole runaround, and we aren't getting anything moving forward. So just like yourself, what did complacency mean? Thank you again, Abe, for posing that question, because I'm a potato and I didn't think about it. But that's exactly it. If you're thinking that you're complacent while being content, then you're trying to do something. That's where hypergamy comes in, right? Men aren't usually hypergamous, but if you're thinking that you're being complacent while you're being content, then you're gonna feel like you need to do something more, and you don't. Not in that case, right? When it comes to God, obviously, there's probably always going to be something you should be doing better or whatever, right? None of us are perfect other than he was. But through him, there's the grace. So all you're doing is just striving to be better. That would not be complacency either.
Okay, I misspoke. Then I am very sorry for the confusion.
No, you don't need to worry about apologizing. I'm bad about it too. I apologize about practically everything, but we need to get back to the idea that we don't need to apologize for things unless it's absolutely necessary. Because every time we throw around that word, again, I'm guilty of this, but every time we throw around that word, it becomes less important. And we need the ability to apologize truthfully. It's funny because I had a kind of an experience with this when I was a young kid. I had my own place, I had a party, brought a girl over. Wasn't the best upstanding gentleman. And she required me to apologize to be able to talk to her ever again, kind of a thing. And the way she told me to apologize was not to use the word sorry or I apologize. How the hell do you say I apologize without using those two terms? Anybody on the panel want to feed in on that? Because I've been thinking about that for 20 years.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
Pizza.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Alter.
Well, you can't, right? Because
Sorry. You're all right. Alter, you were going to say something? Go ahead.
I think it's just like that actions speak louder than words, you know? And a lot of the time when people say like, I'm sorry, and then they just go back to like doing something bad again,
Fair.
It's like, you know, the sorry doesn't really mean much. So that's probably just that, you know, just perform some kind of action to show that you have changed, you know, as opposed to just saying I will change, you know, because that's a promise and they have to trust you to some extent to like accept a promise.
very true. I think actually that's a really good point because we talk about making amends. Again, that up again. But we talk about how to make a proper amends, right? And this whole idea that has been pushed in a lot of the softer programs that basically an amends is like just an I'm sorry, when that's not the case. A true amends, when you truly screwed people over for any reason and hurt them in one way, or another, is not just to say I'm sorry, but it's to say, look,
If anybody wants to join my Discord, I have them in my Discord.
That.
I do
I'm
need to
going
get
to tell
them
you
on
exactly
here, though,
how. This is what I did: A, B, C, and I'm sorry for A, B, and C. I plan to gain back your trust, and I would like to demonstrate that by doing A, B, and C. Offer suggestions, be open to criticism or suggestions, etc. Right? Like, it's a lot different than just saying I'm sorry. That's kind of an easy out. Like you say, it almost becomes meaningless when we say it to everyone we bump into.
Yeah.
Going into the store, whatever. You know what I mean? So I think that I can't remember what I was talking about.
I said I was sorry because I felt I was wrong, and I will try to do better with the interpretation of words.
Right, but what we're saying is you don't have to feel sorry for being wrong. The feeling of sorry is something that you did actually wrong. You being wrong is not your fault. You learning and then going, no, I don't believe that. That would maybe be something to say sorry for, because you finally realize that you were wrong in those cases. But the first time you're being shown where you're misled does not mean you have to say you're sorry. It just means like, cool, I learned something. Thank you for the feedback, right? That's why I try to tell people thank you for the feedback, right? Not sorry, I shouldn't have done it that way. I say thank you for the feedback and I will do better, right? That's the same concept.
Yes, love that.
Without saying I'm sorry. Okay. Again, this is nothing against you, Papa Smurf. You are a good fucking guy. And I love having you around on my panels, in my Discord. You're a good guy. I want you to understand that you do not need to feel sorry for things that you don't understand and are now comprehending.
Papa Smurf?
I'm sorry, Elmo. I've been back and forth between the chat.
Papa Smurf is awesome.
Papa Smurf is
cool
pretty cool too, yeah.
Did you just
Elmo,
have to apologize, Potato?
You're both Muppets, so. What was that Homestead?
Did you just have to apologize?
Apparently. See what I'm saying? See what I'm fucking talking about? Exactly.
And also, if I can, just for 2 seconds, I thought about the word that I was trying to tie into complacent. I was trying to think of it. The word I was thinking of was apathy or apathetic.
Apathetic, yeah.
To me, that's what complacency means. It's not, I feel like when we talk about emotions, we think about these intense things that you feel either good or bad, when complacency or apathy is literally the exact opposite. It's feeling almost nothing.
Well, I feel
sorry, Papa
Smurf.
I didn't mean to call you.
A little bit of like doing something that goes
appreciate
against
you guys.
my personal value, kind of in a way, right? Like complacency is like I feel, and not like you're going against the full structure, right? You believe in some values, but like if like I want to be able to shout in the middle of the road, right? Like if I just want to go outside and scream, right? And then I'm like, nope, I'm not going to do that because of my surroundings. I think that's a little bit of complacency.
No, you'll die.
Would that be complacency or would that be like shame?
No, because you're complying.
Oh,
to
Pharmacat, that's funny though.
The kind of the hypervial laws of the land, not the real laws, but like the negotiated, respected laws of the land, right? Because no one wants you to go outside and scream. Wow. You'll wake the neighbors, or the neighbors might get mad, right? So you just don't do it, right?
Thank you, guys.
And again, I know that sounds crazy.
All of you, thank you.
Like men, right? In the old days, we used to just scream to get out aggression, and now they're saying you can't even go out to your backyard and scream. That's frowned upon. So we're complacently no longer screaming to eject our aggression, and that now has created complacency. Make sense?
Okay, I get what you're saying. I thought you were trying to like put the word like compliant in there at first, but I get what you're saying. It's inaction you're talking about the inaction, not that you're following some kind of a rule, but that you've become inactive just to kind of go along with society. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I can be down with that. Yeah. Definition makes sense to me as well.
Yeah. Definitions are important. All right. So was there anybody else that wanted to put in on that while we've got the floor that I can give to you?
Details matter, potato.
Details matter. Yep, for sure. Okay. Do we want to move on, or how do we want to? Anybody have any suggestions?
Look, I think I've stuck around on the panel long enough. I'll let you guys continue without the chaos of me being on here. So while you guys switch in, I'll give my adieus. It's been a pleasure being up here.
We really
A pleasure to meet all
appreciated you
guys.
being on the panel today.
Yeah, before you dip out.
Yeah, thanks, Avarice.
No hard feelings to anybody here. I appreciate everybody's back and forth except Emmett's. He's a no good, dirty, tiny hat person. We.
Like you, my brother.
Other than that, get those donos in. Potato does a good job at moderating and entertaining you guys. You guys have been here for 2 hours, and this is the opportunity to get those cash apps in and those Venmos. Again, thank you for having me on the panel, and you'll see me around here and there.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate the respect that you showed, even though some people might not have seen that. As people see you more, they'll understand that was quite a bit of restraint. So thank you again. Thank you for being on the panel. Is there anything else that you wanted to shout out before you leave?
Nope. Have a good one. Get the donos in.
Thank you, Zer. You have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Yeah, guys, if you like the content, right? If you like the content, if you don't like the content, by all means, stop watching. But I have more viewers than I've had in a minute, and I had way more viewers hang on for a long time. So you must be liking it, right? So like it, subscribe, share. If you have anything that's maybe floating around in your pocket, I might have to have you help me out. Other than that, we'll get back to the conversation. Is there anything that we want to move on to?
Tater, I tried to show some love, so letting you know.
No, yeah. You're good. Did you? Yeah, you did. Thank you very much for that, buddy. I really appreciate that so much, man.
Thank you for having me on. I gotta bounce, but thank you so much.
Yeah, real quick before you go, I'm gonna have you shout your game out. So go ahead and do that, buddy.
My game? Well, I have a YouTube channel. It's
your YouTube channel.
It's at Count Emmett. I usually do odd stuff. But yeah, if you wanna see a little bit about debate or just have a conversation sometimes when it comes to ethics, you can hit me up there. Thank you for having me on, and have a good one.
Definitely check Emmett out. I appreciate you being on the panel. You're always welcome back. Thank you very much for being here, and have yourself a blessed night, buddy.
Emmett, have a wonderful night.
Thanks, Emmett.
All right, real quick. Homestead, I did apparently say that again. I'm not going to say it again, so you don't have to drink again, but get hydrated, guys. And then if there's any mods in the chat currently, if you would drop the links to the donos, there's a request for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying it. Thank you very much for that, guys. And we'll go back to the conversation. Anywhere we want to go with it? Did anybody have anything to put in on what we were? Go ahead.
Which conversation?
That's a good question. So
I just came back from a pee break, so.
Oh, I gotcha. So we had started off with the complacency, but I think we might have meandered from that at this point in time. I was going to try to bring it to the addictive. What does addictive mean, and what can and cannot cause addiction? I was trying to bring that to before Tacky left, but she had to dip. It looks like. And again, anybody that wants to be on the panel, you're welcome to be on the panel. And if you do join the panel, please try to let me know that you want to leave before you dip out. And it's not, if you want to dip out, by all means, go ahead. But I would like you to be able to give a shout out to your channel or whatever that you have. like I done a dumbass move, but you know, Emmett has a channel. I would like you to check out Emmett. I'd like you to check out Cool Vic. That was another thing. Cool Vic rated us. I want to give that shout out again. If you have not checked out Cool Vic, his channel is what kind of promoted me to do what I'm doing, and he's a good content creator as well. Let's see. Marte was in here at one point in time. We'll go ahead and give the shout out to him since he gave the engagement. I like to give people back when I can. Okay. All right. So getting on to the conversation about addictive, right? What does addictive mean? Does anybody have anything on that?
Basically,
A lot on
any
that.
It's fair. Sorry, Alma.
basically anything that it causes endorphins to go off in the brain.
Okay. What do you have on that, Homestead?
Well, I was raised by tweakers. I had about 5 years there where I didn't eat or sleep myself. So, I mean, I could tell you from both sides. But where do you want me to start? I can tell you my point of view.
Yeah, go ahead and give us your point of view real quick. Yeah, Rob Knorr, again, thank you very much for
Well,
that shout out.
I think it's
Rob
hopelessness.
Knorr, if you haven't checked him out, check him out.
Wanting to feel something other than despair, a loneliness can get you. It's pretty much being so weak that the devil can tempt you and it grabbing you by the short and curlies and dragging you where it wants you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything on that?
I think it's more biological. I think it's we seek pleasure. We're all sinners. We seek pleasure.
Kyle,
Endorphins go
I want
off
to
in the
shout out
mind,
the
where it's
donos.
gambling,
Thank you very much for the
sex,
support. And
drinking,
Daniel,
drugs,
thank you very much
whatever
for the support, guys.
that
I'll
make
try to
us
shout it out
happy.
when I can see it. Please bear with me. I'm new at this.
We'll destroy our lives for it.
Yeah.
Just to make ourselves happy.
Okay.
Some people have are able to just live life and not need that. Like they get it by living life.
Right.
And getting closer.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So
Yeah,
go ahead, Leah.
sorry.
You're good. You're
I
good.
was just gonna say, yeah, I actually think that it's a little bit of both. Of course, as time goes on, especially the last few years, we've gotten more and more hard evidence to prove that there's some type of quote unquote addict gene, even though we haven't isolated it yet. We understand that it's something that's genetic, et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely agree that there is absolutely and undeniably an aspect that's biological. However, I think actually the Homestead here has brought up a really good
All right,
point.
Homestead, I understand.
But I also don't think
You're
it's
good.
talked about.
You do what you got to
enough
do. I
with
appreciate you being here.
spiritual aspect of it. Like, she just kind of generally has mentioned being consumed by evilness, basically. I'm paraphrasing. And I completely agree. I think I've done a little bit of time in counting, I'll just say that. Seen some pretty crazy things. Questionable spiritual things that I wouldn't have believed that someone else has told me the story offhand. And, in my own life when I was using it in addiction. The type of things you like see in Hollywood, think exorcism. Because I think that component is spoken about when you're in that dark place and you're in active addiction, it's easier for anything to kind of get in and assault your energies. I think you're more open to it, and I think that
Okay.
that evilness is tempting.
Sure. Just so you know, you're kind of muffled. I don't know if it's bad service or what it is. I turned your volume up so that hopefully people can hear you, but you're kind of muffled. So I'm worried that people aren't getting what you're saying. So just so you know.
Leah?
We're right next to a machine. That might have been doing.
That might be it. Yeah.
Leah,
go ahead.
Leah, are you talking about like genetics, like where if the parents are alcoholics, the child is more likely to be an alcoholic because
Oh,
of
absolutely.
genetics.
Yeah. Yep.
There are some studies into that.
Oh, there are lots of studies. I mean, the newest evidence
That's an
is
interesting take.
unequivocally that it's
Papa Smurf. We have addictive
at least
personalities at
partially
birth.
genetic. Your chances are like 90%.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd
You
agree
sound
with
a
that
lot
per
better
se,
right now than you
it's an
did before.
interesting
Good.
Yeah, definitely better. So Papa Smurf says something in the chat, and I'm curious on your guys' take. He says, we have addictive personalities at birth.
Oh, that's what I was talking about with the endorphins going into the body from our brain.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah. So just by endorphins going into the brain, that's all that it takes to get. Well, I mean, like Leia was saying, it's kind of a little bit of both, but okay.
It depends. Like years ago, people weren't addicted to weed. Now people are addicted to weed because it increases their endorphins in their brain. Just the same with gambling, sex, stuff like that.
Right.
It's not just drugs. It can be basically anything.
Yeah.
It could be someone having cats around.
Yeah. So like Blood Logos puts in the chat, he says you can get addicted to positive things as well. And Never Lucky Rubber Ducky follows that up with like a child's laughter. That can be taken as addictive. Yeah. Okay. So that covers basically all of that. What can and cannot be addictive. Basically, what are we thinking on that?
I'm thinking anything, but the problem with addiction is when it becomes unhealthy.
Right. Moderation in all things, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the Bible tells us. Going back to yet again, God and his prescriptions in life, right?
I mean, you can enjoy a glass of wine.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
That's perfectly fine.
Yep.
But you drinking 3
Welcome
bottles
in,
of wine
back
every
in
day,
Hardwire.
that's a
Appreciate
problem.
you. Did I come into a chemistry lesson? Not exactly, but kind of.
Yeah.
And then Smoky Spaceman, thank you very much for the engagement, man. I appreciate you being here for me. Thank you for the engagement. All right, so
I was done.
You're good. You're good. I was actually talking to my chat real quick while you guys were talking. So, okay, so basically anything can be addictive. I can't remember exactly what caused this conversation to be brought up, but I wanted to talk about it because of a specific thing that people were basically saying that you can't get addicted to it or something along those lines. But it boils down to the person, the personality, and the engagement that they put into it. Again, in moderation in all things, like you're saying, with a glass of wine once a night or something, that's not a problem, but it's drunkardness that becomes the issue. Like you came off
When
mute.
it becomes your main goal is to get that, that's when it becomes a problem.
Correct. Yep, exactly. Leia, you were you say something?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think Elmo actually brings up a great point. A lot of people don't really understand the science behind the fact that it's the endorphin rush.
Come on back if you can.
When you do
I'm
whatever
going to try to keep streaming. I don't know.
Really,
I want to
you can
keep
get
streaming.
addicted to
I do
almost
need to get up in the
anything.
morning, but
from drugs and alcohol,
come on back if you
porn,
want.
to shopping,
Instead, I'd like to have you back.
Anything that gives you that rush of endorphins, adrenaline, and feel-good chemicals, then that quote-unquote
Smoky
high,
Spaceman, some of you
can
have
be
heard
addicted
to say.
I hate that you can't get addicted to X. I mean,
all
that's
things are a drug
we're
when
gatekeeping
reduced to
addiction
its
now?
base function.
Like, what?
Well, the whole
Which is a
problem
whole
is
separate drive.
self-control.
Yeah.
Right. It comes back down to self-control, self-discipline, self-respect. That's one of the biggest things I'm pushing on this channel is brings back self-respect. You know, I didn't want to make self-respect great again or some, like the whole MAGA thing, but We need to bring back self-respect and make it great again, right? The idea that we can have respect in ourselves gives us the discipline to then keep moderation in all things. It gives us the knowledge of what respect feels like and want to give it to someone else so that they can feel that joy, that fulfillment in their soul. Because again, we're all empty without God. And without God, or with God, you immediately gain self-respect. If you're truly believing. Go ahead, Elmo.
Tater.
Go ahead.
I would also say bring shame back again.
Well,
because it used to be frowned upon.
Correct.
To be a drunkard.
Yep.
It used to be frowned upon to cheat on your partner.
Yep.
We need to bring that back.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and that's just it. Is we have shamed bullying. We have shamed bullying. Let's let that sink in for a second. We have shamed bullying, saying that we need to get rid of shame. How does that honestly comprehend to anyone's mind? I'm kind of curious. Alter.
It doesn't.
Well,
bullying though.
Go ahead, Alter. What do you got?
I was gonna say, like, I think you can have shame without bullying. Like at some point, like a couple maybe years ago, I was walking past my brother where he like plays his games on his laptop with his friends, and I heard him say like the R word, right?
Okay.
And so I just kind of like went up to him and I kind of just like looked at him weird, and I was like, you know, why the fuck are you saying that? You know, like that is, I would consider shaming, right? But I wouldn't consider that bullying, you know?
Okay.
Just to let him know that, like, you know, something he is doing is like, you know, not cool, right?
Okay.
So like, I think you can have shaming without bullying.
Fair. You just a second. There's a donut that I'd like to shout out. Allison, thank you very much. Not much. I don't care. It's something. I have to pay for doggo treatment. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. You really didn't need to. So thank you very much for that. I do keep you in my prayers. All right. Going back to the conversation at hand. What were you saying, Alter? Sorry.
I just made the point that I think you can have shaming without bullying.
Oh, okay. That's right. So let's get the definition of what bullying is. What do you see it as?
Bullying kind of doesn't necessarily require like a valid reason to, like, you know, make someone feel uncomfortable or like less than, you know. And bullying is often like kind of excessive in the way that it's done, because it obviously isn't done, you know, like like when someone is like legitimately like making fun of like the fat kid or something, right? It's usually not because, oh, I want them to get better, I want them to, you know, get slim, you know. It's just like, okay, they just want to make him feel bad, you know.
Or does it teach the fat kid to maybe exercise?
But you can achieve that without bullying. I think bullying is a different thing, you know.
Why ought you achieve it without bullying?
Why?
Yeah, why ought?
Yeah, why ought you do it without the bullying?
Because it's bad. It's immoral to you know, shame someone.
It's immoral?
Bully them.
It's immoral to shame somebody?
To bully them, right?
Well,
I was just about to say.
Yeah, obviously there is like a component of shame in bullying, but I think bullying is a bigger thing than just that, you know.
I was just about to personally say, perhaps shame would be a better word than bullying in this context, because I feel like bullying can be used to kind of drive the point home. But at the end of the day, I doubt Tater was even really referring to bullying specifically, at least the way we would see it in our mind. I think personally, correct me if I'm wrong, Tater, he pretty much meant shaming, whether it's social on a one-on-one level or societal.
Well, and that's possibly, but that's what I mean is what is the definition of bullying and what's the definition of shame and what is the difference between the two of them? Is there a difference?
I don't have like the definition like off the top of my head, but I think the two things that I would use to differentiate them is one is intention and the other is
Thank you,
intensity.
Mrs. K. I appreciate you
Because
being
I think
here and the
bullying
engagement.
has a different intention to shaming, and I think that bullying often has more intensity than shaming. You know, because there's a point where like.
Hey, Port
you
Monkey,
got
thank
your
you very
point
much for the
across to
engagement.
person, right? And
good
then
to
there's
see ya.
another point where
Bullying
it's
is
like, okay,
repeated,
now you're just
intentional,
now
and
now
aggressive
they
behavior
understand,
involving
but now you're just
power
making them
imbalance
feel
designed to
even
cause
worse,
physical,
just for the
social,
fun
or
of it.
psychological harm. Interesting. Okay, thank you
So
for that.
they get
Thank you.
better.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call that like when I like if I went to the doctors and the doctor said, oh, you need to exercise more in order to like not get diabetes or something, right? That wouldn't be considered bullying, right?
Why would that be bullying at all? Why would that be shaming at all? That's just
Well,
telling
I
you
wouldn't
what you
consider
need
that
to do.
shaming either. in that situation, right? But like that's what I'm saying. You don't have to bully people to get your point across.
But your point just had nothing to do with bullying. That you just said a doctor telling you need to lose weight.
Yeah, that isn't bullying.
That's not bullying or shaming. It's just telling you what you need to do.
Yeah,
to be healthy.
So what's the difference between your doctor saying it and your friend?
I mean, yeah, I think that's fine. I think okay, when like your friend says it, right? I think that there is like a certain level of shame that comes with that, just because we shame being overweight or being perceived as overweight anyways. But I don't have a problem with that, right? Because obviously the intention is clear, right? The intention is positive and the intensity is appropriate, right?
But
they don't like make fat jokes every single day, right?
But
to the point where like you feel bad about yourself.
But the point of making you feel bad about yourself is to get you to understand you have something to feel bad about. You need to improve that. If you don't improve that, you're going to continue to feel bad about yourself, and people will continue to point it out. That's why we keep saying we need to bring shame back, destigmatize the destigmatization of it, right? We've destigmatized shame into being an actual issue instead of what it really is. And it's just simply telling you how it is, and you yourself are taking the offense. If I get told fat, or if I get told I'm fat, I just go, yeah, I'm a potato. What do you expect? I don't take offense, which means I'm not shamed. Right? I understand I'm fat. I need to do something about that. I understand that. Somebody pointing it out to me doesn't mean shit to me because I understand it and I'm trying to work on it. And I just go, yeah, you're right, man. I appreciate you pointing that out. There's no shame in that. So we need to understand that that's okay to do. And it's okay to accept.
I think it's also internal versus external.
And that's possible.
The difference.
It's possible.
Like if you're shamed, somebody might be quote unquote shaming you, but it's you that is ashamed. So that's an internal feeling. That's your emotion. Whereas bullying is an action directed at someone else. Are you referring to alter,
Abe? Is that who you're talking about?
So whether or not I shame you, I mean, I could do the verb. I could shame you, but it takes participation, if you will, on your part to also be ashamed. Whereas bullying requires no participation.
Well, I think bullying kind of forces it.
Forces what?
Like forces the person to feel ashamed.
No, so that's what I mean is you like I literally have the ability to take offense or not take offense. That's my choice, which means I accept the shame or I don't accept the shame. That's my choice. So we need to get back to the understanding that you saying it ain't shit. It's the person who's getting it said to that is the one who takes it as shame or takes it as constructive criticism. You can call me whatever you want to. You start calling my friends names, that's a different story. But you can call me whatever you want to because I don't care what you think about me. That's what we need to get back to. And if you really honestly don't care to the point where you are okay with being fat and you're okay with being dead by the 40s, we can't do much about it. All we can do is say that we don't like seeing you do that to yourself. Right? Once you start to push it onto us and say, well, you have to be okay with it. You have to let us be fat. And that means you have to be fat too. That's where it becomes the problem. And that's what we've gotten to. It's like
In
a vegetarian.
relation to what?
We are all
Like
obese.
vegetarianism?
Tater.
Sure, go
From now on, I'm going to call you French fry.
ahead. Okay. Let me see here. Abe asks, what does immoral mean to you? We'll go ahead and pose that to the panel. What does immoral mean to you?
Going against my set of standards, which are rooted upon the axiom of Christian faith.
Okay.
That's why I tie all my morals to.
I would have to go to the commandments.
The commandments. Okay. Where do you ground your morality, Alter?
I think morality is very complicated to define like exactly. But I think that in general, I like to live by, treat others how you would like to be treated.
Perfect.
Sure.
That's really what it boils down to. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
preach,
I mean,
but I'm just saying, your axiom is what they're really asking. Not
So-
like your definition of a moral, but how do you get there?
Right.
Okay, generally, like, I understand that, like what is best for, like, me and the people around me, and, like, people in general is probably, like what is best in, like, on average, right?
Although
It's
I
a
would
diff-
disagree.
Okay.
I would completely disagree with that. The reason is because you look at some societies, okay, we can behead this person, like I'm talking older societies. We need to sacrifice to our God. We're beheading these people because they're the other tribe. That's not moral.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's moral.
We could go back to the warriors of New Guinea.
Right.
Don't the warriors think that that's what's best for them? Then the question becomes, what is your definition of best? Whose definition is it? And does it not change person to person?
And if me and like 5 friends get together and we decide, well, our neighbor has more food than us, so let's go rob him. That's not moral. That's not moral.
Yeah, like,
So
as I
it's
said,
not just
morality
who
is a
you're
very,
around.
I think morality is a very, like, complicated thing, and I think it does ultimately come down to every single person having their own sense of morality. But I think, like, on average, we have, like, there is something that connects all of our moralities together.
So
And I think that's the problem with society these days, is that everybody thinks that they get their own set of morality.
right. Well, and
When-
that's it right there.
But they do.
No, they don't.
Agree,
Right.
Leah.
When we really
So
when we really have one.
morality is not a social construct. No matter how you want to put it, it is not a social construct. We all agree because it is what it is. The way life is, you are not allowed to unalive someone else. That's not because we all agree upon it. That's because that is how it is, according to God.
I think that's
And the reason,
how it is,
by the way,
because-
behind that is because we all bear the imago Dei, or the image of God, and therefore because we are created in His image, it's wrong to kill another image bearer.
Correct.
That's what makes it wrong.
Okay, but I don't believe in God, and I still think that killing people is wrong.
But that's exactly why you can't tell us where your morals come from, other than
Right.
what I want and what I think is best for me.
My preferences. Right.
I do have one argument on that. I don't think the Bible actually says "thou shalt not kill." I think it actually says you shall not murder.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a difference
true.
between killing and murdering.
Mhm.
There is, yeah.
Right. Self-defense would be killing. Murdering is without reason or cause.
Yes.
It's unjustified, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Why do you
Yeah.
believe killing
Like,
is it?
like
Why,
abortion.
why do you believe murder is wrong? Why do you, Alter? Why do you believe it? Where do you get that?
Because I get that from my biology.
But
I
where?
humans evolved as a social species, right? We didn't evolve as
yeah, we evolved, sure, but the human nature is to plunder, is to get everything that you possibly can in this life. So where do you draw that line, and why?
I don't think that is the human nature. I think the
You've not studied a lot of history.
It does.
Absolutely,
yes, that happens a lot in history, but
why do you think that is?
No one,
just repeatedly, over and over and over again.
Because people form tribes together, right? They form groups, and then they put, one group against another, right? No one is does that on their own unless they are a psychopath, right? Or there's something mentally wrong with them,
So going back to the majority, you believe that it's wrong because the majority believe that it's wrong. So we'll go back to Papua New Guinea. That's okay? According to your morals, you're okay with pedos?
No.
Then why is this different?
Because in that society, they perceive that as being moral, right? And if anything, that kind of proves my point, right? If we
it doesn't, because you're saying that it's wrong. So where do you ground your morals in?
In as I said, in morality, and we have the
morality
privilege. Yeah, sorry, I kind of misspoke, but I did this is my point. We have the privilege of being in societies that have had time to really invest into deconstructing the traditions that we have been brought up with, right?
You think that's why we're less violent?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, it's an interesting theory.
We don't have conflicts, we don't have there are people out there who have to worry about whether they're going to eat tomorrow, as opposed to what I want to eat tomorrow, and I think
you don't think that has.
I think that gives us more time to actually understand okay, how do our actions impact each other on a deeper level, and it gives us time to come together as opposed to being tribalistic and being okay, well, we don't know if there is enough food for both tribes in this area, so we have to kill the other, right?
Well, we are
tribalists. It's an interesting theory. However, you do realize all of these philosophers, psychologists, early psychologists, evolved these great ideas. I mean, Pythagoras, all of these people who came up with these great mind-bending theories or ideas that changed the world in the way we look at it forever, right? these people were not privileged people, right? They weren't living in our today presentism society. So
Right.
why were they so privileged
Kicking
that
it
they could,
overdrive.
even
Get
with
caught
all
up,
of the stress
spaceman.
they were under on a daily basis, come up with these
Appreciate the
great
engagement,
ideas, yet not figure out how not to kill each other?
Well, because change happens slowly over a very long time. Like, you know, the society that we have today isn't built by one guy. You know, we ascribe to
No, it's built by many men.
ideas. Yeah, exactly. Over a very, very long time, right? Like, slavery wasn't abolished at the same time as women were given the right to vote,
Yeah, it's not
Like
far off.
there are
Slavery
issues
is still
that
going on. There's still slavery going on in this world.
Yeah, there
In
is.
America, not even just in this world, but
So
But
what
here's-
makes
exploitation? Yeah.
what makes something immoral in your eyes, Walter?
It depends on what effect it has on society.
But why does it have to be a society thing?
Because we live in a
situational.
society.
Because it's what?
It's nuanced.
Because we live in a society.
But when the society agrees upon unaliving people, it's going to be okay?
No, not in
then
my eyes.
where do you
because
get
I
your
don't think
morals? Because if
because
you're
So it doesn't
disagreeing
actually
with
depend on society.
Exactly, but that's what I'm trying to
no,
get to.
it
So
depends
where
on what is good for society.
Well,
I'm not saying that society
determines that?
knows what is good for itself.
What decides good?
Alter.
What decides good in your book?
The material effects of things.
On whom? For whom?
Alter.
Yeah.
Is suicide good?
No.
Is it moral? Is suicide moral? Because it doesn't affect anybody else, besides
does.
emotions.
I mean, yeah, but emotions
You're saying it as long as it's not hurting anybody else.
But it is. Like, suicide does hurt other people. Even if it is just
Emotionally?
emotions.
Porn hurts other people.
Yeah, I think that's
Thank you, Mr.
like
Constantine, for that.
100%.
Yeah, where
Even
is
if
good
it's,
derived
like
from?
just emotionally, I
Exactly.
think that's
What I'm
something.
trying to get him to say.
Reminds me of the way corn hurts people or abortion hurts people. Interesting.
I mean, I think lack of abortion hurts people more, which is why I'm
for it. How do you?
How so?
Abortion?
I would really love to tackle this, please, as the abortion expert. Could you tell me how, please?
Because not having access to abortion affects people and
How?
lets people trust.
How does it negatively?
Because
then they are forced to possibly have children or give them up for adoption.
yeah, also people being forced to give birth when the
You do realize
pregnancy
that
is in a dangerous state.
Hold on. Forced birth. This isn't the times of slavery. Nobody's forcing these people to get pregnant in the first place, right? These women, pardon me.
Well, some people do, but
Yeah.
even if
in 0.02% of
even if they get
cases, yeah.
pregnant by accident, I think it's immoral to force a woman to go through 9 months of torture.
Torture. So now pregnancy. Wait. Elmo, just 1 second, please.
I'm sorry.
So now pregnancy is torture. I've had 2 kids. Do you think I went through torture?
I mean, I doubt you had it easy.
I mean, I wouldn't argue it was easy, but I would argue it's what my body was literally made to do. When you're pregnant as a woman, your organs shrink as your baby grows to make room. Your breasts produce milk, right? Your body knows how to give birth. All of this is natural because it's what we're made to do. And I don't think that a woman carrying a baby for 9 months, which is literally the biological purpose of her body, is torture. And either way, let's say it was. Let me grant it. I'll grant it. It's torture. It's highly uncomfortable and unfavorable for said woman. If she took part in getting pregnant in the first place, is there at no point where we say, hey, you have to take responsibility for your actions and at least birth this child, even if you give it up for adoption? Would that not be more moral?
But what like moral consideration does the child have? Because I would argue like once the child like develops the capacity to like feel emotions, it is entitled to
Sentience.
or to like feel pain. I think it's entitled to more moral consideration, right?
Oof. I really hate any type of argument that puts, whether it's sentience, whether it's viability, whether it's quote unquote the quickening, ensoulment, whatever standard people have for when we start to give babies in the womb human rights is really gross to me. Because basically what you're saying is you're ageist and you're ableist. Because this baby is not old enough to be, in your eyes, perfect and aware and able enough to feel or move, whatever the case may be, right? It's not worthy of its very own
welcome
life
in, Homestead Junkies.
that it had
I don't know
no
if I've seen
hand
you
in
before.
creating.
Yep, you're
or
new to this
being
channel.
there
Thank you very
for,
much for the
right?
engagement.
But at the end
Hope
of the
to keep you
day,
around.
the very simple biology that literally all experts agree, you can Google it right now, it's in every textbook across America, embryologists and biologists agree, 99.4% of them anyway,
I'm glad to hear
life
that. I
begins
hope you
at
enjoy it.
conception, period.
Thank you
There's
for
no
the
denying
engagement.
it. A unique human life comes into existence.
Exactly,
So,
Peach. Thank you very much for
what
putting that in there.
marker
We want
could we
all
possibly
welcome.
use to say this
Everyone
life
is
is
welcome.
worth
We want
saving
more conversations
beyond the life itself?
Because like that, like, okay, when I value the life of a human, a living, breathing human being, more than the value of a life of a plant, right? There is a reason why I value that more, and that's because
Did you
humans
just
are
say-
more.
Did you
A
just say an
baby's a
embryo
plant.
is a plant? Or
No,
less
But
than
see,
a
this is
plant?
a thing.
no,
This is the thing that
I'm
pro-choice or pro-abortion people have to do. It's like the violinist, or the trolley cart problem. The hypotheticals people come up with to correlate are never correlative because pregnancy is a wholly unique experience, right? But they can't talk about it in and of itself because then they have to say, well, it's a baby.
yeah, it is a baby.
Well, it's not an elephant.
Or a fetus, to be specific, or an embryo.
Or a zygote.
A fetus.
Or
A fetus is
of a cell.
Isn't fetus a Greek word?
Yeah, you
That
just have to
means
like
baby?
it, and then you're not gay anymore. So just like the stream,
young
guys.
one,
Isn't
but
fetus
yes.
a Greek
We have plenty
word
of
that
likes.
means
I'm just
baby?
giving you a hard time.
Maybe, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, my view is very simple. Yeah, my view is very, very simple on abortion. I look at the numbers, right? I see since Roe versus Wade, and I know that it got struck down, but just for the number's sake, since Roe versus Wade, almost 70 million babies have been aborted in America. A third of Gen X is not here because of abortion.
Yeah.
We look at the numbers, and these are not, everybody wants to say that the women having abortions are just these poor women in unfortunate circumstances. Then tell me why almost 60% of women have 2 abortions. Tell me why over 30% of women have 2 or more.
I'm glad you love this community,
Sorry,
and I
3 or
love this
more.
community too.
Like, why is it that we keep
Right on,
having this
Bandit. Hop on
recursive
up.
behavior
Let's do this.
where it's not, oh, oops, this was an accident, just to grant that would be a reason in your worldview? I mean, surely you couldn't support someone. I mean, if you want to support, oops, it's an accident and it could ruin my life, this type of thinking is one thing, but would you support a woman that's had, say, 3 abortions?
Exactly.
Or is there a point where you say,
I don't know
wait a
how
minute,
it's not.
I need you to be more responsible?
For saying that.
I would say that is like a real issue, and I would say that is a like systemic problem more than like an individual responsibility problem. I think like,
but you do see the difference.
So
yeah, like if like 60% of women have had like 3 or more abortions, right?
Awesome.
It's like 56.
Like,
awesome,
like,
Mr.
okay,
Constantine. I appreciate that.
I
I'm
doubt
new
that
here,
they're
but I
having
dig having a
abortions for
space
fun,
for good
right?
faith discussions. And that's exactly what Tater Nation
Well, I
is
mean,
all
I would
about.
assume
Thank you very
nobody's
much for
having
that.
an abortion.
And if you know of anybody that
fun,
wants to join,
but
yeah. So
all are
like,
welcome.
why?
Thank you.
Why
Thank you.
did they find themselves in a position where they need an abortion, and that might mean that okay, people need to have more access to contraceptives.
No.
Or maybe people need to, or maybe, or okay,
hold
no,
on, wait.
Because hold on, because you'll like this
Yeah,
one. Okay,
go ahead.
maybe the culture around sex needs to change, right, to make it more.
Oh, for sure.
To make it more like
meaningful,
more intimate, meaningful, intimate experience between two people, right? Those are completely like valid things, right? So like because I don't want abortions to happen, right? No one enjoys abortions happening. I think it's tragic that people even find themselves
there
in a
are plenty of
position
women
where,
who support it, like who celebrate it. They
I
get
support
cakes.
it too.
So
because
you support it too,
they buy
Alter.
cakes. They get abortion cakes.
You support it too. So don't sit here and say that you don't understand it because you support it.
But I support abortions, right? That doesn't mean I like the fact that abortions like have to happen.
It's not a have-to thing. See, this is the thing. A minute ago, you said that we need more access to contraceptives, and yet we live in a society where anyone, regardless of who they are, where they live, how much money they make, can take a couple of dollars to any convenience store and buy a condom. Plan B is at every single pharmacy. If you go to your local health department, they'll give you a bag full of condoms, at least 3 to 6 months of birth control, or give you a shot or put you on a patch same day. Okay, there is more contraception in our schools, in our health departments, and I mean, literally everywhere in the world. You can throw a stick and find a condom, at least. There's no excuse. This whole sex ed and we need more condom argument, respectfully, is wild to me.
That we can ever eliminate unwanted pregnancy just by doing that, but I think
why would you support something you don't like? This is why I'm trying to get through. It won't let me. I'm sorry, guys.
That's a
give me a
culture
second
shift.
here.
We actually
that's a culture shift.
We know how pregnancy happens. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, so there's
And the thing is, we're living in
very good, solid way to make sure that abortions don't happen. Do you know what that is, Alter?
What?
Abstinence. Why don't we get back to the idea that people don't have to have relationship? You don't have to have that in order to get to know someone. Why has it become a thing that we have to have?
I agree.
So why do you support something you don't like? Why do you support abortion if you don't like it? Why don't you fight against
when it comes to people having sex before marriage, right? Like I think that's fine. I think people
that's what we're talking about right now. Right there. That is the core of the issue.
But okay, for example, I don't like religion, but I would never advocate for people not having the right to practice religion, right?
That's not the same. Unless their religion's literally killing people.
That's your decision. You're not choosing to end a existence. The fact of the matter is as soon as the embryo starts to divide, it is alive, right? You agree upon that.
Embryologists.
So why are you okay with ending a life at all if you don't like it? Why are you supportive of that?
Oh, wait, you never did answer my question when I asked that. What would be your personal marker for like when it's okay and then when it cuts off? Like you can no longer have an abortion because this life is now worth protecting. What's your marker?
I think abortion should be just allowed in general throughout the entire pregnancy simply because most people who have like people who get pregnant and then have an abortion late in the pregnancy like usually didn't just decide that okay I actually don't want to have a baby right now, right?
You know, it's funny you say that because you know what I just read?
What?
I'm so sorry, but like this argument makes me livid. But this is why. Okay, it does. It happens more times several times a day, according to the actual statistics from the Guttmacher Institute, several times a day in America. Okay, like 1,400 times a year, I believe, are late-term abortions. And I just read, I can't remember her name, but I have the article link. I'll link it in the Discord. There's a lady in Georgia
unfortunately,
who
Spaceman,
is right
this is
now
how he
facing
believes.
murder charges.
I like
because
Alter.
at
He's a good
24
guy.
weeks,
We
she
keep
went
coming. He
online
keeps
and
coming
got one
back,
of these
so we want to
abortion
keep him
pills
coming
online
back.
and got it shipped to her and took it.
And sharing
And
his views,
instead
but
of aborting her baby,
yeah, this
because
is
you're
how
not
he
supposed to
sees it.
take mifepristone past like 10 weeks, possibly 12, it just induced her labor. Her baby lived for an hour and screamed and cried in agony before it died. And she wasn't even arrested for 2 weeks, but that's neither here nor there. So I just, the fact that people truly believe that women never just decide, or at least wait or put it off or whatever the case may be until later in pregnancy, is either you're willfully ignorant or just completely ignoring the facts. And the facts are, it's like 1,400 a year that are late-term abortions. So it's definitely happening. And I honestly don't care what the reasoning is, whether it's they put it off, they didn't quote unquote have access, even though you can literally go online, even in the states like mine that are so pro-life, you will catch a murder charge and you can have it mailed to your door from several websites, some of them for free, which is a whole nother issue in and of itself. So there's no problem with
pretty
access.
sure you're
This is going back
correct,
to like the
Flynn.
condom
Yeah.
argument, right?
Religion or not,
So it's
doesn't
like, what
natural laws say that life
possible
starts at
They have
conception?
to go to like an
A
illegal
majority
site
of scientists
to
agree with that.
access,
Yeah.
like healthcare.
Not
Then
illegal.
like, I mean, was it
abortion
illegal
is not
to-
healthcare.
Okay, well,
Death is not healthcare.
in the place where this happened in Georgia, was it legal to just get an abortion?
No. A lot of these, the thing is, actually, the Comstock Act of like 1980 actually makes it illegal
Kyle,
to
I
mail
see
these
your
types of
message.
medications in anywhere in the U.S.
Gives
to
his brother
anywhere
a
else in
look
the U.S.
for calling
Really, I
somebody
wish
the R
somebody
word
in
that
our
doesn't mind killing.
government would
Yeah,
grow
it's
the
weird.
balls and cojones to actually act on that, because we already have the legislation for it, right? Before even abortion brings into it. But no, it's not legal, but it happens literally every day. On one of my past live streams, I went through and I blocked out the name because I'm not trying to promote it, obviously, but I literally went to a website and like, I didn't actually order it, but I did all the steps necessary, and all I would have had to pay on this
Exactly, Miss
particular
K.
site was like $1.99 for shipping to have 16 mifepristone, which is enough to end 2 pregnancies, by the way, shipped to my house in the most pro-life state in the nation. So is it legal? No. Is it happening? Absolutely.
So
Every single day.
I am curious.
Every single day.
Alter, what is your beef with religion? I mean, I guess it might not be a beef, but why do you not like religion?
I don't like religion because
Yes, Bandit, it's on my Discord.
I just kind of realized that a lot of people use religion as a weapon.
Why do you say that?
Power.
Why do you say that though?
Because I've seen religion weaponized, and I see it weaponized, every day.
Can you give me an example?
Like in the prosecution of gay people, for example.
But so the biggest thing is we didn't prosecute gay people until they started pushing it onto our kids. We didn't have an issue with it. So why is that religion?
Can we define prosecution anyway?
Well,
please?
Okay, that's just the general like homophobia, right?
But that
prosecution is obviously like the intense.
That wasn't religion, though. That was just
right. But religion
nature.
is used. But religion is used to justify like why gay people can't get married, for example, right?
But religion isn't the one.
Persecution is the word you're. Okay, I thought you meant like they were charging them with crimes. I was really confused.
Oh,
Sorry.
I see
continue.
what you're saying.
I mean, like prosecution like that is like down the line of like homophobia, like in Nazi Germany.
Oh, now we're slippery sloping.
Yeah, that's
into we're going to lock gay people
that's
up.
a fallacy. Yeah. We don't want to go into that territory. What we're talking about is current
I'm not
day.
saying we are currently.
What is
doing
religion causing you harm? Why are you feeling like you don't like religion?
Because as I said, I've seen religion used as a weapon.
But where? Again, the persecution is not religion. That is human nature. We do not like something that is not natural.
I mean,
that is everyone, including you.
but what isn't natural? I don't understand.
Men and men do
When you have
not.
a
They're
relationship
not.
that is not of the kind to procreate, that's not natural.
Women and men
That-
are
that
made
is
to be
completely
together.
Natural.
According to the laws of nature, men and women are the ones that can give birth. No one else. Not men and
Okay.
men, not women and women, men and women. So why is it not natural? Why is it natural, to have the two if it's not natural according to the laws of reality?
Because for two people to engage in sex or have a relationship with each other, like an emotional relationship, you don't need the capacity to have a baby.
But the
That's why
capacity to
people who
have
are
the baby
infertile-
And this
is
is why
life.
we have abysmal.
That is exactly why
replacement
we
rate.
have the birth rate that we have, which is under replacement rate.
Yep.
That is against nature.
Yep.
That is
No, I
literally,
think-
yes, it is. If you are not creating nature, how are you not going against nature?
Do you know how many animals have gay sex?
And they
Oh,
don't
don't do that.
They don't
We're talking
recreate.
about humans.
No,
So
like,
that's
actually, like-
that's a false equivalent. We're not talking
Because
about
what?
animals. We're talking about human beings.
We are animals.
We're
Oh
mammals.
Lord.
But we're smart animals.
We're mammals. We're not
Yes, a
animals.
mammal is
We're
a-
mammals.
Yeah, mammal is a type of animal.
I understand there's a type of animal, but we're different. We don't biologically align with monkeys. I'm sorry, but we don't.
Just to be clear, we've literally gone from like
So,
what?
Elmo, go ahead.
I'm just supposed to stick my stuff into anything. Like we're, according to Alter, we're animals, but I'm just supposed to anything I can, just pleasure.
Well, that's what it's about. Hedonism. Anything that makes you happy, right?
Right.
I think that there's a like moral consideration that we have because we have.
Where do
you know,
get
What morals
from?
You couldn't even You couldn't even tell us where you get your morals from. How are we supposed to?
I already
What?
explained. We have an average morality that we abide to.
Where'd it come from?
That comes from at the very base of it. It comes from our biology because we are a social species.
So
okay, that is like the base of it, right?
So
So
having,
you can argue biology for
having-
preferences.
having
but not
relations with
sexuality.
having relations with an unalived body, is that moral or immoral?
It's immoral
Why?
because we have like a respect.
Where does
for,
that respect
for life, right?
Where does
it
that
comes
respect?
from?
Go ahead.
It like I think the idea of it is immoral to have sex with a dead body, right? I think that is something that we have constructed, right, based on our very core like instinct of being A, intelligent, and B, being a social species, right?
I think you're giving us a whole lot of credit. Because here's the thing that Christians believe. This goes back to the whole thing of like why it's wrong, why we didn't civilize ourselves, etc. As Christians, we understand that we don't have some perfect human nature. We actually have a fallen nature, which explains everything that's happened henceforth in history, right? We have a fallen nature because we've been separated from God, and Jesus is our only hope of salvation. However, what we can do is try to be better people, like that don't murder their children, just for example, just throwing it out there, and try to get closer towards the Imago Dei so that we can be worthy of it. But that fallen nature is within all of us, hence the debauchery.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hi,
again,
Bandit.
the immorality of having relations with a unalived body is not a social construction. We didn't come up with that over time. That's always been a disgust factor.
Yeah,
So where do you think that feeling comes from? If it's in your biology, where does that biology come from? What do you prescribe as the start of everything?
Well, as I said, we are a social species, so we have to work together to some extent, right? We can't just murder each other because that's
where I
not
agree
the
with
way
you.
that
That's
we-
not the answer. That is not an answer. Where do you get your idea of biology coming from?
I'm not sure I understand.
Do you prescribe the Big Bang Theory? Are you an evolutionist? What do you think?
I think life likely started as, well, no one really knows where life started, but I think it probably started as
Christians know.
a single-celled organism at some point. Now, how that came into existence, I have no idea. And that's
Oh, we're pawn scum.
So you believe in evolution. You believe that something created a organism, and that organism evolved into being fish, and then monkeys, and then us. Whatever, jumping through. But that's what you believe. So we were just as people are saying, pawn scum in the universe, and just sprang to life.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you explain that?
Well, there's a lot of theories for how to explain that, but we're not.
So what is your
100%
theory
sure.
then?
I'm not like 100% convinced on like any theory in particular.
Fair.
So I've like I don't know.
Give me a second, Bandit. I'm going to look into that. Okay, so the thing is if you don't even have a theory on where things come from, where are you grounding stuff? Where do you get these ideas from? Your biology, but that comes from somewhere. If you throw a puzzle out of a trash can a million times, it's never going to put itself together. So where do you think that single-celled organism came from?
Well, that's the thing I don't know. I mean, like, we have observed DNA or very, very simple, like, building blocks of life spontaneously assemble themselves, like, randomly. Like, we do know that is possible. But we don't know yet if that is like how life started.
Alter, you. I'm sorry, but no, we have no evidence of that. We never had random. If you put it in, you can put water and dirt into a container, and there might be life coming from it, but you have other elements there that the life came from.
Yeah, people
life coming out of nothing is impossible.
But
if something's in a vacuum,
not nothing. It's like it's the way that, like, for example, the solar system came to be, right? The solar system like seems like a very like organized thing, right? Where, you know, all the planets are like perfectly going around in a nice circle around this like one object, right? But then
In the Goldilocks zone of perfection.
But we understand why that ended up like that, right? Because of the laws of like gravity. You know, when the sun was created, right? When a big cloud of gas came together due to gravity, it created the sun, and then the gas that was surrounding it started to make smaller clumps, right? Which were spinning around.
That's a theory.
I mean, it's a very likely theory.
Can I ask you an honest, good faith question about that? I realize you see religion generally, and I'm assuming the creation story, as just Hufflepuff, if you will. You really think what you're explaining right now about the clouds and the gases and the Big Bang actually makes more logical sense?
I mean, yeah.
Than a divine creator?
Yeah, I can hear you, Bandit.
I don't think it's like, like, to be clear, I don't think that the theory of like how the universe came to be, whether it's like the Big Bang or like the cloud of gas coming together, or evolution and stuff like that, I don't think any of that contradicts like Christianity.
Sure,
Well,
I mean,
it-
God could have made it happen. Okay, fine. Had he not told us how he did it, but that's neither here nor there. I just think it's wild that people think that makes actually more logical sense than an intelligent design.
Well, yeah, because we measured things and we came to that conclusion based on like findings that we have made. You know, we didn't
Yeah,
just like
and
randomly think of it.
in my
Yeah,
opinion,
there would surely be no vested
all
interest
those
in
things
lay
that
out-
y'all
let
use to
Bandit
find,
talk through. What do you got, Bandit? Sorry.
all those things that y'all use to find to explain the unknown is what you use, is what evolutionists use to discount the word of God. It's not that your big picture discounts it, but when you find, oh well, this thing explains this thing, well then there's no longer this one part that's in the Bible that's a part of God. It's something that we understand as a natural phenomenon. Now, part of that is our understanding, but when you start using that to, oh well, we have this theory and it explains all this other stuff, but we don't have evidence to back up that. It's just our theory, but because
That's weird, Dave. I was
big
looking
men
into
with
it and I didn't see anything wrong.
lambskin on
Which
the
one was
wall
it?
say that this is our theory, then we should hold that into higher esteem than the what we've been going with for the last 1,000 years.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think we should just like trust people blindly. Like when someone presents a theory and makes a claim, like, okay, I think this is how this happens. Like they need to provide evidence for why that is, right?
Yet the evolution is a theory in
Yeah, I'll still go for a little while longer, maybe another half hour.
that's treated
Somebody
as
wants
law
to join.
in scientific, or at least colloquially in scientific community, like, or at least scientific community
Anybody
is
that
the
wants
wrong
to join,
term, but
feel
like
free. I
people
might
that
run longer. Might just go get
um,
something to eat real quick or
put
something. I don't know.
themselves as being
I do need to get up in the morning.
scientifically minded as opposed to Christians.
Yeah, because evolution has enough evidence for it to where like
Does it?
it's kind of yes, it does.
Where?
Dude, like I could go on for a while about that.
So
started your best evidence.
Okay, fossils.
What about fossils?
Fossils are evidence of evolution. We can literally see how organisms change over time from one to the other.
Or they're past species that are no longer around.
Well, yes, they're both. But we can literally see like how one species went from one from one species to another. Right?
Then why are there monkeys?
Where's the
What do you
missing
mean?
link? Where is the link
There
between
are-
monkeys and us?
There are many links.
No, there's never
Really?
been a
Because
missing link.
There has.
Darwin
There-
said
we have
himself.
many.
Darwin said himself. If we don't find the missing link between human and apes, then my theory is debunked. We never found
Oh, you're
it.
talking about Jim Bob with the JD?
We have.
Abe? Is that who you're saying?
we keep
Hell
finding
yeah,
more.
I'd love to have him on.
There
That'd be
was
wild.
a false one that someone got the jaw of a chimp and put it on a human skull, and it's
That's
been
what I don't understand.
disproven.
Yes,
They
yes,
never found
evolution
it.
has moved on like significantly since Darwin.
they
Most of the
never
ideas,
found it.
but they
You do
Darwin, it
know
wasn't that long ago.
You do know that, like, Darwin's theory of evolution is like the basis for all modern racism in this world. Like, anytime that's
Right.
like anyone refers to someone as like an ape,
Yeah.
they're basically implying that they are a lower species, that they are more closer to monk, or, well, I mean, it's in that, but I mean, but they're a lower primate, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
In the if you all right, so back when his book was written, books had really long titles.
Mhm.
And give me 1 second to pull up the exact title of it, but hold on. Y'all talk for a second while I look this up, while I look up the title of the book.
Okay, Leia, do you have something to say?
Bandit.
I kind of shut you down when Bandit came in, and I didn't want to do that. It wasn't my intention. I just wanted to give him the floor for a minute. So if you have something to add, okay. Elmo, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm okay. I wasn't trying to
Okay.
interrupt. There's just a bit of a delay, so somebody starts talking. You know what I mean? So no, you're good.
Yep. No, that's exactly why I'm trying to give. So anybody watching, anybody on the panel, I try to give space as I find it. I don't try to interrupt. I don't like interrupting. So you guys on the panel also need to give me space. It's my channel. I should be able to talk when I want to talk, not have to fight for my own channel to talk. Just, for future reference. But if I want to be able to bring somebody into the panel, I want that opportunity. So please, anybody watching, anybody on the panel, keep that in mind. Okay. I try to have tact with what I do and how I do it. I'm really not trying to be an asshole, but if that's what it comes to, maybe that's what it comes to. I don't know. But again, definitely didn't want to shut you down, Leia. The delay in mics is exactly why I'm trying to do this. As I see green lines come up, so this is why we like to have people cam up, but I will never tell you have to cam up on my panels because it's not a debate. I want everyone involved and everybody welcome. So if you have to cam up, people are not going to want to. So I'm the only one that has to be on camera because everybody likes looking at my goofy ass face. But if you don't want to be on camera, I have to be able to see that green line come up around your box. So if you want something to say, all you have to do is go off mute and boop, and I can see. Well, I try to. I'm a potato. I'm not infallible, but I try to watch for those green lines and give you the floor. Okay, so just be aware of that, of everybody. Only one mic can go at one time. All that good jazz. We've all heard the panel talks, right? With that being said, I will stop being a dictator and we'll move on with the conversation. Elmo, you were going to say something.
I just wanted to compliment Bandit on his profile pic. I think that's kind of awesome.
Thank you.
Reminds me of Dukes of Hazzard.
Well, Smoking the Bandit was the inspiration for the Dukes of Hazzard.
Okay.
But
and if I could just for 2 seconds.
Oh, you go ahead.
So sorry. Sorry, I did literally just for 2 seconds want to take the time to thank Alter, especially there for a little bit. It was contentious with the abortion argument, and we were coming at you from 3 angles, and I know it can be kind of intimidating and weird to have people wow. So I appreciate you taking part in the conversation. It means a lot to have pushback and to be able to test their ideas and whatnot. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, me too.
So I was able to pull up the full title of the book.
Okay.
It's not just, everyone refers to it as the origin of species, but the full title is The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life.
Mm-hmm.
The favored races kind of really
TVT is there have been something said that I didn't catch.
They really want to keep that part quiet.
Was it me saying that? Let me know, please.
I'm aware that that racists have had a field day with the idea of evolution. And to my knowledge, eugenics and all that have not been proven to any extent, or like, you know, the like, oh,
Wait,
one
is that
race
what we're
is
talking
like
about? Wiener? Like
biologically inferior to another.
Oh man, I probably should
has
have said
not
it. I
been
guess then I don't know.
proven and has no like actual scientific value.
But the point that I'm getting, you're shifting the post by saying that it's people that came after that were the ones that diverted it, when it's the source material that introduces the racism aspect.
Right. But like evolution as how like Darwin described it has like been kind of like thrown aside anyways in science. Like evolution, or the theory of evolution, has moved on from like
To who?
how Darwin thought it happened.
Wait, all right, so are you saying that there's someone that there's some figurehead that has a better understanding, or is this just a whitewash, like, for lack of a better term, whitewash to, oh well, we're gonna change some things here and there so that we can separate ourselves from the baggage that the whole thing is based on?
No, we found more evidence of how species evolved, and based on that we
And
understand that a lot of like how Darwin described it isn't right.
forgive me, the way that you talk is one of those things, like, you pause for effect, and I think that, like, you're finishing your point. So
Sorry.
if I like chime in over top of you, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
But now I kind of lost the point. But I think where I was going at it with was, sorry, repeat your point, just because that whole thing.
Yeah, I was saying that like since like Darwin, the theory of evolution has like changed like quite substantially.
In what
Like
way?
we don't look at like his research anymore with like, oh well, this is how, you know, evolution happens, right?
Well,
A lot
all
of
right,
his research is very, very outdated and not correct. It's been proven wrong in a lot of ways.
but that would be the case regardless, because he did his study by looking at finches in the 1800s. Like, even if he was 100% correct, you would
Right.
still have the same claim. So I need evidence as to what you're speaking to, as to like why he is wrong versus just, oh, it's like outdated. I mean,
Well, no, it is like we have found that a lot of it is wrong. Like most of it. It's and that's why it is outdated, because it has been proven otherwise.
like, in what way?
Um I don't have it like off the top of my head.
Hey, birds
'cause
aren't
it's
even
been a
real.
while
Welcome in. I appreciate the
since
engagement.
I've like delved into evolution, but as far as I understand, like a lot of like specifically the ways that
Hell.
he thought species
How
like
does a
evolved
proto
has
live
like
become a liver?
completely changed. And I
Interesting.
mean, it's still changing. Like
Really?
today.
Because I don't protest to be the to know all about what he said and did and believed and all that stuff, but it seems to me like, just on the what I recall from school, that like his general premise of how evolution happens is actually the stronger point of evolution in and of itself, is that environmental changes, random mutation, uh, more likely to lead to change versus what exactly are you? I don't like you're saying that part like let me put it in layman's terms. Evolution is a single cell all the way to like what we are today, but it seems like what you're saying that he got wrong is how the single cell became the multi-cell, but how the single cell became what we are today still stands. And it's like, it seems like you're discounting your best argument for how the whole thing kicked off. Is anyone following me, or am I just like rambling?
I'm somewhat
I
following,
think I
but
can.
it's kind of going off a little bit.
I'll try to clarify a little bit. Like the overall like theory that like of like species changing over time through natural selection, right? And that equals evolution, right? That's like that on its own is like still
Hey, cool.
a fact,
Welcome in.
right?
Appreciate the
As far as we
engagement.
know.
Appreciate you being here, buddy.
But it's
Was
like
able to go
the
long
more
enough for you to
like
join, I guess,
specific
looks like.
details of like how that process actually like occurs over time and how we categorize like species and stuff like that that has like changed.
Yeah, and I think the overemphasis on organizing species has been where there's been a lot of disinformation, for lack of a better term, because it's one of those things where they'll all right, so going back to the finches. He studied finches and there was like a dry spell, and so the beaks became longer because the ones that had longer beaks could dig deeper in the dirt or something like that. But when it's one of those things where all right, you have the same, let's say you have one group of finches, and then a set of them grow a longer beak. Scientists or the scientific community will at some point deem them a new breed of bird, and it's like, no, they're the same bird. It's just like, I feel like you're putting the cart before the horse because you put the same bird back in the original environment to where it's not growing the longer beaks, it will revert back to growing the shorter beaks. And so
It's a nature versus nurture argument you're making, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to steal man from here.
Yeah, so like evolution is changes like from individual to individual, right? Like if a single individual goes through multiple changes throughout their lives, that's not evolution.
Oh, hold on. The beaks didn't get shorter and longer within their own lives. There was finches. They had they would have they would have several children, or for lack of a better term, children. In during the dry spells, the ones with the longer beaks would survive.
Yeah.
And then during the wetter months or the wetter times when they were able to get bugs, whatever, without having to dig someone's going to comment on it that I'm talking completely out of my ass because I don't remember exactly what caused the longer beaks, but we're going with it. But, yeah.
Is that what
I think?
Go ahead.
Hey,
Marcy,
if you were trying to
Marcelleri?
talk about
Not
like
sure how you pronounce your name on
how we
YouTube.
define
Thank you very much for
species,
the
right?
engagement.
And like, if one group of animals evolves like a bit differently, or like branches off, and then we assign a different species to that, but then the environment changes back, and they like evolve back to or like adapt back into the niche that they had before, then like, okay, is this actually a different species, right? And how we like define species to species is like very debated, because like we can't really like perfectly define species to species, right? Like once an organism accumulates enough changes, right, we would see it as like a different species, right? Like for example, dogs, right? We have like all sorts of like, you know, chihuahuas and huskies and
But are those different
golden
breeds?
retrievers, right?
Are those
Yeah,
different
yeah.
breeds,
So,
or are they different types of a breed?
well, that's where like the definition part comes in, because you could argue either way. For like, okay,
But
like,
could you?
yeah, you could.
Says who?
Says just the way things are. I don't know. Like,
There's been a lot of assertions tonight. Your feelings, your preferences, and the fact that an egg just happened out of nothingness. So where is the evidence for what you believe? Because I have
the way
evidence to back what I believe up.
I mean, you can present your evidence.
Look at the
I'll
Bible.
respond to it.
There's many evidence in that Bible. When they split the Red Seas, you
Right.
can go to the Red Sea and find chariots in the bottom of the Red Sea. They've found what's to be Noah's Ark.
I've heard about that, but I believe it's like, because I looked into it and I think it's like disputed.
Well, all right, just real quick clarification. I think the reason for the dispute on Noah's Ark is they found it in a location where if they went, this is Noah's Ark, the local population would destroy it immediately. So it's not a matter of actually declaring it, it's a matter of preservation.
But what's funny, Alter, is we're showing you things that even speculative are forms of evidence. Where is the speculation evidence that you're talking about? Bones does not equal out to being evolution. Bones could be something that was done away with for whatever reason, such as the fall from Garden of Eden. And the dinosaurs weren't able to be on the earth at the same time as people, so he had to decimate them to allow people to take over.
Yeah, but when we find bones that, like, when we look at rock layers, and in the different rock layers going up, we find bones that, you know, slowly transition like a dinosaur into a modern day bird, right?
So
then
what
we can make the assumption that like that's the process that you know, took place, right?
But
Well,
how do you explain when you find there's been plenty of places where they found those different
Bye,
layers
Elmo.
and there's tree
I don't know
stumps
if you
that
just dropped off or what happened.
bridge
Appreciate you
those,
being on the panel,
those
buddy.
layers.
You're still around.
How do you explain that?
because I mean,
The tree lived
like,
for thousands of millions of
no,
years.
that's just like how, like, depending on the area, right? Like, if a tree dies and doesn't like fall over, right, and the conditions are correct, like the layers can just pile up around it, right?
But are
Wait, no, because all right, say this is the ground level, right? And you got a tree right here, right?
Yeah.
Tree dies, and where I'm gonna grant you that the difference in layers is thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years. You mean to tell me that tree stood there for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years to get buried in so much dirt Like
Yeah,
to be where hold on. The issue with it is, all right, let's say it's 4 feet into the previous layer and it's fossilized in there. How
mhm.
the hell did the part on top get fossilized? Because that part should have rotted away long before
Right.
that era of dirt ever started.
Yeah, fossils in general need a very, very specific set of conditions to form.
Correct.
They need a low oxygen environment to form, which is why a lot of fossils um, are formed at like the bottom of the ocean or in places with a lot of water in general. So if a fossil was discovered like that, my guess is it probably got flooded by something, maybe washed away into the ocean, right? And we can have, I think we can find shipwrecks that are like preserved at the bottom of the ocean, even though they're made out of wood, simply because there's like no oxygen there to like rot it away over time,
But
with the
fossils
exception of
sorry.
animals,
And so
destroying it.
so that's
Well-
kind of an assumption. We're not completely sure exactly what everything creates a fossil. That's just
Well,
what we
know the
assume.
process.
I was going to grant him his assumption on how
Fair.
in a Taggart still. Because
We-
fossils are incredibly fragile.
Yeah.
How the hell
Yeah.
would a fossil of a tree survive to be moved from one or to stand that long you're all right, premise 1, you're saying that this layer of dirt belongs to Cretaceous period for sag.
Okay.
And the level above it is the Jurassic, or I don't know, but let's just say that these two layers of dirt are separated by millions of years. But you have a tree stump that's halfway through one and halfway through the other. How do you explain that?
Well, as I said, maybe the tree fell to the bottom of the ocean and was slowly
Maybe.
over time had sediment built up on top of it, right?
Maybe.
And yeah, that's my guess.
Right.
But you have
It's
to
all
understand,
assumed.
for a fossil to form, right, the conditions are already extremely unlikely. So for a fossil to form in a particularly interesting way, right, it would require some kind of perfect condition to preserve it like that.
Now that being said, you look at the condition of ships that like the Spanish galleons that they find. Those ships have only been have only sat there for, and I'll grant you, on the outside 400, maybe 500 years, but they're about to fall apart. I mean, a lot of them look like they're almost unidentifiable, in a lot of cases. But also to grant you a little bit on that, part of that reason is because the reason they're at the bottom of the ocean is because they were sunk in battle. But that still being said, there's a big difference between 500 years and millions of years.
Yeah. If it was preserved like that, it would have to
You're
pretty
breaking up.
quickly. I said that for it to form into a fossil that way, it would have to be covered in sediment pretty quickly after it.
Right. So that would indicate a flood. That would indicate massive amounts of water pushing dirt onto things rapidly and keeping it in a oxygen deprived environment. So it goes back to the fact that we don't have trees in between layers. How do fossils get in between layers? And if fossils are evidence of that, where is the missing link in between the fossils, in between the layers?
Well, there is a missing link. Also,
again, where? Give us the evidence of this missing link that you say.
Okay. What you mean by missing link is the last common ancestor, is what that's called. So it's the creature that, like, between, like, let's say us and chimpanzees, right? The last common ancestor would be the creature that we were last both related to.
But
right?
Again, that's an assumption. So you can say, assuming that we're related
that's
to.
That's how it works.
No, you can keep saying that that's how it works, but it's an assertion. There's no
can't work
proof
any other
of
way.
a missing link. We do not have enough in common with monkeys to say that we evolved from monkeys. There is no missing link between monkeys and us.
We didn't evolve from monkeys.
So where do you think we came from?
From chimpanzees, like we see them today, right? We came from primates.
Again,
is a very
that
big
is
net.
even worse
Yes.
of a missing link.
It's kind of hard to explain this.
Sure.
Like,
You can assert it all that you want. We want proof. We want something that.
Okay, I'll try to.
Go ahead.
Is it okay if I try to explain it a bit more visually?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me one moment.
Okay. While we're doing that, Abe Dinka says no DNA in common does not mean related. It can just be a similar code. That's the thing. Is it what creates a species? What makes a species? Go ahead.
Okay, so what I mean by last common ancestor, right?
Okay.
Is, let's say we have like people over here, right? I'll draw a little guy. Sorry, my mouse is kind of bad. And then we have like monkeys, right? The big ears over here, yeah.
Okay.
And like a tail, right? So the missing link, or the last common ancestor, would be we would have to find some kind of species, right? Somewhere back in time, right? I'll just draw a circle for it,
okay.
Right? And what happens is that species, as it adapts and diversifies, right? It over time branches off into two different species, right? And then over time, those branch off into more species, right? And eventually, somewhere down the line, we reach we reach humans, right? And then the same thing happens over here, right? Where these split and blah, 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 we get at the end of this monkeys, right? And maybe some of these species aren't alive today, right? Some of them like died out, right? Like, probably all of these. Yeah. But we still have like some kind of common ancestor with monkeys, right? If we go back enough generations, right? Does that kind of make sense? So that's what you mean by missing link.
To reiterate what Potato is probably about to say is that makes your argument even harder
Worse.
Because you're expecting us to take on faith that one of these X's that you've crossed, one of these species that you've crossed out, that you don't have evidence for, is in fact evidence of this branch where
we do.
you don't. No. You assume from. All right, let's just take the bottom part of this branch where you've crossed out the two on the all right, if the first one, the home one is 1, going down on the bottom branch, you've crossed out 2 and 3, and then you've got 4 and 5, and then we're on the end of branch 5. You have no evidence for branch 2 and 3, but you're forcing us to assume that that 2 and 3 exist, even though you have no evidence for them.
Well, I mean, this this represents a like if we saw like the actual like family tree here, right? There would be like billions of individuals like between here and here, right? I'll try it in red, right? There would be billions of individuals between like our last common ancestor and today, right? So like we're not going to find every single individual along like this entire path, right? But we're going to find like maybe one here, one here, one here, one here, right? And based on like how this changes, right? So like maybe we find one here, 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 right? And we can kind of piece together like by observing like the transition from one like species to another. That
right,
like okay, this is how it evolved, right?
Put your cursor where there's a split, the one at the top. The on the bottom branch. No.
Here?
Bottom branch. Go down.
Sorry.
Right.
Here.
Your other right.
Oh, sorry.
All right, the top one.
Yeah, here.
Yeah. So let's say, for instance, you find that one,
Mhm.
but you're going. There are people out there that are going to either assume and or argue that could be one of the missing branches between that one and us, even though it's on a diverging line.
Yeah, and like stuff like specifics like that are disputed like
But
the entire time.
What I'm getting
in
at,
evolution.
hold on, sorry.
That's fair,
I don't
Papa
mean to cut
Smurf,
you
yeah.
off, but like I think
Yeah.
you're misunderstanding my point. Is
Not sure.
you're using this whole thing to like try to draw out a family tree when what's going to happen is they're going to say that like your wife's
Dave.
fourth cousin is your ancestor when like y'all have nothing in common genealogically. And it's like,
Yeah, Marcy, that's actually a good
like you're using
good equivalent there.
You found something like let me put it this way. There's a murder that happened.
Exactly.
And you go to the guns. The detective goes to the gun store, and there's all kinds of guns laid out on. And he points to one that's on the
False
shelf. It's
equivalent.
never been fired, but he says, "You know what? That's the murder weapon." It's the same thing as what y'all are doing. Y'all just found bones in the dirt, and it looks vaguely similar to us or something that y'all want us to be connected to. And you're doing post hoc justification versus it being proving that it is a link between them and us. Because part of the problem is they're just bones. When they're at that, actually, fossils aren't even bones. Fossils have had all the organic material removed from them in the whole point of fossilizing is that they become rock-like, for lack of a better term, because I'm not 100% sure about that process. But when a bone becomes fossil, it loses any evidentiary ability outside of observation to say it looks like it belongs it looks like B between A and C. That's all you have. Like and then you say, oh, well, we found it in this layer of sediment. You can take a water bottle, put a couple of different, get like some sand off the beach, some sand from, or some soil from a little bit further, like where there's no sand, where it actually becomes soil. Go up further, grabs, different, that are obviously different types. You put them all in the same bottle, about fill it halfway up with, or, put water in it, shake it all up. Those layers will
Yes, they'll
settle
separate.
into layers.
hmm
Going back to the whole argument of a flood.
Yeah, and scientists are aware of that. And like as I said, like if let's say we only found like this one here, right? That you pointed out, right? There is a possibility that we could connect this one as being like the actual predecessor or like oldest ancestor of like us and monkeys, and that would be wrong, right?
Yeah,
But that's
okay.
why we then look for more fossils in more layers, right? To put together like this giant puzzle, right? Or like our best estimation of it. And also another thing, right, that would happen, right, would be if let's say we found this one here, right? And our theory is, okay, this connects to us and to monkeys, right? Then we would need to find in somewhere in that location, right? We would have to find in a different layer some fossil that connects this one to us and some fossil that connects this one to monkeys, right? And if we don't find it, we cannot prove that that is what happened, right? But if we find this one and then we find a fossil here that connects this one to us, but we don't find the fossil that connects this one to monkeys, right? Then we know that this is like that this link exists, but we cannot prove that this one does, right?
But we're going back to assertions and assumptions because none of this has been proven. None of this can be observed. All we're doing is taking out fossils out of different layers and saying, I guess it must have come from this time. We didn't observe
we make
this.
predictions.
Right, but they're just predictions.
That's what evolution is.
That's what we're trying to get through to you. Is it's predictions, is not facts. This is not evidence. This is not proof.
Yes.
There's no proof to a missing link between primates, monkeys, whatever you want to call it, and people. It does not exist according to the scientific method that we can observe and repeat. So where is the proof that we can observe and repeat?
Like as I explained, like evolution, the theory of evolution, this is what it is. It is a way of predicting what we will find, right? Like, that's all we can do.
No. Hold on. Y'all find stuff and then post hoc justify it. So that's not a prediction of what you'll find.
We predict what we're gonna find, and then we look for the thing we think we will find in the place that we think it should be. And then if it's there, then we have more evidence.
I have another question for you. How many like when they find fossils, how many of them are intact skeletons?
Good question, Joseph. I'll try to pose that here in a second.
So, like when you find a fossil, how can you prove that it's like, let's say I go digging in where you would find fossils, and I find a jawbone.
Yeah.
And it's just a jawbone. How do I know that it's outside of obvious observations, like under your worldview? How do I determine that it's an ancestor that links us to chimps or to a donkey or a whale, or it's just a jawbone? Like,
That would take a person much smarter than me to figure out. But the way we would do it would be by looking at the skeletal structure of creatures that exist today and at the skeletal structures of creatures that we have found before.
So what is a theory? What is a theory to you?
A theory is an idea, I guess.
Okay. So
it's
would you call it like a hypothesis?
yeah.
okay. So again, the like Bandit was saying, you're taking past fossils. It's not evidence. It's not proof. It's just speculations. It's just a theory. It's just a thought, a hypothesis that this is how it happened. There's no proof to that.
Well, yes. But this is the closest thing we have to figuring it out, because obviously we can't go back in time and see it, right?
Or there's an intelligent being up there that created everything from exactly what we all understand we are. Evolution is a theory. So is creation, but they're both just theories, and you're talking about it like it's a fact.
Yes, because we can observe it. We can
I can observe the things that I've been telling you that I've observed too. That doesn't make me observing the things that I'm telling you I'm observing.
But sorry. One thing that I want to stress a lot, okay, is that evolution, if it exists, has absolutely no impact on whether God is real or not. Okay? Like at all. In fact, people who are religious, who study this stuff, scientists, who have spent their lives or their educations studying biology and evolution, have a stronger religious connection to God and the Bible than before their studies.
It demonstrate that because
Yeah, Kyle,
I can provide
evolution is just
evidence
mental
that
gymnastics.
people
I
that,
agree with that.
like Darwin himself was in seminary school.
Yeah,
He didn't
Marcy,
become a
exactly.
seminary, but it was one of those things that at post his trip to the Galapagos, he became an atheist. So I can provide I can actually provide better evidence than what you just provided for that, because I've got an actual example where you're just
I can give you an example of a person who actually works in the field and was a teacher and is a Christian.
Well, wait, no, hold on. Your claim was that their work in them working in to better evolution made them more Christian.
To understand evolution.
I'm sorry, say that again.
To their education to understand evolution and actually working with it and understanding the details of how this stuff is measured and understood made them more religious.
Well, can you all right, I'll admit this is a little unfair because this is their experience and not your experience, but at least take a stab at steel manning the argument is how working to prove evolution makes you more in touch with Christian faith.
I think it's probably just the understanding of how life as we know it today came to be, right? How all of the processes that make up the world actually occur, right?
Fair
'Cause,
enough.
like,
Birds aren't
to
real. I
me,
appreciate
right,
it.
in the Bible, you have
I
like the
appreciate
story
the
of
engagement
Genesis, right?
while you were here.
Like, I think
Not quite
the
sure how
story
I
of
want to take
Genesis
this
is like
from here,
very
but I appreciate the
clearly
engagement.
meant to
Have a good
be
night, buddy.
kind of like a metaphorical story, not like a literal one-to-one, right? Because if God explained exactly how the universe and all the life in it came to be as we understand it today, the story of Genesis would be longer than the Bible itself, you know?
No,
And
it doesn't. It doesn't need that, because we don't need to know how, like, how atoms became molecules,
Yeah, TBT, I
became
haven't either.
cells.
yeah, I agree. I
Y-
don't think God would have like deemed that necessary knowledge for people.
Yeah, so
right?
so he shortened it to, in the beginning, God created the
Yeah,
heavens and the earth. Tells
yeah,
everything you need to know right there.
yeah. But the process of how that came to be is like is very ambiguous, right? It's like
Well,
when a child asks you where babies come from, like you're not going to explain to them literally where babies come from. You're
Why
going to
not?
just say, "Oh, well, mom and dad love each other a lot, and then there's a baby," right?
well, outside of so there's billions of money spent on this annually, globally.
Yeah.
So why would that much money be spent on something that has little return on investment scientifically? Like, I mean, all right, when I say scientifically, as opposed to, or I mean, not opposed to, sorry, like general usage. Like, all right, you take aeronautic science, like
Yeah, yeah.
science, using aeronautics in scientific study. Oh, the stream
Yeah,
ended.
I just stopped streaming because I
Sorry.
You're
wasn't
good.
using it.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, buddy.
I thought the whole thing crashed.
No, you're good, buddy.
We can use advancements in that to create better planes and all that. But how, outside of either a theological or a political discussion
That's
in, like,
my concern,
controlling how people
TBT.
think, what
I wonder if I got brigaded
outcome,
or
what do
whatever
we
that term is.
gain
I'm not sure how that
by
affects the algo,
knowing
but
that, by
we'll have to keep an eye
your
on that, guys.
estimation, that we came from monkeys? What technological advancement do we get from that?
Well, we get a lot of advancements.
Peach, I've been
we
trying to find it in
understand,
the tag. His name is Bandit.
we it
86
helps
or
with
something
like the
like that.
development of medicine. It helps with understanding how species.
The reason you can't see it is
like
I
the
have
species of
streamer
today,
mode, so it doesn't beep
how
beep beep as in people coming in and
like
out.
to
Sorry.
like how they adapt to their environment, like what is disruptive to them, right? It helps with
Hold on, wait, I gotta stop you there, because
yeah.
all right, you're talking about like animal testing. We can get the same outcome of animal testing with it just being an animal, versus saying that that animal is somewhat closely related to or like was our ancestor. I mean, I'll grant you
Right.
that if a chimpanzee has a bad reaction to having lipstick put onto it, but a snail doesn't, that I understand, because it's
Yeah,
not
that's
even remotely, it's like
yeah.
like it's a jellyfish or some shit like that. But
Yeah, I'm hoping that's all it is, Miss
to
K.
go from there to
That's all
say,
I'm
oh
hoping.
well,
But I've been
their
losing
ancestor
subs
and
kind of
our
left and right. It's weird.
ancestor once
Gain some, lose
did it
some.
in a tree.
That's how it goes, I guess.
I need more evidence than the chimpanzee had a bad reaction to lipstick that a human would do. The human would have the same reaction.
Right. Well, I mean, that's like a very basic like example, but there are like, you know, more relevant things, like for example, finding out that two species are like connected in a way that we didn't understand before, right, can help us like maybe treat like illnesses in a particular species, and then that helps us prevent like ecological collapse of like whatever ecosystem that species is a part of, right? It can help us understand how like what niches are filled by particular species, right? Which then helps with like agriculture and stuff like that. Also, how natural selection works helps us to like do selective breeding as well, right? To force like crops to yield more more produce, right? Like there's a lot of things that scientific research in general, even if it sounds that it like it's like, oh, it's like nothing, right? Even if
I'm
it sounds
failing to.
stupid.
Curious what
I'm
punishment.
failing to
still
see
gonna-
where, like, all right, they're breeding corn
Oh, did you take it off
to
already?
get a better breed
Sorry, guys.
is a whole lot different than saying that humans and chimps had a similar ancestor. Like,
right,
and
but
and
it's
also
in the
hold on,
same field of study.
hold on.
I would like to
I'll
think
let you
that.
go for
I am
for a
moving
good
pretty
long
quick.
ways. One other thing is,
But
it sounded like a lot of that was hypothesizing of
yeah, I saw that
why
TBT.
it's
I'm sorry,
why
buddy.
it
I didn't mean
could
to.
be good, not how it
I was trying to
is
pay
good,
attention.
based on
Trying to
things that
give
we
credit,
have
you know.
discovered. Like you I'm not hearing any evidence of, like, we discovered this, we proved it, and this is how we used it to better ourselves. I heard well, we could, if we did this, and if it did that, then perhaps we could have a better outcome. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know, like off the top of my head,
on the
like
grand scale,
particular.
you keep going to the very short scale to try to like smuggle in as evidence when you have no evidence of the long term.
What do you mean by long term?
Like going from chimps to humans.
Well, we have evidence like in between those, right?
You know, but you don't have evidence that they had kids that lived.
What do you mean?
You have a set of bones. You
Right?
that set of bones could have never reproduced. You have no evidence that creature reproduced.
Well, yeah, we don't have evidence that one creature like transitioned to another unless we find some creature that links those two together, right? That's why
I think that's the whole debate right there.
That's why we predict that there is a creature that we will find if we look in these particular rock layers, and a lot of the times we go look for it and we do find it. For example, whale evolution is a very good example of this, because whale evolution is actually kind of very abnormal, right, to how a lot of other things evolved, because whales evolved from land mammals. So life came out of the ocean and then life went back into the ocean, right? And that sounds crazy, but we have a lot of evidence for it. We have bones that connect land mammals of the past to current whales, and we have a lot of them.
Hey, Potato, can you take over for a minute? I need to step away for
You're good,
a
buddy.
moment.
So repeat that last bit there.
I was talking about the evolution of whales. So whales evolved from land mammals, which is like kind of like a very unique evolutionary path that they took, because obviously, life evolved to come onto land out of the water, and then whales decided to go back into the water, right? And we have a lot of evidence for that, despite it being.
Where is this evidence?
As I said, we have bones, right? We have fossils that connect one species to another, right?
So what?
And then when we look for links between those species, we find them in the place where we would expect them to be.
What evidence do we have that whales originated on land?
We have the so we found the predecessors of whales, right? They were kind of like big, they kind of almost look like lizards, right? They had like big teeth, and then we found like species, right, connecting those to the whales of today, right? And the dolphins and the killer whales.
Okay, so you're
like that, right?
finding a similar connection in the DNA strain, and you're assuming that they originated
it's
on
not
land.
DNA.
Yeah, you're assuming that they originated on land, and that connection,
No.
tiny change in the DNA, is evidence that it evolved into water. That's not proof.
But no, we don't know what DNA they had, because we can't measure their DNA. We can't get DNA out of fossils.
Okay, so what are you talking about? What link
I'm
can
talking
you
about
possibly
skeletal
give?
structures.
The skeletal structures,
Yes.
of beings on the land that then look like something else.
Yes.
That's your
similarities.
evidence.
Yes.
Okay, so a dog looking like a mouse is now a mouse.
But a dog doesn't look like a mouse.
But there's a lot of freaking rat dogs out there, aren't there?
Right, but if we look at the skeletal structure, we can see that
they look like
different.
A freaking large rat.
Well, I mean, yeah. If you just look at a picture for 10 seconds, it might look like that. But if you actually like went in and like really dissected all of the bones, like you would find that they just are not the same. They do not have the same skeletal structure, like at all.
But they're similar, aren't they?
Go ahead, Emmett.
Yeah, they're similar.
So if they're similar, how much similarity do you need in order for them to belong to the same family?
Well, as much as you can, but the thing, like the way we would prove that, right? If we went 1 million years into the future and we found a rat fossil and a dog fossil, right? We would have to.
Good question.
Well, first
Joseph.
of all, we would probably find it like in a pretty like similar.
This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Right?
Like,
so
what?
We would know that they probably coexisted at the same time.
Yeah.
But let's say we found a dog fossil and then a rat fossil in like a more recent rock layer, right? We would then make a hypothesis of being like, okay, then we should find in a rock layer between those two, there should be something that looks half dog and half rat. And when we don't find that, we cannot make that connection.
Okay, so have we found like how do you know if that thing that you think is half dog, half rat is actually a half rock, half dog and half rat,
well, by
not something completely different?
Skeleton. By analyzing,
but that would be appealing to similarities, right?
I mean, yeah, like we have to some extent.
appeal to similarities. So the dog and a rat are pretty similar, even though they're not the same thing.
Well, of
Yeah, and then
course,
when we don't
boom.
find the fossil that connects
My
them to,
God.
we cannot say that, yeah, this is definitely
but-
like how it happened.
What if I were to say
Or this is likely
they're
how it
just?
happened.
What if I were to say they're similar enough? They're the same thing.
Well, then, I mean, you can assume that, but at some point in the
No,
future,
I'm saying it. I'm saying that they're similar enough. They are the same thing. If we're appealing to similarities, like
As
at
in
the
they're
end
the
of the
same
day,
species?
what is the? Yeah, they're the same species. The Ratus caninus.
Okay, but then
We've been
like
going for almost 5 hours, guys.
it depends how
Are you guys getting tired yet?
define species.
I agree. It depends. I agree with you. It depends. It depends on how you define species,
enough.
right? But the definition of the species. So now evolution, it starts becoming a little bit metaphysical, doesn't it?
Well, no. The process of like one animal slowly adapting and changing into another, like that remains the same, whether or not you want to label.
I appreciate you bringing him back.
Like this one is its own species, and then this one is its own species. That's like
So-
that's something we decide to put
So
it
the
into
process
categories.
is the process is the same in all cases, right?
What do you mean the process?
Well, you said the evolutionary process would be the same.
Yeah,
It doesn't change.
I'm kind of with you.
Doesn't change in
So,
what way?
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
No
whoa,
food
whoa,
for
whoa,
me.
whoa.
No taters
Now we
for
have an
I
taters.
just
evolutionary
want to
process that
clarify like
changes.
what you're talking about.
Well,
No,
I'm not
I
speaking
just
for
want to
him.
clarify.
You
I'm speaking-
claimed
Okay,
a second
Peach.
ago
I appreciate you
that
saying
the
that, 'cause I don't
evolutionary
want people
process
getting
would be
bored.
the same for all species. Is
That
that
was
true or
me.
false?
Getting kind of
That
low
was
on
But what do you mean about
views,
the
but-
process?
No, he
like,
said that, a second ago, a moment ago,
The
he said that,
process
and then you
of-
said that it changed. But I'm talking to him.
No, like the process of natural selection, right?
Uh-huh.
Of one species adapting into another, right? That is like a universal thing that we understand happens, right?
I don't know. I think I mean I understand that you think you see that thing happening according to you, even though you've never seen it, and you say that it happens even though you've never seen it happen.
I am glad
right?
that people
Or
are
have you
enjoying
ever
it.
seen a species
I
become
just don't
a
want to make
different
people
species?
bored, you know.
Well, as I said, that depends what you mean by species.
Have you ever observed? Have you ever observed one set or one animal genies? I mean, the family of that animal become a completely different family of animals. Have you ever observed that?
Well, that's not how it happens, and like
Oh,
a
so you've
dog
never
doesn't
seen
just
it?
give birth to a rat.
You never seen it. You just believe it.
Well, I believe it based on evidence.
What evidence?
I just explained.
Similarities.
TVT.
I
Come on,
explained
let
to you
them,
how
let them
we
voice their
like
opinion.
how we
I know nobody's
Well,
forcing them.
you're telling me if I go, you're giving me a hypothetical
I like
of something
to
that cannot even
support
be proved.
people, right? And
You're
I
telling me
watch to the
if
end.
In a
I don't
in a
want people
million
feeling
years, we
like
go
that,
into the
you know?
future, you will be able to see something that happened,
This
even
guy
though it's impossible
gets
to
some
go a million
delivery
years into
food.
the future.
I
and,
could
Okay, but we can
leave,
you know, we
but
could go a million years into the past
don't
in
feel
this
like
in this
leaving
idea,
them
and
Yeah.
the only
this
thing you're telling
without
me is about similarities.
something.
And I said, right now, if I take a dog and a rat and I dissect them and I look at their skeletal structure, I can see that they're pretty similar in a sense. So are they the
Yeah.
same thing? Are they different? How do you know how different they have to be? When do you see this change in the similarity at all?
Well, okay. There's like two components, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because part of what you're talking about is like how do we define when a species becomes another species, right? And that
Well,
is like
that-
a completely like
Yeah,
like
in the
made-up
scientific
category.
method, in the scientific method, you have to go through observation first. So you say we go. Let's say that we go ahead and start excavating, and we find bones, and we look at those bones, and those bones have, one belongs to a rat, and the other one belongs to a dog, and we look at them, we see them, and then we uncover
It's actually
more
a good point,
skeletons,
Joseph.
and we try to figure out which ones belong
Everything
to
is
which
made
ones
of carbon,
because they are
including
similar.
diamonds, and we ain't made of
Okay,
diamonds.
but right
that's
now
for sure.
I have at this second I can get a raw, a dog and a rat, and if I dissect them, they will be similar.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the same, obviously, but they're similar.
Yeah.
Do they belong to the same genies? Do I have a way to, or besides
Thank
the
you for
fact
that,
that I
Marcy.
said they?
Appreciate the feedback.
Besides the fact that I'm
yeah, Wick,
me,
it's
I'm
completely
saying
different
they
people.
are different
Okay, I
families.
think I'm gonna go a step away.
Is there
and go get
any
some
other
food,
thing I'm appealing to
for a
know that
minute.
they belong to different families?
Well, if all you had to go from was bones, right, you would then have to make a prediction, right, that you would be able to find some life form in the past that they could be a common ancestor of, right?
Okay, so you're saying that dogs and rats don't have a common ancestor?
They do, but it's very far back.
Okay, so doesn't matter if they're far back. You said about a common ancestor.
I mean, yeah, we have a common ancestor with everything if you go back far enough.
Real quick,
I mean,
guys.
that's a claim. That's your claim.
Real quick, I hate to interrupt. I'm just gonna step away for just a little bit, and go get some food.
Okay.
So just continue on with what you guys got going on, and I'll be right back. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Like, let's say the family of the species that you're saying, the speciation, the changes in the species. How often does that happen? Do you have a prediction for that?
How often there's like a species?
How often do you have a dog and it becomes a future dog, or several kind of future dogs that are different from dog?
I mean, we can observe like how dogs change through selection because we have selective breeding. We can see it happening because we
the moment I have a golden retriever or a chihuahua, they're not dogs anymore. One is a dog golden retriever, and the other one is a chihuahua, right?
We classify them like that because like we give meaning to like what differentiates a species from one another, right?
Well,
like that is completely arbitrary.
If I could just chime in on one thing that he just mentioned. All right, if you've got a species of golden retriever and you got a species of chihuahua, what species are mutt? What species is mutt?
Canine.
I don't know.
I mean,
mutt is a subspecies of dog.
No. Hold on. He was saying that like he went with the argument of there would be a species of golden retriever and there would be a species of chihuahua.
Those are subspecies. They're not species.
Yeah,
species are biologically distinct and not able to reproduce with each other.
Yeah.
Once the genetic diversity becomes too much that they can no longer reproduce with the previous ancestry, that's when they become a distinct species.
Yeah.
Thank you for just shitting on the argument. Like, it would have been nice for him to go through that on his own versus just pulling the rug out.
Argument? Are you trying to have a scientific argument?
No, I was trying to have a logical argument.
It's a group thing, so I don't mind.
So if you're trying to have a logical argument, then logically you'd want the best scientific evidence to support your argument. Is that incorrect?
Emmett, go ahead.
I don't know if Emmett's here.
He probably stepped away when I chimed in. But no, the point that I was trying to make is, all right, let's go with the same thing, but let's remove dogs from it. You've got.
Wait, I have a question for that. A real small question. So horses and mule, they're the same species, right?
Mules are infertile. They're sterile.
So, but that's not the question. You said that they can reproduce. They can reproduce with each other.
Yeah, but there
So
are some
now it
species that
depends. It
do-
depends on the infant. You know, it depends on the product of the reproduction if they can
There-
reproduce.
There are subspecies that's incapable of reproduction from their ancestry because they're too
Yes, again,
genetically
but
not diverse.
that
Or they're too
doesn't. That was not the
genetically diverse.
claim. You said that they can reproduce with each other.
Well, you could probably actually classify them as a hybrid sterilized species.
No, not the mules. The horses. Okay,
Okay.
the horses and the mules. Those two would be the same species because they can reproduce with each other.
What was the ancestry of a horse and a mule?
Well, they share. We know that we all share ancestry, right? I'm half
Okay,
banana right now, and
so
you're
what are
half
the
fish. It
parents
doesn't
of a
matter.
mule? What are the
That doesn't
parents of a
matter.
mule?
Again, I'm half banana. You're half fish. You know, those two share something, but they would be the same species because they can reproduce with each other.
Sure. And what is the parent of a mule?
Horse and I don't know, and two mules.
No, a horse and a donkey.
Oh yeah, sure. But I mean, the donkey and the horse would be then the same species because they reproduce with each other.
Well, no, it's because they are genetically close enough to actually support reproduction.
No, but you said that they have to be similar enough that they can reproduce with each other. That's the thing that made them be the same species.
Sure, but
So
that
if they're
doesn't mean
reproducing
they're
with each other,
offspring.
then there would be the same species, right?
But that doesn't mean their offspring is the same as them because we are taking two subspecies that are not genetically compatible enough to create a non-sterile offspring, but are reproducible enough or are
So
genetically
if
close enough
you know,
that
if a
they
man
can
and a
make-
woman have a kid and the kid is infertile, that means that the father and the mother in this case would not be the same species.
Well, I mean, if men and women reproduced and every time they had an offspring, that offspring was infertile, I think that would be a different question, wouldn't it?
Yeah, every time this man and this woman, every time they have an offspring, the offspring had a genetic defect; they couldn't reproduce.
Well, that actually could be an inherited gene of the father or the mother, wouldn't it?
Now, that would be that the mom or the dad in this case would be that they belong to two different human species, right?
No, it would mean that they have genetic code that they're passing down to their offspring.
But that would be the same with the donkey and the horse, right?
Well, they make a hybrid species which is infertile, and it's reliable.
I don't know what is the difference with the hybrid human species that we had a moment ago. Like what is the symmetry breaker here?
Actually, what you would be proving in that case is that genes are heritable, and negative genes cause bottlenecks in reproductive lines.
Yeah, that
That's
means that the
why-
donkey and the horse, one of them has a very bad gene, right?
Well, yeah, the only reason why they can subsist as a species
Is it the donkey because we pretend that they're stupid? That's why they have the bad gene.
The only reason why a mule can even exist is because humans give it that capability. If it was just a species, a subspecies out in nature, it wouldn't exist.
No, I'm pretty sure that if the capacity was there for a donkey and a horse to do the deed, they would probably do it.
Okay, but do you think they would survive long enough to pass on any genetic material? Do you think a donkey would?
Why are
be
you adding
able-
stuff to the idea of what your distinction was two species, okay? A differentiation within one species and another.
subspecies.
The differentiation between one species and another is that they are far away enough that they cannot reproduce. Thus, if I have a donkey and a horse, that would mean that they're the same species, right?
Okay.
Because they can reproduce.
Sure, but we're talking about the distinctions between species and subspecies, right?
But I don't know what is the distinction. What is the distinction between a species and a subspecies?
Well, like a subspecies of a canine would be a poodle, right?
So the
they're
donkey
all
would be a
part-
subspecies of horse? Is that what you're saying?
Equine.
I'm asking.
Yeah, it would be of the equine family, not the horse family. It'd be an equine. Because so is the mule. And so is the donkey. But they are subspecies of the equine family.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
But they're reliably infertile. That's why they can't. They're hybrid sterile species. They're subspecies.
I mean, the donkeys are not infertile. The donkeys are. The
No,
mules are. The
mules
donkeys are
are
pretty
infertile.
okay.
Mules are infertile. Now, if a mule was born and it was able to reproduce with another mule, they might actually spawn a different species.
Kyle, you still in the
Because
chat?
that would be a biological
If
distinction.
you're not, I appreciate
able to
you,
mate with
the
a
dono,
horse
buddy.
or a donkey, but actually able to mate with another mule would then be a species.
Okay.
Well then, all right. So how are if
Kyle, thank you very much for that,
horses
buddy.
and donkeys can reproduce, how are they separate species?
Hey, just me.
They're not.
Thanks for
separate
joining
species. They're
I don't-
separate subspecies.
You came in earlier, and then I haven't seen you
That's fine. That's
in the
fine.
chat. So thanks
So-
for joining me.
That's the reason
Do you,
why.
do you think that evolution is a scientific? Do you think that evolution is a scientific theory?
I think it's a fact.
You think evolution is a fact?
Yeah.
How do you know it's a fact?
Well, I mean, it's observable.
Okay. Is air a fact?
Yes.
Can you observe it?
Yes.
Can you observe air?
Yes.
Color is it?
What do you mean?
What color is the air?
Oh, I don't know. Well, does everything that you observe have to have a color?
What is the? Yes, the things that we observe have colors.
Okay. What color's a
What
photon?
color is the air?
What color's a photon?
I cannot observe a photon.
Why not?
Photons would not have color because the electromagnetic spectrum, they are at a higher enough frequency that they are not in the visible light spectrum.
Well, that's exactly my point, isn't it?
Oh, can I observe it?
Yes.
Can I use my eyes to
Thanks
see
for
a
that,
photon?
Kyle. I appreciate that. I'm
Actually,
not
you
the
can
aging
if under
potato
the
like
Yes,
she is, right?
I can use. I can
I'm
use my
just
eyes to see a
an
photon.
retarded potato.
Really? Are you gonna say yes to that?
Sure.
Okay.
If under the correct scientific tools, you absolutely
Thanks for
can.
that, Pharmacat.
So the
Appreciate that.
scientific tools, you
Well,
know,
I think the computer.
they use your eyes to see them, or you're seeing something completely different.
I think
Okay, you're seeing a
first computers
representation
were
of the
powered
thing.
by photons.
Sorry to stop, but did you say earlier that the horses and donkeys were the same
I
species?
feel that, Wick. Feel that, buddy.
Yeah.
Today's
They're
been a
not
weird day for
because
me.
the horses are equus calibus and donkeys are equus asinus. They are not the
Yes.
same species.
No, they are the same species. You're talking about subspecies.
No, that's a species name.
Okay. The equus
Th-
is
they
the
would-
species.
That's
Asinus
the
is
family name.
subspecies.
That is not the species name.
Okay, so we're gonna Google it now, huh?
Oh no.
Well, I didn't have the fucking species name for horse and donkey off the top of my fucking head. Of course, I'm gonna Google that.
And Popper, just so you know, you are welcome to use Google in the discussions. This isn't an actual debate, so we're just trying to move the conversations forward. So if you have something
Sure.
that you'd like to Google, feel free. I don't want you to feel like you can't.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah. So
I'm
a
kind of fond that you can observe things that you cannot observe.
taxonomy of a horse is
Mhm.
Equus ferus, which is wild horse, or Equus ferus caballus, and the taxonomy of a donkey is Equus africanus, African wild ass, or Equus africanus asinus, domestic donkey.
You're
The
lucky, Just Me.
species
I have a
is
job
Equus.
tomorrow.
The
And I have to be up
subspecies
early
is
for, in fact.
ferus or africanus.
How do you observe evolution exactly?
Sure.
How do you observe evolution?
How do you define evolution?
Come on, man.
I don't know. It's your claim. You said that it's a fact.
Sure. Well, I define evolution as a mixture of adaptation, natural selection.
Today, is it already past midnight for you? Crap.
And genetic
please don't let me
variation
keep people up.
over 3 distinct scales. So you've got the micro, the macro, and the mega scale. Adaptation.
How do you observe it?
Well, adaptation can be observed all the time. Every time you get the flu, and it's a different genetic variation, and attacks people differently. You need to get a flu shot because now this version of the flu is different, or we had COVID-19, and then it turned into a variant, and then it turned into another variant. That's all adaptation.
Sorry, you feel it too,
But
Just
COVID
Me.
is the same. Is the same kind of virus than the flu?
No, I'm talking about viruses being an easy way to prove that adaptation exists.
Gorilla biscuit. Burrito means
adaptation the
tiny
same as
donkey. I think
evolution?
you're saying burrow,
It
but
is a aspect of evolution, yes.
I could be wrong. I'm just a potato, though.
And actually, it would
So
probably be natural.
every time something adapts, that is evolution.
It is a aspect of evolution, yes. It's a mechanism of evolution. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will evolve into
It's actually a good point.
but it means that if it is able to survive
the moment
long
something
enough,
adapts, it changes. It's like it creates a new family. It
Thank
gives
you, Just Me. I
it
appreciate
gives you
that.
population.
It was a decent show.
well, how
exactly
I
tall
went way
is,
longer than I should have, but
how tall is the average
glad that people liked
European
it. We got
right
some
now?
good likes out of it. Got some good views.
know.
Got rated by Cool Vic earlier. That was cool.
Like
You want me to Google it?
5'9", 5'10".
Okay.
The average height of a European back even in the 1400s was like 5'6".
Is it more related to nutrition, or is it more related to adaptation?
Well, if it was related to nutrition, then why are so many African people so tall?
I'm asking you. I'm asking if it's more related to nutrition, it's related to adaptation. How about IQ? Is it IQ related more to nutrition or to adaptation?
IQ is kind of a mixture of both. I think they talked about this pretty extensively when they talked about inbreeding and other things that can genetically put you at disadvantage, right?
Well, the fact of the matter is when they went on ahead and literally fed one of the lowest IQ populations in the world, and they pretty much
it was. Yeah, it was.
what
I
they
had like
did was
69
pretty
people.
much
69
fed them
guys.
a
Like,
good
you and me
a
for
good
a minute.
diet.
It was only
Their
like a minute,
IQ
but
got pretty much in line with Europeans. So I'm asking you,
What was
is it
their
more
average
related
IQ?
to about 60, and they went about to 90, 95, something like that?
But the average IQ of a European is like 104.
Yeah, it was almost in line. That's not the same, but it was way higher than 60.
Sure, but nutrition couldn't completely bridge the gap, could it?
Well, we don't know. It was just a generation, and
We
they
can
made the
find
test
some
after
dumb-
generation.
We can find some really dumb Europeans and make that gap bridge.
Yeah, have you met the Germans?
Deviation.
I mean, have you met the Germans? They lost 2 world wars.
Yeah, and then they shut down all their nuclear facilities because they wanted to go green. And
There
then
you
they
go.
started burning
Yeah,
coal
you've
for
proven the
electricity.
point. They're dumb.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't need more than that. I needed only 2 world wars, but you want to add more to the table? Let's go.
I mean, there's always people within the standard deviation. Just because you have an average higher IQ doesn't mean that you don't have dumbasses in that.
Well, but yeah, but again, I will ask again about whether or not it was more about nutrition than it was about adaptation, or it's a lot of if we're going to one of those places and we see that the average IQ goes up like 25 points just on nutrition, is it actually
Well,
how big is the genetic component?
one of the things about adaptation and natural selection and all of the other mechanics that evolution works by is presence of food is a genetically passed down trait. It goes
No, it
from,
isn't.
yes, it
Wait,
is.
say that
No, it
again.
isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, there's that you can say that there's adaptations towards to especially in certain animals towards certain kind of food, but that doesn't mean that you're gonna have food because of said adaptation. That is a huge leap.
Is obesity a genetically inheritable trait?
Oh, really,
No.
TVT?
No.
It's a cultural
that's a
inherit.
good
It's
sign.
a cultural inherited trait.
I'm
I
glad
can
you
tell
say
you
that. I
this, and I
appreciate
know
that.
this for sure. If you put a person whose parents were absolutely fat in a gulag in Russia during the 1960s, that person will be fucking skinny.
Oh, that's because they don't have any food.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't
Yeah,
that.
but
It wasn't a trait passed down genetically, right? They didn't get fat. They didn't get
Maybe it
fat in
does
the
actually,
gulag.
Gorilla Biscuits.
that's
Look
all-
at Idiocracy, right?
Hold on, to steel man his argument, you all right, let's say you have two parents that are obese as hell, and they give their kid up for adoption, and the kid is adopted by like some vegans. Do you think that kid's gonna be fat or skinny?
It depends. The child would have a propensity to be fat, most likely, because there's a 40 to 70% chance that obese parents give birth to a child who is genetically predisposed to obesity. And
That's
obviously
a
you can
nature
fight
versus
it.
nurture.
Well, yeah, because nature and nurture are not two completely absent things, right? Like they are both in concert with each other. Do you think
No,
that
no,
it's
they are separate because if you take a kid, if you take a kid from infancy to a completely different uh, environment, the nature that would have made him fat is completely absent.
that doesn't necessarily mean that he
Or
won't be
excuse me,
fat.
nurture, the nurture. Sorry, I had them reversed.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, let's take a Native American, for example, who has a propensity to alcoholism genetically, right?
Hold on. I would rephrase that to say that they have a low tolerance for alcohol, not
There,
that they have a propensity for alcoholism.
they have,
It's putting
but
the cart before the horse because i- if you had if you took a native someone with Native American ancestry and an Irishman, and you had them sitting next to each other drinking the same amount, the one
It's
is
fair.
going to
Book
like
smarts and street smarts are different.
the Irishman's going to still be sober, while the Native American man is going to be plastered.
sure. So even if we took even if we took a Native American child, adopted them, put them in a nice suburban white American family, and raise them, or even if we put them in an Irish family and raise them in the Irish fashion, do you think that they would be more or less tolerant of alcohol?
That's separate from becoming an alcoholic or alcoholism.
Well, sure. I mean, I'll take your argument. You're saying
Do
there's a
the
distinction
point that I was
between
trying. Sorry,
alcoholism and tolerance.
hold on. The reason why I made that distinction before was because I wanted to. I was trying to separate low tolerance to alcohol and alcoholism.
No, that's
There's
fine.
because they can be two separate things. Because you could be Native American, have a low tolerance to alcohol, and end up becoming a Mormon and not touching alcohol. Does that make you an alcoholic?
Well, no. So
You still have a low
Thank you, Mrs. K.
tolerance to alcohol.
I hope
but
you have a
you're
good night. If
not
I
an
don't
alcoholic.
see you,
Yeah, but this is
should
exactly
be wrapping
making
up
the
before
point,
too much longer.
right?
I really
Because
should, guys.
if their
but
nature
I appreciate that,
is that they
Miss K.
have a low tolerance to alcohol, and then you took them and you put them in a no alcohol environment, then the fact that they have a low tolerance to alcohol doesn't matter, because they're not. It's their nurture that ends up taking over, because now
Fair.
they're not being
That's
exposed
fair.
to alcohol.
Joe, that's fair. Yeah.
You're taking my argument and making it your own and saying that you're right.
No, you just said if you put them in a Mormon family and then they never had
Gotcha.
access to alcohol,
That
then
makes
they wouldn't
sense.
become an alcoholic. Am
Yes.
I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's because
Yeah, and you're saying that
nurture.
when you're saying that a Native American is more likely to become an alcoholic,
Sure.
you're saying that you could take that same Native American, put him in a Mormon, have him raised in a Mormon society, and he's still going to be the town drunk.
I
That's
didn't
your
say that.
argument. No, that
When
when you're saying that when
when
you
did I make
said
that
that
argument?
when you said that Native Americans are more
I know that
akin
feeling.
to becoming alcoholics.
Okay. Yeah, it's a
That
chance.
I made the
It's not an
separation
absolute.
of alcoholics of low tolerance and alcoholism, and you took my argument and ran with it and made it your own to try to win at the end.
Wait, no. I'm trying to engage with you
I
exactly
know.
where you're asking. Okay. So you were
Okay.
making a nature versus nurture argument, right?
Yeah.
You were saying that the nature is being able to be overridden by the nurture, right?
Yes.
Am I incorrect about that?
Yes. No,
Okay.
you're right.
Okay. And I agree with you because they are in concert with each other. They are not one or the other. If you take a Native American and you put them in an environment where they are not exposed to alcohol, certainly the nurture in that environment will override their nature, because they won't be exposed to the thing that triggers their genetic predisposition. They are genetically predisposed. It's because evolutionarily Native Americans were not exposed to alcohol until the Spanish came here in the 1400s. They also weren't exposed to smallpox or syphilis, which is why most
No,
of them are dead now.
Hold on. Syphilis. You're confusing. The Europeans weren't exposed
I
to
think you might be
syphilis.
right about that. Yeah.
Your
No, they weren't exposed to
Europeans brought
smallpox.
smallpox. They took back syphilis.
That's true. Yeah. But the point still stands, right? Because they were never exposed to smallpox, which is why 90% of the Native Americans and Mesoamericans died in the interim period between the Spanish coming here and
Don't smoke them if you got them, guys.
Here. Because when the Spanish came here, they said they saw millions of people, like absolute bustling metropolises. And then when the British came here, they were all dead. by that point. The forests had all overgrown because 90% of their population died from their exposure.
The smallpox.
Yes, not syphilis. Sorry, I got them confused. I got the exposures confused.
You're right.
Were they a different subspecies of humans then?
Yeah.
So we have different subspecies of humans, right?
Sure.
And since you wouldn't be able to tell me at what point one species is changing to another kind of species, that would mean that the individual thing in this changing state would be the actual thing that exists, not the species in and of itself, right?
Well, I mean, like a subspecies isn't a huge genetic barrier. Like a poodle can mate with a golden retriever and make a golden doodle, right? Like a black person can mate with an Asian person and make a perfectly normal child. Like I
Perfectly
think they kind of-
normal, or would be a Blasian? Because I mean, the doodle and the other thing created a labradoodle or whatever. So
I
if a
don't
black person
know.
and an Asian, and they're a kind of subspecies, that would be a Blasian, right?
I don't know the subspecies of humans, to be honest with you. I guess I could look it up.
I googled it. Granted, it was the Google AI, but it says all humans, regardless of race, are Homo sapiens.
Yeah, why don't we have a Homo sapiens Africanus and a Homo sapiens Americanus and a Homo sapien, I don't know, Chinese?
They're
I
not
have to look
distinct
it up.
from each other enough.
They're not distinct. So if you see a black person, you don't see any distinctions between
They're not
a
distinct
black
enough.
person.
Like you can have horses of different colors. That doesn't make them not horses. Or
I mean,
distinct
you
enough
do
to be
have
considered.
different families of horses at that point,
Yeah,
right?
like
Oh.
I mean, you have like different families of horses, but they're not distinct enough to be considered like different subspecies.
But that would be your interpretation of it, no?
I mean, yeah, I guess like we could start considering it that way, but we
What is
that's
the
not how
difference
we-
between? Well, that's what I was asking about. At what point do we have a different gene, like a different family or a different subcategory? How different do they have to be?
Well, that's debated.
That's
Well,
debated. By
hold
whom?
on. With everything else, it's a
scientists.
hard science, but with this one thing, it's a gray area.
But
Like
the reason why it's like that is because we are trying
Who-
to put something that is changing, like basically from individual to individual, into a category of like
Okay.
there's this group of individuals and then there's this group of individuals, right? Even though the process like doesn't stop, right?
So
There
it's
are-
all about the individual. There's no actual species. It's just about the individual thing. That is the thing that exists, not the family. The family is just something that we think is similar.
Well, yeah, like species, the categories of species is like
Yeah, how do you get to
arbitrary.
a category of a species from the individual thing
Well,
in
that's
your idea?
I don't know exactly what the like how we categorize
Because
them,
you
like on what.
you use it all the time, especially with humans. With humans, we say, "Oh, well, we humans deserve human rights," right?
Yeah,
You believe so?
because we deem ourselves to be separate enough from other animals, right?
Well, what
I mean,
makes
we
us
could-
actually different?
I mean, our genetics.
Our genetics that gives us.
Yeah, our
Our genetics is
our
what gives us human
intelligence.
rights.
Well, our genetics is what makes us human.
Okay, so in that case, H-Man would be completely correct in saying that there are better humans because they have better genetics than other humans that have lower genetics, right?
But they would still be humans.
Well, as a very prolific writer once wrote, in a very cool, well sense, there are we all are farm animals, but some farm animals are more equal than others, right?
No. That's why it's called human rights, because everyone gets them.
No, I just go ahead. I can just go ahead, and since it's genetics, I can say
Well,
what
not
kind of
everyone.
genetics are the ones that I want, and those are the ones that are going to have the genetics, the human rights, and all the others that whose genetics I feel to be inferior.
You can falsely.
Would I be wrong in that? Falsely? What would be the false thing about it?
Because we are not that different. You can claim that we are more different than we actually are, or that we are different enough to like.
Do we know that
to where we are not the same species? But like that's just like not true, right?
I think it would be true. Why would it be true? Do you think we all share the same genetics?
I mean, if society really wanted to make that a thing, like yeah, we could. If we just wanted to be like as racist.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be wrong if we just do it. It's because society decided to do it.
Well, what if we decided that some group of people, some subsect of the population was for some reason, like they're invalids, they're all elderly, whatever it might be, they're super inconvenient for the rest of us, and they impact our lives in such a negative way, we just want to be rid of them.
Like Mexicans.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's just
or like, unborn babies.
Oh, that's whoa, yeah. What about them too?
Well, I think Mexicans deserve more moral consideration than that.
You think Mexicans deserve more moral consideration than unborn babies?
Yes.
What about the Mexican unborn babies? You don't think Mexicans have unborn babies?
I think Mexican unborn babies deserve as much moral consideration as any other unborn babies.
Okay, can I just run through a small syllogy written real quick? I'm curious if this will shift your view at all. Because y'all have been going on about evolution, and I can tell you're interested in it, right? So here's premise one. Evolution moves the species along, selects favorable traits, and helps ensure survival for the fittest anyway, according to Darwin. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is your worldview, by the way. This is an internal critique, it's not mine.
Right.
Premise two. Evolution relies on the ability of organisms to direct their own growth and adaptation.
What do you mean?
Like evolution posits that there's not some external force doing the evolving. It's the being itself, correct?
I mean, yeah, like between one like life form to another. But evolution doesn't occur like within one individual.
Or beings, sure, but it's not an external force. That's the point. It's self-directed.
Well, I mean, there's an external factor. That's
okay. Species directed. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
I think I understand what you're saying, but go on.
Okay. From implantation to the cells dividing to the organ forming and the baby turning to prepare for birth, babies in the womb are in fact independently directing their very own growth within the womb.
I mean, yes.
Okay. Evolution, supposedly, has progressed through millions of women more safe and efficient ways to bear and birth their babies. Like our hips couldn't be, we're bipedal, but our hips couldn't be X wide, so we had to birth babies sooner, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Premise 5. To ensure the best chance of survival for both mother and child, babies are born helpless. Soft skull, bone soft, skulls not fully formed, right?
Yeah.
All right, premise 6. Evolutionarily speaking, not morally, none of that. Mothers of a species have a duty to protect their young.
Have a duty? I mean, I wouldn't say they have a duty, but they have like a. They usually have an instinct to do that. But I mean, so do the males.
Sure. That doesn't really play here, but sure, yeah. Okay, premise 7. Therefore,
Mhm.
not ethically, morally, biologically, evolutionarily, it goes against basic human instinct and nature to murder our own offspring, and certainly does nothing to promote evolution or ensuring our own kind survival.
I mean, not necessarily. There are animals like that do much worse than that because it is evolutionarily beneficial. Like there are animals that literally eat their own young after they're born in order to
And how-
survive because the value of a of an adult like female is greater than the value of an infant.
A lot of people would argue that's true in our society. But do you remember how you said earlier we've evolved and basically learned better than the people in the past?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you think we would know better and act better than animals?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're on the same page. That
Mhm.
evolutionary abortion is wrong.
No, not really. I don't understand like the
I'm not even talking
evolutionary.
ethically or morally. I'm just talking basic human nature, not other mammals or animals. Basic human nature would dictate we protect our young and not murder them.
I mean,
Right?
sure. Okay. Yeah.
Good night, Papa
Okay.
Smurf. I
And we know life
appreciate the
begins with
engagement and the
conception.
view. If you're still
A
around,
unique
really
human
appreciate you, buddy.
right? Even embryologist.
Appreciate everybody in the chat. I really do.
98.4%.
Yes.
Right. So
Mhm.
evolutionarily, we are driven to protect our young. We understand it's our actions that bring us into pregnancy. Now,
Thank you very much for that,
what
Kyle.
moral or ethical reason?
I appreciate that.
Not
Yeah,
a
staying up,
reason of
trying to keep you
convenience.
guys entertained, right?
Like, give me some axiomatic reason.
Trying to get
that
some
it would ever
conversation
be
moving forward,
acceptable
not just going around in circles.
to have an
Appreciate
abortion.
that.
I think abortion should be acceptable because it causes more harm to not have them available.
Harm to who?
Cause more, right? Certainly not harm to the
To the
millions
women
here.
who need to go through unwanted pregnancies.
Unwanted pregnancies, if they have the wanted sex.
But it's more important than the
You can have
individual
sex
woman
without
or
wanting to
or
be
the
pregnant.
wait. What's more important, the individual woman or the species?
You can also hit somebody over the head with a hammer and not think that you're going to end their life either, bro.
Evolutionarily speaking, what's more important?
I mean, evolutionarily speaking, like purely on instinct, yeah, like life is more important. Like the species, yeah.
It's weird how we all like know that inherently, and yet people argue so vehemently that women should have special murder privileges because don't get it twisted. That's what's happening here, right? No man can murder their child, their born child, not 2 days old, not 2 years old, not 20, right? They don't get that special murder privilege, but women do when it's their own young in their womb. Do we see how this is not computing?
I mean, yeah, men don't get pregnant, unfortunately.
Depends on who you ask. A lot of people on the left
Hey,
think they can.
be careful with that transphobia here, dude.
Sorry. I'm not. I wasn't woke enough.
Yeah, it happens. Well, but wait, question though. Evolutionarily, you were just saying, well, there's also have to protect the feminine. Would that not be true for females?
Wait, could you repeat that? Because your audio is a bit like muffled.
Sorry, I'm saying you just said a moment ago when I said that mothers have a duty to protect their young. You said, yeah, fathers do too. So,
Yeah.
do humans also not have that duty?
Well, humans, like, yeah. Well, we have
Right.
the instinct to do that. I don't think it's a it's a duty, but I think it's an instinct.
I mean, we could get into the semantics of duty, but we'll call it instinct. So then why should the man
Why should the man what?
not have a say? Because you just said it shouldn't be up to the men. They don't have babies.
I mean, I think in a like in a relationship, I think in a healthy relationship, the man would obviously have a say, but like obviously at the end of the day, like the woman is the one who is pregnant, right? So like it kind of has to be up to her, you know.
You're making a lot of assumptions about women being the only ones who are able to get pregnant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my, I mean like female.
I'm just working on your own bullshit claims of who can get pregnant or not. It's not my fault.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were like the transgender warrior in here. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm
I
the
kneel
transgender
to
warrior.
you.
It's not
Ever
my
since
fault.
he-
You decided that's how it's supposed to work.
Ever since he saw Twilight that one time, he's been
Fuck.
batting for your side.
That's
Yeah,
true. It's the Twilight. It's the
that's
Twilight
actually
dream.
valid.
Just to make sure it's clear, even though I agree with him on evolution, that doesn't mean I support all of his positions.
Yeah, of course.
Right there. So
You're with me when it comes to H-Man, right? You're like, yeah, there's different kind of humans.
Well, actually, I was wrong. There is not enough genetic distinction for humans to have subspecies. That was my mistake.
Okay.
Actually, I have a question about like abortion. That I'm curious about. So because earlier it was brought up that like the mother could just like give birth and then like give their baby up for like adoption, right?
Wait,
So
say that again. Say that again. I'm sorry.
so earlier it was brought up that the mother could just
Give birth and
go
give the
through the
baby.
pregnancy and then give it up for adoption, right? So I just have a question, and this isn't like a gotcha. I'm very curious about how people feel about this. So
And you can't
with
gotcha me, of course.
the progression of like medicine, right? And healthcare in general. At some point in the future,
you're going to artificial womb.
Yeah.
Artificial womb. Yeah.
So
and what
what
is
do you think
the ethical? I think that pragmatically, it would be great, right? Because that would solve the abortion dilemma completely. Take out baby, put it in the artificial womb. However, I think that's we're doomed at that point. If we as a society would rather put a baby in an oven to bake, basically, like instead of just turning the culture to the point where we want to replace our own species, we're just fucking doomed. Like, I don't know a better way to say it. So
I mean,
ethically, morally, horrible.
Yeah. I think that like we should do as much as we can to alleviate unwanted pregnancies, but I think like I doubt we're gonna get it to zero, right?
Are there unwanted humans?
That's what I'm saying.
Are there unwanted humans?
I thought you didn't want the Mexicans.
I mean, true, but I'm different. I do have unwanted humans. There's a lot of there's one in panel specifically that's pissing me off. But
on the bright side,
ontologically, is there unwanted humans? Like, can you be unwanted as a human?
Unwanted by like your parents, like yeah, I guess.
On the bright side, at least if they keep doing abortions and stuff like that, they'll evolutionarily remove themselves from the gene pool.
So that's a good thing about all of this, right? You just get rid of the undesirables from the gene pool.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. A solution,
but not really, because it's a. I just wish they
I
wouldn't
know
stop
of an
pretending it's
apple
not
juice
evil.
that would be very happy with that answer. Let me tell you about that.
I just wish they wouldn't pretend that it wasn't an evil action. Like, go have an abortion if you want, but stop pretending like it's some kind of virtuous thing.
I don't think it is a virtuous thing. I think like there is pushback against like like anti-abortion because anti-abortion movements are like I
Wait. Why wouldn't it be virtuous?
What do you
If there
mean?
is such thing as an unwanted human, and in this case the parents who give them that ontological status of them not being wanted, why wouldn't it be virtuous to get rid of those humans that are unwanted? It would be the most virtuous thing you could do is get rid of the undesirables. Do not get them out of the gene pool.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying I'm saying that, but I'm giving you a logical extension of the argument.
Okay.
Why
So
wouldn't
what
it
do you
be virtuous to get rid of those that are undesired?
what do you mean by getting
I
rid
mean,
of those who are undesired?
yeah, I ask you, is there such thing as undesired humans? And you said yes, those that are not desired by their parents. And if that is the case, and they have a different ontological status because they're not desired by their parents because they're different in that sense,
Okay.
why wouldn't it be virtuous to get rid of them? It would actually be virtuous to get rid of them, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And that way you also get rid of those that are undesired in the gene pool at the same time.
Why would they be undesired in the gene pool?
Because they are undesired in of themselves. We said that they have a different ontological status. The state of being of them is undesired because their parents don't want them. So you would get rid of them at the same time.
So where is this going?
No, I'm in my worldview that would be completely and absolutely horrific. But I'm asking you, if there is such a case that there is such a thing as an undesired being, as an undesired human, why wouldn't it be the most virtuous thing to get rid of those undesired people? Wouldn't it be actually a good thing to get rid of those that are not desired?
I mean, yeah, as long as they they
no, they have
beings, then yeah, like sure.
No, it's dependent on their parents. It's not even dependent on them.
Doing a very
you
good
said
job.
that you can be
Modding,
undesired by your parents,
Dave.
and that makes you undesired.
You're a real one, man. I can't
mean,
tell you how
when
much
you're
I
a
appreciate
fetus,
you.
yeah.
What's the difference if you're a 3-year-old? Are you
because
still
a 3-year-old?
You become desired?
Because a 3-year-old isn't connected to their mother.
The mother still didn't want him. He was an undesired human.
So?
You said that the fact that the parents did not desire them make them different. They make them an undesired human. If an undesired human exists, okay, why wouldn't it be virtuous to get rid of the undesirables?
You're like trying to like create like a point for me that just isn't there. Like I don't know.
Well, let me make
create anything from you. I'm asking you the question of the undesirability because I ask okay, maybe it's a little bit wrong. Ontology is the being itself, right? Is there a difference between is there such thing as an undesired human being?
I got you, Abe. No worries. We'll get something figured out so we can do a collab. And you're always welcome to join when you can.
What is composed of?
Not based on feelings or merit, but like to the race. Does the human race look at a human
in and of themselves? Is there such thing as an undesirable?
I think like an embryo can be undesired.
Is it a human being?
Yeah.
Okay, what makes it undesired?
I appreciate you
With-
being here, Barn.
If its parents weren't planning,
If it wasn't
on
for the
it
fact that I
and-
still have
and
viewers,
don't
I
wanna go through the
wouldn't be
pregnancy.
streaming.
If a
so the fact that you're
3-year-old
still
said, if a
listening
3-year-old
is
woman,
much appreciated.
okay, didn't want to
I
go
need
to
my
the
hours
pregnancy,
up.
but
I need
went to
my
the pregnancy
subscribers up,
anyway,
so
and at 3 years
I'm
old,
here
he still doesn't like the little
for as
kid.
long as I can be, I guess.
Okay?
Probably not very much
Is that
longer.
kid an undesired human being?
Maybe.
Well, no. I
Why
mean,
not?
like, I guess, like, to their parents, yeah, it can be undesired, but that doesn't, like, that isn't justification to killing them at that point, because they are their
No,
own
I'm not
thank
asking
you,
about
Abe.
justification. I'm
Seriously.
asking about the state
Okay,
of the
well,
being.
yeah,
even of
Tide
themselves.
rises all ships, right? We got to help each other.
for their parents.
And I
Yeah,
appreciate you, Abe, if that's who you're talking to.
Okay,
You're
so
saying
the
thanks to
kid
me.
is
I
undesirable,
don't like taking
right?
anything, but I appreciate
Because
that.
of the
yes.
feelings of the
Yeah,
parent.
I did. I saw that.
Yeah.
It went back down under 200 and then it
Then
broke
why
200.
shouldn't
So
we get rid of
I think
the
I might do some
undesirables?
kind of a stream for it for sure.
because they
Awesome.
are human beings with
So
feelings
what?
and
The
emotions.
fetus are human beings too. You
Okay,
said it
they are,
yourself.
yes, but a fetus only develops the capacity to, like, process emotions and pain, like I
It
think
doesn't. It
like-
doesn't matter because it's not according to them. It's according to the parents. The parents are the ones that make them desirable or not.
Thank you, Leia. I
Right.
appreciate you saying that.
but
So
whether
why
does
should
seem
they
to
are
be going to
undesired
some
does
desirables?
not, because whether they are desired or not doesn't mean that you're allowed to kill them.
But that's not the question. The question is whether it's not if we are allowed or not. It's why shouldn't we do it? What is
Because
the
it's wrong.
thing that would why would it be wrong? That's the question.
Because you're hurting another living, conscious human being.
Oh,
I think the living conscious human being that is a zygote, even though you don't think it's conscious, okay, because you don't feel that way, is the same. They have the
It's not
exactly
because I
the
don't
same.
feel that way. As
I
far as
don't care
we
about how you
understand,
feel. I don't care about how you feel, and I don't care about what you
about how I
understand.
feel either.
I don't care about how you understand. Okay, I don't care about what we may understand. It doesn't matter to me, because as you said a moment ago, the fact that at 3 years old, the feelings of the mom being this person undesirable, okay, makes it bad. It would make it as bad if it was 2 weeks old in the womb, because they share the exact same nature.
No, they don't.
They do. What is the difference in the nature?
you're
Because one
ageist
is-
then. You're ageist,
I'm
right?
ageist, yes.
Both of
Yes,
them
I'm-
don't like
I'm
the
ageist
baby. Why shouldn't one?
against,
Why is bad?
like-
Wait, both of them don't like the baby. Okay, both of them don't like it. One is 1 week old. The other 1 week old in the womb, and the other one is 3 years old outside. Besides the fact of the feelings of the mother, what is the difference?
Because one is alive and conscious and with us and
Do you want me to actually
The
ask
other
that, or are you
one
just
is
giving me a hard
alive.
time?
What
Is
if
it
you
conscious?
didn't understand?
I'll ask it if you
yes,
want.
it's conscious.
How do you
It
know?
has self-directed
Because
growth. It's
because
growing its very own self.
Okay, plants
because
also
I
have
said- it's-
self-directed growth.
listen, is this simple? Because I say so.
Then you're
Okay.
just
And so
going
does
on your
science.
feelings.
Why
Like,
is it
what do
not,
you want?
according to you, why is it not conscious?
Because we are able
Okay,
to
because
some
we say
extent
so.
measure.
Because we say so. Okay, we're in the same one. You're going into
You are
some
trying
kind of
to,
a
like,
fallacy.
you're trying to-
You're appealing. You're doing a fallacy of appealment to consensus. I'm doing the same thing. We think it is. Okay.
But wait,
okay.
You're also wrong.
Besides your fallacy to consensus and my fallacy to consensus, they both share exactly the same thing.
You are like trying
Okay,
to stoop
there is
my
absolutely
argument
no
down
difference.
to your level, and that's just not
No,
gonna
it's
work.
to your level. I'm rolling the mud
No.
with you, not you with me. We're completely different.
I'm watching you roll in the mud. Okay.
in my argument. I have access to good and bad, and I know what good and bad is, and I can go through that. In your analysis, good is whatever you feel like at the end of the
good
day.
is what actually matters.
So
the material
Good
reality
is what actually matters to whom?
to people.
So I'm curious.
But you're wrong.
people?
The science doesn't agree with you.
Is
To people.
is
So if I say okay, if I'm perfect, we think the baby matters. I'm people.
Okay.
You're wrong.
so
So when you get
See?
pregnant, you can carry it through to the end.
all right, guys. So
Amazing.
real quick. So
And then
does
when I got when other people get pregnant, I
Tater's
can
trying to
force them to
talk.
carry it, right? It
Hey,
would
hey,
still
hey,
be
hey,
good.
hey. Y'all, Tater's trying to talk.
thank you. So they ask in the chat, is empathy real? Does it actually exist?
It's fake and gay.
Yeah, I think empathy is a
Toxic empathy.
normal emotion.
Okay. So what is good if it's not? How do you know good if you can't understand the bad? If you can't feel what they're feeling?
How do I understand? Okay. Do you need to get in? Do you need to feel what they feel to know what is bad?
No, I don't agree with that. But I'm just saying,
No.
what you keep saying, the good is good, basically, Alter. So what makes it good? How do you know good from bad?
Because we can look at like what the lack of abortion does to people.
Makes them unhappy. Makes their feelings go away.
It can destroy their lives.
How?
So what is actually then destroying their life? Because it's not the fact that they can't, because they're not being forced into the said problem, what you're calling a problem. No one forced you to get that. And if they are forcing you to get that, and we grant you allowing the cismortions in that one instance, then you'd be willing to
0.04.
Right, you'd be willing to
do you guys allow
eradicate the rest of them?
Yeah.
If we gave you the exceptions, you would allow us to outlaw every other cismortion.
Okay, but
If
like
we,
in your personal
right?
opinion,
Is that what
like,
you're
do you,
agreeing?
in your personal opinion,
that's
is it
not the
okay
question.
to-
You can't answer a
But
question with a question.
No,
We asked you a
I'm not-
question. So according to your logic, according to your worldview, if we were to get rid of that one type of abortion, cismortion, would it be okay in your eyes to ban all of them?
No.
Well, then why?
Okay, so it's not really about the exceptions then.
Correct.
No, it isn't. But I like genuinely,
okay.
I'm just curious, like what you guys think of that. But
Okay,
no,
well, now that
I can tell you
we've
exactly.
gotten done with that, you're welcome to go ahead and pose that question back to us now that we've gotten our answer. But we want an answer
can I
before
take
we
this
get
real
a
quick?
question. Yeah, go ahead, Leah.
Okay, just real quick. When it comes to the exception, there are life of the mother, incest or rape, right? Incest sucks. Yeah, there could be genetic anomalies. So let's look at the Muslim population, right? It's not nearly as bad as we once thought that it was, let's be honest, right? So there's that. When it comes to rape, yeah, it really, really sucks. It's a terrible situation. Nobody wants to see a woman put through that. However, we don't ever, anywhere else in society, punish a child for their parents' actions, and that baby's an innocent who did not do anything to bring themselves into the world, right? Taken care of. We give them support. We offer them lots of therapy. And of course, there's always adoption. When it comes to quote unquote life of the mother, there is an entire organization full of OBGYNs and ex-abortionists who have said after treating almost, I think it's like 60,000 women over the course of a few years, like 9 years, that there's no need for medical abortion ever. There are other procedures when you have things like a tubal pregnancy or you have like placental abruption, right? You probably don't know what these things mean. They're complications that most women say they need abortion, quote unquote. But that's not even an abortion in those cases. It's a totally different procedure. We can take those off of the table, meaning, bam, all the exceptions gone.
Sure.
And just a reminder, just try to cismortion all that garbage. I don't know what YouTube will freak out
Oh, I
about.
thought I did.
You're
I'm
all right.
sorry.
You're all right. I did it too. I literally did it right before you did, so I don't have anything to talk about, right? I keep forgetting about it. So
I got you.
I appreciate you.
I thought I did. So yeah, the exceptions we have no problem arguing. And really, plenty of people, in fact, I would argue most of the pro-life people I know would gladly accept, at least for now, to allow the exceptions if we would, like, as a society, agree to outlaw all across the U.S. all other ones. Because, I mean, with all the exceptions included, it's still less than 97%.
Right.
Like,
okay.
That's crazy. So we're talking about 970 plus thousand lives we would save every year. I don't know many people that would turn that down, minus the abolitionists. So
I mean, we could save billions of lives per year if we stop harvesting crops. And they have
there's
about the
always some other
same
argument,
level of
right?
like awareness as like most of the babies that get aborted, which
That's
is
not true at all.
during the beginning of the pregnancy.
I would say
that's
that
also not true.
I would disagree with every single exception. I will not allow any single one of them. Just to piss
Yeah, I wouldn't either if
everyone
I had a
of you
perfect
off.
world.
I mean,
Like
that's
the way
fine,
that
like,
it goes, the way the argument goes now is no exceptions at all whatsoever. Each and every single baby, I don't care how desirable it is or undesirable it is in your eyes, every single one has to be protected.
Because they're all worthy and they're all living human beings that bear the Imago Dei.
Seriously,
makes
Tyler? Holy cow.
a
baby
1 week old fetus worthy?
I didn't read the whole
you
thing.
can call
That's all I
it
did.
a 1 week old baby in the
Okay, 1
womb
week
is
old
just as
baby.
valuable as you.
Shit, that's funny.
Okay, and why?
What
Because it bears
yeah,
the
Dave,
Imago Dei.
I think we might try to set one
Because-
up or
the image of
something. I don't
God.
know. 'Cause
in the way that I
it's going a
see
little
it
longer than I wanted
is,
to for sure at this point, I think.
The way that I see my duty is to protect the babies.
Okay.
That's my duty, to protect the
So-
babies.
So it's feelings.
No, you know what duty is?
Yes.
What
you
is it?
feel
That's
a
a good
duty.
question.
No, it's
Trey.
what
To
I
do
ought
something.
to. It's what I ought to do. It's the moral thing to do.
Uh-huh.
You know what morality is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a requirement. Abstract. What is it?
Morality is the process by which we make decisions
Mhm.
for
And
the
it
benefit
and it
of
moves us towards what?
progress.
No, it moves us towards the good, right? It tells us what is
Right.
good and bad, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So when I say my duty is to protect the babies, this means the actions that I take, which are good, are to protect the babies. That's
Okay,
what it
but
means.
what about the mother that has to go through 9 months of
Yeah, the mother has the
body
same
horror
duty as I am.
to
So
go
we both
through?
share a duty to protect the
Welcome in, Derek.
babies.
Don't
Okay.
recognize you from my
Okay.
chat from prior streams, so I appreciate the engagement. Help to keep you
I
around.
mean, fair enough.
Please like the
but
stream if you would.
I don't think that
Maybe
your
subscribe if you'd be
feelings
so
should
nice.
apply to
It's not a
full
feeling.
society.
What did I say
Dave.
was? What is a duty?
Fair enough. I'll ask
You
you.
can call it whatever you want.
Oh, so all we have is feelings then? You feel that evolution is correct then?
No, I can prove it.
No, you
Well,
can't
that's
prove
what
it.
all you
No.
have.
But I
You feel that you can prove it. It's just your
Yeah,
feelings. You have your
that's-
fucking feelings.
That's an assertion and a speculation at best. You cannot prove that. You cannot prove
No,
it.
there's no such thing as good. It's all feelings. Then even the idea of evolution is correct. Correct would mean that there is something wrong. Okay, that would imbue the idea that there is such thing as truth, and we ought follow the truth because it's good. If we don't have that, it's just feelings. Then evolution cannot even be proven to be true.
Yeah, I think I
But in
was.
your
I've been kind of
world, it's like,
spacing too, but I think you're right.
I feel
Barn. I
things,
think
and
you
that
did
makes
say
it
something
right.
about unaliving animals and
well,
stuff.
no, that's kind of what I'm getting from you, which
No,
is
that's
why
kind of what I'm getting from
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
You
Is
were,
keeping
you were,
a woman comfortable
no, you were
equal
telling
to
me a
the
moment
life?
ago that the
It's a
moment
good
that
question.
a mom says that this kid is undesirable, she gets, by her own feelings, the right to delete it.
she gets the
Sexual
right
murder.
to remove
Oh,
it from her body.
Just saying that I use deleted because the word is a little bit annoyed by YouTube gets annoyed by it.
Right,
That's why I
right.
use delete.
Oh, I said
Yeah,
I know
still
what
learning.
you mean. I would use the same. I will use the same word, but I use deleted to avoid the almighty censor that was created by our leftist friends. 'Cause,
Right.
speaking like a normal human being is it's not allowed. We have to talk like farm animals.
Right.
So
Alter, Dave would like to debate on that topic, on the fetus elitises.
Oh.
Would you be willing to do a debate with Dave on it sometime?
Maybe.
Okay, no worries.
I'd
no
have
worries.
to think about it.
I just he just posted it, so I just wanted to bring it before I forgot it. That now that you know, you guys can. I'll moderate it if you want. Mr. B can moderate it if you want. But we can do it on Tyler's channel, or mine if you wanted to. But long story short, like I said, he just asked, so I figured I'd give you the option if you'd like to. And
When I told,
go ahead. What was that, Leia?
I'm so sorry. I thought you were pausing at least. I was just going to ask if I could pose just one question to our friend Alter when it comes to this whole situation. And I'm not trying to be like a smart ass or I'm just genuinely curious. Like, have you ever truly considered the implications of if you could be wrong in this situation? And what I mean is, I have really sat down with myself and I have thought to myself, if I'm wrong, what bad have I created in the world, right? What have I pushed to be put out in the world? For me, it would be women are inconvenienced, basically. And yeah, maybe some of them go down a bad path because of their own decisions stemming from a pregnancy.
Are you talking to Emmett? Are you talking to me?
As far
I'm
as
trying.
opinion. Whereas if you're wrong about this, and you are, I believe you are, well, I know in my heart that you are, and you're being a proponent of abortion, then you're advocating for 1 million babies a year. Like, what are the implications of that if you were to be sure you were wrong?
If I was, well, what would it mean for me to be wrong? Like, about the, like
say tomorrow,
like
God
awareness?
Himself revealed Himself. Like ethically, morally, like you are wrong, like you believe you're right, you're taking the right stance right now. Say tomorrow a miracle happened and God Himself revealed Himself to you, and He's like, hey, look at me, and you got some explaining to do, like, and you're wrong, and you had to like sit with that.
I mean,
like, how would you feel about that?
I'd feel
if you were somehow proven.
I'd feel fine because I made the most rational decision based on what I knew.
That wouldn't cause any type of disturbance or cognitive dissonance in you?
How am I supposed to make a decision about something that I don't know?
Well, I mean, I feel like I've given you lots of statistics, and numbers, and truths, and like what the
Thanks,
science.
Pharmacat. I appreciate that.
We have like
I'm trying.
the closest
It's been a wild
estimation
night.
to
Wild
what is true. So that's what we use to make decisions, right? If I like changed my opinion tomorrow because we learned something, right, that we didn't know before, then like I would happily change my opinion about it.
But would you? That's another good question, because I feel like I don't know that you're open-minded.
I mean, like,
really,
I don't fully know like what it would take, because I just like the thing I have with like abortion is I just think that like we live in a society where the life of the mother suffering through an unwanted pregnancy just has like objectively more value, right? Like that's
which should not be the case.
If I found out that it was like objectively not the case, right? If I found out that God is real and God is like the babies that are going to be born are like conscious way up in heaven when God like creates them before they get like sent down to earth, right? Then it would be
like
different.
He knew
right?
us before He formed us in the womb. Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah. Then that would be different, right? But I don't know that.
Well, and here's the thing too. Have you ever seen the silent screen? Like it's a short video that's in all types of documentaries of a smushmortionist
Thank you.
who went to do a procedure, and the baby literally opened its mouth to scream as it was getting suctioned out.
I haven't seen that, but I am aware of like
It's disturbing.
late stage abortions and how they
No,
work.
no, this was not late stage. This was like, I think 11 or 12 weeks, something super early.
Yeah,
But I mean,
Barn.
have you ever really
I
looked
don't
at
think
at
he
a
does
fetus that's
either.
11, 12, 13 weeks
And
old? I
I'm
mean,
not able
you
to
feel the
get
baby
word
kick
in edgewise.
regularly between, I think it's like 13 and 16 weeks. I feel like you're thinking the baby develops a lot slower than it does.
How many weeks is is a
40, full term 40.
Okay.
But here's the thing: all these milestones that historically people have used for one reason or another to denote, like, quote
If
unquote,
you're so
life
kind,
or
I'd
make some
appreciate
type
it,
of
but don't have to.
goalpost, like, they keep moving backward, as in getting sooner as technology progresses. Just like viability used to be birth. We couldn't save babies if they were preemies. And then slowly but surely it was like, 35 weeks and then 30 weeks. And we've had 2 babies born as of a couple weeks ago that have survived, born at 20 weeks, like halfway through. It's crazy.
Mhm.
And yeah, they had to stay in the NICU for months and it was, hairy and touch and go, but they made it, which means that a baby in the womb at 20 weeks has everything it needs in an emergency if things don't go perfect, whatever, to survive outside of the womb. So, in
Mhm.
the very least, that's like the hardest line we should draw, right? And if we're being extra careful, you'd think we'd move it back a little, safe, right?
Mhm.
But like these other milestones, like there's the twins. If you Google consortium plus like the twins, there's these pictures of consortionists who have consorted twins, and they will literally it's there's like 5 or 6 different little photo shoots of it, and
Thank you,
I can
Dave.
post some links
Appreciate
into
you
Discord if
posting
it's
that.
okay,
TVT.
of like
Both of you
photos,
guys
and
are
it's kind of
awesome
disturbing how
mods. I
photographic
appreciate
line,
you
whatever.
guys so much.
But you can literally see them like
Awesome,
grabbing at
awesome
each other.
job, guys.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's just absolutely horrific, right? And you would think, I don't know, just in my mind, if I was to truly believe, and I don't really have to try that hard to think of this worldview
Oh,
because
Emmett,
I
that's
used to
funny.
be staunchly liberal and
Get ready to
staunchly
get ignored,
pro-choice,
chat.
believe it or not. And I truly believed in my heart that I was doing all better. And what changed my mind was looking at those photos and saying, like, this isn't about some woman's autonomy. My autonomy. That's not what it's about. It's just about human life. The dignity, respect, and worth every single one of us has from the day we're conceived. And
Mhm.
it's just wild. Like earlier when you said abortion, sorry, up until birth, I mean, I was speechless for like a whole minute. I gotta admit, because I'm like,
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that,
that's why I'm
TVT. I
hoping
need to
you were
get on
trolling a little bit.
PayPal and get that set up. So
I mean,
if people do,
the reason I say
I don't
that is
expect anything, so I keep forgetting
just
about it.
based on
I
like
appreciate you
how
reminding me.
often they happen. Like people don't usually wait until birth to have an abortion.
That's awesome.
That's question.
It's awesome, Tyler.
For vampires. I mean,
Sure.
obviously not. But if it happens
Doing
even once,
good,
is that
baby, doing good.
still
That's awesome.
harm? Is that young baby's life still worth saving?
I mean, you could make an exception for that. Like I think because I'm like
I can't highlight your
very
post,
charitable
Dharma. I
to
can't
the
believe there's a Latinx
abortion
guy on the
debate
panel.
because I truly believe that people on both sides have like good intentions, like purely good intentions.
Yeah, that's
Why
awesome.
would you think that they
I
have pure
agree.
intentions when
Praise God.
when they're
Exactly.
literally
God is
deleting
good.
kids?
God is great.
Let me finish what I was saying.
I'm a
So
potato on a podcast. Of course, God is great.
I am very charitable to both sides of like the abortion the debate, right? And I think that like what was I going to say?
You were saying you
Oh,
feel
Wick,
you're
that's funny.
charitable with that great, way, and you you're fair to both sides, and
You're welcome, Pharma. I don't know why it
you
keeps
feel that both
hiding some
sides
chats,
have good intentions.
but I see them on one chat, so I still read them.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought of what I was going to say next, but
I
yeah,
missed that, I
if
guess.
someone
Dang
has
it.
anything else.
I do feel like you've engaged in pretty good faith, even if I vehemently disagree with you. I do appreciate like good faith, and it just means you engaged in the
Yeah.
discussion. We appreciate it.
Yeah, like I'm never gonna get like frustrated with someone just because they don't support abortion, right? Because I completely understand.
Yeah.
Um.
Sorry, Tater. I know if I could ask one question.
Just
You're fine.
just for the memes, I kind of hinted at it in chat, but you could get work doing voiceover work for Christoph Waltz, and I just want to know. I just want to hear you say, "Are you hiding fetuses under
Pharma,
your
you're funny.
floorboards?"
Who? Me?
Yeah, you sound like Christoph Waltz, and I just want to hear like you do
Who's
the
that?
like Inglorious Bastards, The Hateful Eight, or yeah, it was.
That's funny.
You haven't seen Inglorious. Well, which country are you in? Because that might explain why you haven't seen Inglorious Bastards.
You're in UK, aren't you?
I'm in
Walter?
the UK. Yeah.
Oh well.
Anyway, so do we have anything final words? I've been streaming for 6 hours. I should probably get to bed at some point in
I
time.
know.
As
Thank
much
you,
as I,
Tater. It's been a really great discussion.
I have really enjoyed it. This has been a really good panel. Again, everybody on the panel, I want to appreciate the restraint. I know Emmett has his own channel and he does his own thing, and so for him to kowtow to me and my channel, I appreciate that. Leia, same thing, right? You have your own channel, so I appreciate you letting me have my piece when I want it. And Alter, as always, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming on and on and on, because every time you get dogpiled and yet you keep coming back and it benefits me, right? So I want to thank you very much every time that you come on, because I appreciate the pushback. I really do. Is there anything else? Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leia.
Sorry, I was saying it's been a good discussion.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's been great. I that's why I let it go for another 2 hours past what I was like, I gotta go. But no, don't think that I'm complaining. Please, right? I'm just wanting to let you guys know that I have enjoyed it, and that's why it's gone on as long as it has. But we'll go ahead and start up. So real quick, before I do that, is there anybody else that wants any final words on the subject? Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll start with Emmett. You go ahead and shout your channel out, and we'll just go across the top.
Yeah, thank you so much. My channel is at Count Emmett. You can find me. You can find me in at Count Emmett. I do some drama content, some discussions, some debates, and a lot of art. So I've been doing some Warhammer and stuff. Thank you for having me on, and yeah.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Again, if you haven't checked out Emmett's channel, please check that out. He's a good guy. As you've seen tonight, does real well in debates. And again, I appreciate you being here, Emmett, and you have yourself a blessed night, my friend. And then Bandit, if you
you as well.
Thank you. Have a good night, buddy. Bandit, do you have anything to shout out?
I'm working on some videos to post to my channel, which is Bandit848.
Awesome.
I have 2 videos on there to kind of preview what I'm working on. It's completely is unrelated to politics in any way, shape, or form. It's more entertainment. But that's all I really have to shout out. If you can usually find me on panels like this, hopping in.
Nice. Yeah, I again appreciate you being here, and if you're starting posting stuff, chat, help him out. We got to help each other out here, regardless of whether it's political or not. He's a base dude and deserves to be propped up. Again, I appreciate you, Bandit. Every time you're on the panel, I appreciate you and the respect that you have for me, buddy. With that, I'll let you go, and you have yourself a blessed night, man.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
Y'all have a good night, and crisis.
Absolutely. All right.
Amen.
And Alter, you go ahead and shout your stuff out.
Yeah, I got a video game I'm working on. It's on Steam. It's called Red Entropy. If you would wish list it, that would be very helpful.
Heck yeah. Appreciate that. Was there anything else before I cut you off?
No, that's it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, definitely definitely go check that out. I've been hearing many reviews on it saying it's a great game. So check it out. Give him some press. Let's give him get him $1 million again. Show him what America is all about, right? Every single time. With that being said, Alter, again, thank you very much for being here, buddy. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. And you have
Actually,
go ahead.
Actually, one more thing. Since you mentioned America, I recommend for the people who have Netflix, go watch Steel Ball Run. It's a show that came out, but there's only one episode right now. But and it's also animated, but it's very good. It's my favorite story ever, and it's about America, and it's awesome.
And what's it playing on, streaming on?
Netflix.
Oh, okay. Right on.
If you have that.
Right on. Right on. Well, I appreciate the shout outs and you being on the panel again. Appreciate you. Is there anything else?
That's it.
All right. You have yourself a blessed night, man.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks.
See you.
Bye. And Leia, of course, last but not least, of course, go ahead and shout your channel out.
Yes, well, I have a channel under my name, just as it appears in the YouTube comments, Leah Bobia. I'm kind of revamping it. I used to be into some things and more into different things now, just growing and adapting. It's a little bitty channel, but we have a good time. It's a great positive community. We talk a lot about sobriety, politics, all sorts of things. It's more fun. That's something I debate frequently on my channel, and we'd love to have anybody who would like to come in here.
Right on. Yeah, if you don't know her channel, check that out. Give her some press as well. And you did a review on the call in to the show with Tilly.
Oh, I didn't do the second part yet.
I was going to say,
I was going to do it today, and then
stay tuned for that, because that was pretty funny. Terrible funny, not like haha funny. And then if you have the original or whatever, send it to me so that I can review it too and give you some more press or whatever. With that, was there anything else that you wanted to shout out?
No, that's I have other social medias, but I'm not going to.
Sure. No, I get you.
But thank you. I would like to thank you again, as always, for having me. It's always a good time.
Absolutely. I appreciate you being here, your takes, and as always, you're always welcome back, and you have yourself a blessed night.
You as well.
All right, thanks. All right, guys. That ends the show. Freaking almost 6 1/4 of an hour long show. Got many subscribers. We got at least 6, 7 subscribers from it that actually stuck around through the whole show. So cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. The donos, again, shout out to everybody there. Shout out to the mods. Again, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that work that you do in the chat and the vetting room. Dave, thank you very much for being in the vetting room every week. Like clockwork, man. I keep forgetting to ask to make sure people are ready, and you're there. So thank you very much for that. With that being said, please leave comments, right? Subscribe, share. If you know of anybody that would like to be on the panel, anybody is welcome. I'll be probably looking into a different program to do these panels, because Discord seems to be not the greatest. So we'll be looking into something else maybe. As far as that goes, I'll let you go. Please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights within the United States. As always, I say every stream, your response time is always going to be faster than that of the police getting to your home. I want you around, all of you. No matter what we disagree on, no matter how much home policing happens, I care about you and I want you to be okay. Outside of the United States, please take care of your rights. Right? They're disappearing, and I'm tired of seeing it for your sake as well as mine. I care about all of you, and I want you to stay around. With that being said, I'll go ahead and sign off, and the potato out of here, man.
Stripped down, almost spoken. Maybe I'm just passing through. Maybe I'm the ghost of who I used to be before the noise turned my choices into voice. Find that harmony. I'm a flicker in the quiet, holding on to one last spark. If there's something left inside me, let it glow against the dark. Midnight home in the dashboard glow. City breathing the radio. Every